been chosen.
The fate of Earth is in our hands.
We've come to help with what's been troubling you. We've come to help with what's been troubling you.
Oh my god.
Hello. Okay. I deadass am just sitting on like the stairs. Okay, the lighting is shitty.
That is the jankest thing of all time. Okay.
I was like, if I go double H early, then I won't have to like.
What if you go outside, so it's like on your campus?
Yeah, but then outside
What
it's
if you
like
go
there's
outside,
outside
so it's
noise.
Hi, everyone.
Welcome to the 2021 Ivy League versus COVID-19 charity stream, powered by Gen.G and PLANET9.
I'm Jeffrey, one of the co-presidents of Yale Esports,
And I'm Lucy, the events director of Yale Esports.
and we're so excited to have you all join us again this year.
The stream is even bigger and better this year, and you don't want to miss any of the exciting Ivy League action. So definitely tune in. This was a stream that really came about last year in the middle of the COVID crisis when everybody was stuck at home and we wanted to find a way for people to gather together online in an esports context for the worthwhile purpose of raising money for COVID. And we decided this year that this is something that we really want to try to continue doing. So we're back again, and definitely tune in to all the events and donate to really reach our donation goal.
Right. So in addition to our Ivy League League of Legends tournament, we also have a lot of exciting content creators who will be joining us today, including Nikki Taylor and Nemesis.
Also, if you donate to Direct Relief through the Tiltify link on our Twitch channel, you'll automatically be entered into raffles for some exclusive merchandise. We're aiming to raise $10,000 this year to donate towards COVID relief efforts, so every dollar counts. Also, every $50, courtesy of Gen.G and Planet9, will be doing really fun giveaways, including clothing, gaming mice, and even a gaming laptop. The first item that comes up is a mask, and then it'll be clothing from that point on.
Thank you again to Gen.G and Planet9, who, in addition to sponsoring us and giving us all of that great merchandise that Lucy just mentioned, will also be matching a portion of donations that we receive towards Direct Relief.
We will be starting very soon with the first round. It'll be 2 games from this round, starting with Dartmouth versus Cornell, and then Yale versus Brown at around 2 p.m. EST.
Right, so the other games will be happening in the background, but those two games will be broadcasted live on our stream, so you won't want to miss them. The tournament is a double elimination bracket, so each of your favorite teams will have 2 chances before they're knocked out of the tournament for good. So be sure to cheer them on and give them your energy.
Yeah, that's all from us for now. We'll be right back after a quick break, and we'll get straight into the Dartmouth versus Cornell game.
Darkness come, I felt the lightning shake me into hell. Why did darkness come? I wanna stay in here where I belong. Why did darkness come? Something keeps waking me up. Nothing left to give. When we break apart, the darkness with him.
Just did intros, and those worked, so if nothing else goes wrong,
Hello, everyone, and welcome. This beautiful Saturday, we have a 12-hour charity stream here. Ivy League teams, thank you guys so much for hopping into the Yale Esports Twitch channel today. Sponsored by a big shout out to Planet9, Predator, Acer, and Gen.G for helping us throw this together again this year. My name is Jolly. I am joined here by Random Minion Caster. How are you doing today, Rando?
Doing a great. I mean, it's technically the afternoon, but it feels like morning to me. It's a Saturday, and I'm here to watch some good League of Legends and help work against COVID-19.
Exactly. So if you guys want to, feel free to hit, I think, exclamation point donate should bring you that Tiltify link. And just to shout out, we've already gotten some great donations. We have 2 anonymous donations with the exact same statement. It's just let's go. And then a believe in Yale sent $20 in. So already some great donations. Thank you guys so much. Keep in mind that we've got lots of great prizes. So if you click on the Tiltify link and then look up at the top, there's a ton of merch that is given away here by Gen.G, by Acer. There's a monitor, there's a laptop, there's a lot of clothing and merchandise that you can get from these groups and these teams. So definitely keep an eye on that and throw your donations in if you want to be a part of the running for these raffles and these winnables. We do have a pretty exciting first match here. Cornell and Dartmouth are going to be starting things out. We are going to be running this pro draft really quickly before the game starts up.
Yeah, the bans already coming real fast here. Cornell on the blue side with the Rengar, Malzahar, and Samira making a good start stopping infectious diseases by putting Malzahar on that ban list. Dartmouth on the red side here. The Udyr Nar bans coming through. Much more, I think, standard, less targeted bans coming out.
Rengar certainly feels like a targeted ban right now. And then, as you said, Malzahar, let's get that COVID out of here. Let's get those diseases and viruses away from this broadcast. And then, yeah, I mean, the Udyr, Nar, and Evelyn all very strong right now. So certainly feels like Dartmouth is just kind of canceling out things that they don't want to see that are currently high in the meta.
For sure. And we'll have to see whether these teams are going for comfort picks here. Both these teams did participate last year in the COVID-19 charity stream, where I do believe, if I recall correctly, Dartmouth got beaten by Cornell then. So they're coming back for revenge. And Cornell right away, still with that Hecarim priority, very, very strong champion. I was hoping to see something more unorthodox. Morgana, Darius, they're making their ways in the jungle here. But Hecarim, that's Old Faithful.
Old Faithful, yeah. Morgana, I have seen several times. I do a lot of the collegiate scene casting. Unfortunately for me, most of these Ivy League schools aren't in that. And Heimerdinger is going to be the first lock-in here for Dartmouth. So probably picking, just a pocket pick there for this team. A very strong champion if you know how to play it really well, but can be relatively easily countered. So it's a dangerous first pick.
Yeah, and more recently, we've seen it over in Korea in the LCK paired with a Senna, but it looks like, no, they're going with an Alistar here. So Heimer can be still in the bot lane, can be mid, can be top, and it's a great neutralizing safe pick. You just put up those turrets. Even if you can't farm, no worries, your turrets can farm for you.
Can be bought. I mean, come on. These kinds of games, we can't expect anything to be meta in these types of games. It always comes back to bite me whenever I assume that is the case. Granted, you've got an Alistar down there, so Heimerdinger and Alistar wouldn't work quite as well as some of the potential matchups if you're going to lock in someone like Alistar. Senna and Tom Kench, though, is likely going to be our combination here down on the bottom side. So Cornell picking some pretty high meta champions. Ooh, and the Kayn will be locked. I hate Kayn because I don't play Kayn. All I know is Kayn somehow appears in my lane and I am dead. So Kayn, certainly a highly, highly aggressive pick here. And no real surprise now looking at those bans that's something that they were going with.
Jolly's spoken like a true ADC main there.
Right?
Yeah, especially, if it's a random blue Kayn. And honestly, blue Kayn is somewhat viable, but so far with the tankiness we're coming through, I wouldn't be surprised to see red Kayn instead here. And I love the fact that Dartmouth, they did their homework. They knew that Cornell was going to play more standard picks, so they banned meta things, the Udyr, Nar, Evelyn, whereas Dartmouth themselves play unorthodox champions. So Cornell had a bit of a tougher time trying to ban out these champions here. I'm a bit surprised because Heimerdinger, if they're targeting that, Arithmeticulous, my goodness, that's a mouthful, plays almost exclusively Heimerdinger. So they let that through. They have to have a plan to deal with it.
Nico is going to be another ban there. We can see the Talon as well banned out. by Dartmouth. Don't want that going up into that Heimerdinger, so I'm assuming it is going to be going in the mid lane just based off of that ban. But, still some flexibility available in that pick. We'll see how these bans are rounded out as we get to the last two here. Dartmouth will get the choice first. And then, curious to see what ends up going down in the top lane, since we really haven't touched that aspect of this composition yet.
Yeah, just as you say that, the Ergot ban coming through there, Jolly. And for Dartmouth, they could potentially be looking for their ADC as well as their top or mid lane here. So if they are looking for that, I'm expecting to see the ADC picked up. They're going to hold that solo lane pick to counter pick whatever Cornell is going to throw out here. And for Cornell, they've got a harder time trying to decide what on earth they want to ban, because it could be an ADC, it could be top, it could be mid, and it looks like
nothing.
Yep.
It could also be nothing, and it looks like it is. No actual ban locked in there for Cornell for the final one. So they're like, all right, we couldn't decide. Looks like you guys just kind of get your way of things here. So we'll see what Dartmouth decides to lock in on that. And it will be a Vayne there going into this Senna Tahm Kench. So, that can be good. That can be a really risky pick because of the range that you got on somebody like Senna. That, again, just reinforces this really, really high aggression team that Dartmouth is trying to lock down.
Yeah, and they need to be going in for these big all-ins. They do not win the poke war here. Senna has sustained, as you mentioned, the range advantage, and that's only going to get worse. And Cornell doubling down a little bit here with that Vladimir here, even more late game. And Vladimir is an absolute monster against engaged compositions. You drop that Hemo Plague and you just multiply the damage. You just do so much. And you can't even kill Vladimir that quickly. That Sanguine Pool buys you so much time.
So much time, right? And that's, if you're totally willing to jump in, use that Hemo Plague on the backside and lose your life, but a majority of the time you don't have to. And Viego is going to be the final lock in. So, even more late game. Basically, this goes to late game, and Cornell potentially have this, but Dartmouth also has a considerable amount of late game on their team too. You've got the Kane, you've got the Vayne, who continue to scale as time goes on. So, we can't count any chickens before they've hatched or any eggs before they've hatched, because again, these are some teams that we're mostly unfamiliar with, and they're picking what works best for them for the most part here. So Silas is going to be the final lock in there for the top lane. Most likely. They can swap here. In which case, I would imagine the opposite team would just swap back between that mid and top lane anyway.
Yeah, you can kind of just go back and forth. And really, we are not... I'm going to assume the Heimer's top, because Arithmeticalist is currently sitting in the top lane position, and Heimerdinger is 100% their champion there. So I'm going to assume it's a Heimer top, but as you said, it can really be flexed around. And if we look at what's been drafted here, Cornell, that's a pretty standard team fighting composition there with great skillings on the Vladimir, Senna, Viego as well. A lot of safety. They've got poke. So just really well-rounded composition. Dartmouth, on the other hand, with a Heimerdinger, Kane, Silas, Vayne, Alistair. It feels like they kind of want to go two ways here. Heimer's great at sort of letting teams run into you, not so good at initiating. But Alistair, Kane, Vayne, Silas, they all want to go in here. So they're going to be very aggressive. I want to see them start grouping up fairly early on in the game here and just get that rolling death ball going, punish that immobile Senna, find that Vladimir, because sure, you can pull away, you can buy time, but there's 4 people sitting on you. You're not surviving after you come out that pool.
Absolutely not. It looks like there might be a little bit of a swap in things when they actually lock these champions in. It looks like that might have been for the side of Cornell, I believe, an Ari as the final lock instead of a Viego. But you know what? While we've got a little bit of a lull here, we do have, of course, I'm trying to pull up these donations, and Tiltify has not updated it for me, but oh my goodness, two anonymous donations of $2,000, both of them. Actually, sorry, that's the most recent. So just the one there, $2,000. That's my bad, guys.
No, that's huge.
I believe in Columbia P9 ID Matt 2. So thank you so much, Matt. Columbia. That means that you got to put your money where your mouth is, or I guess this guy's money where your mouth is. Hopefully, we take something home for this guy. Again, everybody just hit !donate if you want to find that donation link.
I love the fact that Colombia is not even on stream and they're already pulling in these huge donos here. I'm excited for when we actually get to cast them. That's our goal for today is 10,000. Of course, if we can beat that, that'd be absolutely massive. We're already 20% of the way there, and we haven't even loaded onto the Rift yet, Jolly. So hype here. I'm super excited. That's something we're gonna have to keep our eyes on as well. If anything, I mean, the donos are more important, I feel like, in terms of trying to fight COVID, and the teams playing on the Rift will be more than happy to get your support here.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Excuse me again. And that's the requirement for all of the giveaways here. So Matt has allowed everyone to immediately just be able to sign up for all of these giveaways. Again, you can check out the Tiltify page and see everything here. The maximum was at $1,500. But again, there's a laptop in there. There is a monitor, a 27-inch monitor in there. There's a bunch of cool merchandise, all kinds of cool stuff. So make sure to sign up on that. Go ahead and throw your donation in. But we're back on the camera, of course. I never know until it's far too late. But locking things in. Okay, it was actually Dartmouth who wanted to lock in that Ari instead of the Silas.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, I was trying to think about, the Ari replacing the Viego does similar things for Cornell, but Ari replacing the Silas for Dartmouth, that does change things up quite a bit here because Silas had so many great ultimates to pick up. You had the Hemo Plague, you've got the Onslaught of Shadows from the Hecarim to just initiate as well. If you need a global to get around, you can always steal Tom Kench's Abyssal Voyage as well. Ari, on the other hand, not quite as flexible, but very, very mobile here. So against the Viego, that's a matchup I've seen plenty of times. As long as Ari is respectful, should be fairly safe, be able to win that lane here. And Dartmouth, I think they're playing for comfort. And so if you're playing for comfort, you got to win your lanes here. I'm looking specifically at their solo lanes, the Heimerdinger and the Ari, to be great carry potential for them in the early to mid game.
Yeah, and that I think is really where the focus is at, is they want to get that early game. They do have some of the late game, as I mentioned. You've got a Vayne, you've got a Kayn in there, but there's still a lot of early game aggression that you can get from them. Ari offers a little bit more control early as well, so a little bit more pressure. You've got the charm that you can throw out that can really sway that mid lane, whether or not there's involvement from the jungle. So we'll have to see who decides to jump in first. But both Kayn and Hecarim have the ability to kind of go in when they want. Kayn, I can imagine, will take a little bit more time. But man, when I see a Hecarim in that jungle, I can just expect there to be a 3-minute gank at some point somewhere.
Yeah, my only concern for this Hecarim is where are you going to go here into all the lanes? You go on the top side, you've got to be careful all those turrets there. Yeah, you run fast, but can you navigate all those hurdles? Mid lane, I feel like is your best bet before level 6 because Ari, without that Spirit Rush here, is vulnerable, can overstep, and combined with, but the Vladimir doesn't really have the damage. You need to finish that off. So it'll be a lot on Arbez on this Hecarim to just kind of do the work yourself. And in this bot lane against the Alistar as well. Yeah, you can try and gank it, but Vayne and Alistar are very safe combo. Vayne can just tumble away, knock you away. Same with Alistar, can knock you up, push you away.
Right. So a lot of opportunity there. Yeah, and that's why this ends up being a good matchup or an okay matchup here, is thanks to that Alistar. Because, you've got this Tom Kench and you've got Senna. Both of them are going to be trying to poke at you from far away. Later on, they're going to be able to engage much more easily. But if they can get that early game pressure off of them, having the quicker attack speed and more auto damage to start things out here, as Vayne and Alistar have the potential. But again, you know what we've got? I mean, the rankings are all over the place. I'm pretty sure we've got an unranked on both teams here. So we can't really, again, put too many eggs in a single basket nor count them before they are ready to hatch, because this can really go anywhere.
Yeah, that's the fun part, isn't it? Like when you don't know people's ranks, I always like to look away from ranks once you actually get into the game here, because it really comes down to how comfortable you are on a champion. I've seen bronzies on a particular pick play up to the level of a platinum player, so maybe that happens. That would be a great way to kick off today here, to see one picks come out, to see a bit of a surprise. And again, for Dartmouth right now, they're looking for a bit of redemption against Cornell, so it'd be really nice for them as well if they can manage to pull out a win right here.
Absolutely. This is kind of a vengeance match, as you mentioned, going down previously. So starting things off with these two teams is very exciting for us because we've already got a little bit of a vendetta from last year's event. We'll just have to see how it plays out. And, you know, also which of these players were actually the same from last year. You do have to consider that. Some players may be graduating, some players may be moving on to a different game or to something else in their lives. Who knows? But we do have, I mean, still some great players out here. Again, not really most of these teams that we're seeing today aren't really a big part of like the amateur scene in general. And so, you know, as involved and invested as I am in the collegiate scene, I really don't know much about these players, which is really unfortunate, but also very exciting because that means that we're going to see a lot of new fun stuff. And I mean, most of it's going to be unexpected for everyone here.
Okay, so Jolly, while we're loading the screen here, you know, we talked about the teams, we talked about the players, but as you mentioned, we don't really know the players too much. I have a question for you here. Where do you think First Blood is going to come down?
Oh, that's tough. Oh, that's real tough. Oh man. Normally this is, you know, relatively easy for me. But not knowing any of the players or anything like that, I would probably say the mid lane. I'd you know, and a lot of the focus as of late has been towards the top or bottom, kind of letting mid do their own thing, and then really just roaming in when you have the opportunity as a jungle. But I'm gonna say mid.
Okay. You know what? I'm gonna go bot lane, and same as you. I don't really know these players, but you know what? When I see an Vayne Alistair, that's one of the OG combos here. You play really aggressively with that, or you die because Senna will just outpoke you. So I'm gonna call the bot side as potential First Blood territory here, with the caveat if we don't get a level 1 invade, because I want to see a level 1 invade.
We'll see if that comes through here. So we're hopping into things. My spectator it's not working for me. So are you in the game? Are you seeing everything clearly?
Yes, I am in the game. There is no level 1 invade, so you've got some time, Jolly.
Yeah, I'm control shift escape in this right here.
Yeah, and as the audience can see right now here, it's just a 5-man start across the board. You know, nothing too crazy right now. Junglers looking like they might be starting their blue buff, but Dumpling Sniper for the side of Dartmouth here, going back to base, might opt to change that out here. Nope, just switching out the Oracle lens.
Alrighty, we're gonna get a reconnect here real quick. I got this, no worries. Pretty sure I closed out right as it loaded in, but that's fine.
Jolly getting a level 1 invade by the client.
Yep, classic. Already, I mean, normally I drop a curse right off the bat, but no, they're like, we're just gonna curse your game. We're just gonna curse your client.
Yep. Oh, and we do get a switch up here. Both junglers actually going to be starting at the top side. So for Dumpling Sniper here, it is going to be that red buff start. Arbez on the blue side here. And if anything, I feel like that plays in my prediction of potentially a bot side First Blood, or maybe, you know, they might do a drive-by in the mid lane, Jolly. So still got a chance here. Top side, however, probably going to be a little bit boring. Heimer versus Vlad, both of them kind of a bit passive, wanting to skill up, get some experience.
Yeah, sustaining lane there in the top. And I am in. We are good.
Perfect.
I am in. I can see Warm Bed getting some damage down here. So most of it coming through from this longer range bottom side. That was kind of, you know, my anticipation, though. I mean, I'm assuming that picking a Vayne in this matchup, there's some confidence behind it, you know, because that was a risky pick when I saw that locked in after a TK and a Senna were already locked in there. It makes early game really, really tough, and it makes farming really tough. And as a Vayne, you certainly want to be involved and get as much experience as you possibly can.
Yeah, and so far, at least, Uvex has done a great job in terms of trading the damage. Has actually been able to win out the trades against Warm Bed. The only problem being Senna's got sustain. Vayne does not. So all the poke you're putting down here, all the trades don't really matter. And if you give Warm Bed enough time, they're going to be back up to full health soon enough.
Right. Getting them additional range as well, and really just the pressure in this lane too. This is Heppo, and would you look at that First Blood happening there in the mid lane? Just a straight up knockdown, drag him out between these two members. Noodle Doodle Pro did use both summoner spells there.
Well, you called it right, Jolly, and that was solo. Yeah. No junglers involved there.
Just in a blue moon, so don't expect any more of it.
Hey, I don't know when the last blue moon was. Maybe it's time for another one.
All right, good point.
Okay, yeah, but that's actually pretty big for the Ahri to get that. Ahri already has that favorable matchup here, and now we'll be able to continue just bullying out the level advantage as well. If that Ahri hits 6, definitely I expect to immediately see go onto that Viego here.
see how that happens. Looks like this Vayne has been able to kind of maintain herself a little bit there. And this is a fasting Senna, by the way, just so you guys are aware. This Tom Kedge doing a pretty solid job of trying to pick up these creeps. As I say it, he misses one.
Oh.
And there it is, the headbutt in by Golf Cart. The flash forward, that is going to be an ignite as well. One member down. Golf Cart finds the kill, and K-Free is the next target. Not enough damage to actually secure a kill here, though, as Kane also makes his way down to the bot.
Yeah, without the minion wave here, they can't actually dive this. So Caffrey, decided to stay. This is risky.
It is risky. Kane does recall there, so it was just going in to get the Krugs, steal the Krugs away from that blue side. But I mean, that's 2 kills already going over to the red side, 1 in the mid lane, 1 in the bottom lane. And now the push is moving the other direction. As we can see, the pressure is coming from the red side here.
Yeah, that bot side right now should most likely bounce back, go back to equal state. But I do want to draw attention to the junglers, because while all that was happening, Arbez has just been farming up a storm right here, just clearing both sides of the jungle. Did actually manage to secure Scuttle as well. And now a level lead for this Hecarim. So Cornell certainly not out the picture. And depending on where they throw that first gank here, they could start a whole chain reaction across the board.
Yeah, 40 to 27 is the CS differential here between these two, and that was with a little bit of invading from Kane, so certainly well played there by Arbez, as you mentioned. The Ghost still available for that player, so depending on where they decide they want to go, I mean, there's a lot of opportunity here. Some good vision placed down, we can see as well, the river side there towards Shelly, and that Infernal Drake being the first one, so you can see that this red team wants to find one more push to be able to move in on that objective.
Yeah, but for Dartmouth here, for them to push in a dragon, it's going to be so difficult when their jungler's down 2 levels right here. But bot side, have they found Warm Bit again? Just a good bit of good poke.
Ooh, good bit of poke. That Condemn barely missing the tower. Not that you really would have been able to follow up on that, but still, some good damage coming through, and that's forcing Warm Bed away from this fight, not really able to stack up on these souls and get the range that's necessary here for this fasting Senna.
And Dartmouth just making a lie out of me as well. Dumpling Sniper actually started soloing up that drag. There's no vision. Cornell doesn't know it's being taken. They have the stronger jungler. They have a bot lane which would be able to assist, but they just weren't there. Gave it up for free, and now Arbez. Can you make something work down here?
Oops. Oh my gosh, tabbed out. Tabbed out for me. There we go. Arbez has moved down. The Soul Shackles are going to go through. Out comes the Onslaught of Shadows onto that Hecarim. Golf Cart's going to be the first target here. Warm Bed picks up that one. Dumpling Sniper taking a lot of damage. Forced to flash away here. It will just be the 1 kill for Cornell, but it goes to Warm Bed.
Yeah, that's the person you wanted on there. So great pickup there. They do force the gank. And frankly, Dumpling Sniper is lucky to be able to get out there. Now, their bot side jungle has been half cleared, but actually mid lane, hold up.
Hold up, the unstoppability comes through. Heppo taking a lot of damage here. It's just going to be a swap, and that's thanks to Ignite being burned by both members there.
Wow, these mid laners are just going at it. I mean, Diego, Ari, yeah, they're assassin-style champions. They want to get kills, and they don't hesitate to die for it here. Mid lane's going to be spicy. And again, the junglers didn't assist. Arbez, a little late to the party, doesn't get the assist there, unfortunately, here. And top lane's just been abandoned by both sides.
Golf Cart uses the headbutt there. The stun does come through. Peppery is the target. There's a lot of damage down onto Vayne, though, so Warm Bed will exchange that kill over.
Yeah, so it's an odd situation when you've got Senna, because technically that was an ADC for support-ish, but the problem is Caffrey's the one who wants to be farming that, not Warm Bid, and now Warm Bid has to pick up those minions. I say that as if it's a bad thing to get gold, but yeah, Warm Bid is forced to do it in top side jungle.
In the meantime, Arbez decides to go in on the enemy jungle, steals the red buff away from Dumpling Sniper, is gonna go through the wall here and smite over onto the Krugs to try to get a little bit of health, but it will not be enough. Arbez taking down Dumpling Sniper, the flash over the wall there as well from the Heimerdinger to escape that fight. Heppo is being engaged here as well, by Noodle Doodle Pro, who flashes forward to get the kill. And that has been a lot of aggression coming from the side of Cornell in the last minute and a half.
Now, Arbez topside will run into Golf Cart here, but that's jungle versus support. Golf Cart's in the wrong side.
And that's still a red buff there. Hecarim's just going to disconnect from that, go back down into his own jungle here, or their own jungle here. So the pressure ends.
So much action here, and I want to point out too that mid lane kill onto Heppo by Noodle Doodle Pro, that's an awesome name, was unassisted. Golf Cart roamed up and didn't get the assist. These mid laners just don't want to share.
They really don't.
They're just going at each other here. And now, like I already said, Heppo should have been on the back foot. So the fact that Heppo was able to fight back is already a pretty good sign. But you can't be giving free kills up like that. There was just no real way for them to turn back. And now there is a level discrepancy here. Item discrepancy starting to come through in that mid lane. And that should help Dumpling Sniper a little bit. Because so far, Dumpling's just been picked on by Arbez.
Someone is torturing me here and making bacon upstairs, so I'll be distracted for the next little bit. I apologize. Oh my God,
Bacons and dumplings.
Who is doing this to me? It's just, it smells like bacon in my house. It's gonna be hard to do play-by-play with the smell of bacon and knowing that I'm not going to be participating in the enjoyment of this delicacy, really. And now we've got an engage here. Heppo and Arbez. Golf Cart is going to headbutt out the Onslaught of Shadows onto the backside. Arbez dashes back. Heppo taking that first kill. The Condemn pushes Golf Cart back, but it will be enough for another kill to be picked up there. And a 2 for 0 so far here for Cornell as Dumpling Slinger decides to try to engage on this one. That turned out to be a bad one. Capri uses the ultimate to try to get on the backside. Now it's just Arbez versus Noodle Doodle Pro. And Arbez is very confident on this one. The charm does come through. The Q is going to miss. Capri on the backside trying to get that sling. Does not hit it. And that's a lot of damage, but it will be enough for Arbez to come back around the top side of that Wolf Pit and get the kill. That was a 4 for 0, I believe.
Yes, a 4 for 0. An absolute disaster for Dartmouth there. They were doing so well, but Cornell, they set that play up right. They send the people down first, and they were the ones in position. And even when Dartmouth started to respond to that dive, it was a little bit too late. And Dumpling Sniper, again, is so far behind. They just turned and burned and picked them off one after another. Only Arithmeticalist right now, deathless so far. And their CS not looking too great against Pyfernix.
Right, there's certainly a discrepancy here between these two players. And then also in that jungle, it's another one to look at, 89 to 68. So still Hecarim has maintained the lead on that, has finished out the chem tank as well, and has locked down those boots too. So now we can see Cornell making their way around to this second dragon of the game. They do not want to allow Dartmouth to pick this one up for free. And already Arbez looking to go in on Golf Cart. The headbutt will be the retaliation, but it's not enough to get away from this champ. The charm from Noodle Doodle Pro hits, but the W from Warm Bed locks it down. Not enough damage though, as Golf Cart makes it out okay. Noodle Doodle Pro will beat the target and will end up going down. Warm Bed picking up that kill.
And again, it's just Cornell being proactive here. They're the ones moving in. And Uvex in the bot lane with that Vayne took one look and went, nope, not having any of this. I'm not coming up. Actually started walking up and decided, no, I'm going back to CS. Dumpling Sniper, though, does pick up Herald. So it's not a complete loss. They trade Herald for Dragon. And it's really just the 1-for-0 that's making a difference here in that trade.
Exactly. And that will even out the Dragons. At least the Infernal did go over to Dartmouth. So they're at least feeling confident about that. But we'll see where they decide to engage, or if they get to decide to engage, because so far it has been Cornell in control of all of this, as Arbez is once again down on the bottom side, trying to take these plates. There's still a little over a minute and a half left. Golf Cart is going to hop in. And yes, once again, the Onslaught of Shadow goes onto the backside. The root hits Golf Cart there on the front. Dumpling Sniper trying to make his way in, but a little too late to that fight, and that means this tower will likely go down, and that's a lot of gold here in the pockets of the side of Cornell.
Jolly, you might be smelling bacon, but Cornell is smelling steak here. They just keep going after Golf Cart. Like, that's bullying at this point. Let this bot lane farm. They literally have done nothing to hurt you guys.
They haven't, but you know what? It's an easy target here, and that allows Warm Bed to pick up that final, well, the last plate available before the tower ends up going down. K-Free right there at the end, willing to take a shot. Arbez on the backside, finds out Noodle Doodle Pro, jumps over the wall, so uses the ultimate to get away from this fight. The pop-up onto Heppo, still not going to be enough. So little damage being taken by these two frontliners, and Heppo wants to re-engage on this. A lot of damage onto Golf Cart. There is some vision, though, from Dartmouth in that tri-bush. So they're just going to disconnect from this fight and continue barraging the lanes.
Okay, and that loss I won't call it a dive because it didn't actually go under the turret, but that last attempt there, at least Dartmouth comes out unscathed. They do get some plates in the mid lane. Herald being dropped there by Dumpling, and Dumpling has managed to narrow the CS gap a little bit with Arbez, a little bit of the experience gap. Bot side Golf Cart is playing very aggressively here.
Yep, Golf Cart's trying to go in on this one. Warm Bed looking for an engage. Going to try to deal some damage here in response, and that might be enough. It looks like K-Free is going to get it with the tongue, and that means that these remaining two members of YV3 and Dumpling Sniper just have to back away from this fight. I mean, there's nothing they could do about this bottom lane right now.
Nope, pretty much not at all. Dartmouth kind of have to play around their mid lane because, oh, actually bot side. YB3, no, not like this.
Gets picked up there. Warman has to flash away and stays alive. That's another kill for the top Kench here. Warmbed barely staying alive there thanks to flash and heal.
I guess that's why you picked the Vayne. YB3 still not quite out yet. 1-4-1 and still able to almost find Warmbed. That is signs of hope here. But speaking of hope, top side, are they finally looking to
deep? A little too deep. The Vladimir's trying to come around, but so is Little Doodle God. The Onslaught of Shadows having to be used as an escape mechanism.
Well timed though, holding that, waiting for the Umbro Trespass to expire first before running away. They don't lose much here. And yeah, so once again for Dartmouth, I'm looking at them to play around Noodle Doodle Pro because that is the one lane that has been doing pretty decently for the most part. They did get first start in the mid lane as well while that was happening topside. So if there is one person to make a comeback, it's going to be that Ari. You pair that with the Kayn. You've got a good diving, a good dive buddy here. And Viego, that's squishy. Ekrim, still burnable. Senna, very, very squishy.
I mean, looking at the top two, we still have 0-0-0 across the board. Granted, this Vladimir has just been dominating in creep. It's 139-96 currently. And then just really quickly to touch on Senna, she's at 68 souls at the moment, so that's an extra 50 plus damage, I think. Yeah, 51 damage, an extra 75 range, and 30% critical strike chance right there is what she's got. So that fasting Senna certainly gaining those souls and the ability to continue to engage at long range ferociously.
Yeah, and 75 range. Her base range is already 600. It's already one of the longer ranges in the game. So right now, that means Warm Bid can free fire, and nobody can reach Warm Bid safely except for maybe Arithmeticalist. But we already said the top laners, they're not playing League of Legends right now. They're playing Farming Simulator. So until they actually load up League of Legends to get into the same game, nobody's touching Warm Bid.
We got some pings coming out here on the bottom side, though, as Tom Kench decides to ult in. Warmbed, though, finds another kill there on the backside. A nice little pinch away of that Vayne from the rest of the team.
Yeah, and it's a little early for the Dragon. It's coming up in 30 seconds, so YB3 will be able to get there. But frankly, at this point, I don't think Dartmouth wins any equal numbers fight. They need to get a pick here. And now, are they looking for Noodle Doodle Pro? Do they know that they're there?
Yeah, there was a ping. Oh, no, there was a ping. The charm's going to come through. So Noodle Doodle Pro barely dodging the last embrace from that Senna. Has the ability to dash away from that. I thought there was a ping there, so I thought Arbez was aware, but I don't think they knew exactly where she was in that fight. Now that Dragon is up, will be an Ocean.
Yeah, and Jolly, I noticed we didn't talk about that top lane dive, that top lane death. And to be fair, it happened in about 1 second. I didn't catch what happened. I just saw Vladimir hitting under the turret, and next thing I know, Arithmeticalist was back in base, fast recall.
Right at that gray screen.
Yeah, that was.
If he does get the tail end of the charm here, Warmbed trying to do what he can. The ultimate coming out as well. Golf Cart now taking a lot of damage. Our FNix does use the teleport there and gets in with a lot of damage. The Hebo Plague hits the backside. We'll see if it's enough. The Dragon does go down in the meantime, though, while that pressure was held in the mid lane. 15-5 is the kill spread right now, though, getting ever closer to a 10k gold differential between these teams at 17-18 minutes.
Yeah, and the top laners finally loaded up League of Legends. They've joined the fight, but as soon as they showed up, the teams were like, nope, something's wrong. Top laners are here. We don't give them any assists or kills. Go away. And they just disengage. No assists. Once again, for both of them, teleports burnt. But you know what? For Cornell, that's mission accomplished. They got a kill. They got a dragon, and they can continue pressuring here. It is going to be that Ocean Soul map, so things are looking dicey for Dartmouth. As the game goes on, that scaling from your Vayne is probably not going to be able to overcome the Vladimir or the Ocean Soul here.
Certainly not when there's a Hecarim who is engaging as heavily, and also now Pyfernix on that Vladimir. We saw how heavily he was able to engage on that fight, so it's going to make everything even harder here for, what are we saying, YVEX? Vex?
Vex? I don't know. Whatever you prefer, Jolly.
Yeah. I'll probably go with the Vex. I don't know. We'll you know, I'll probably get schooled by some of these players afterwards. But you know what?
Just
It's your
message us
fault.
if it's wrong.
Your fault for having a confusing name. Okay, I don't blame me. I blame you.
Yeah, this one you can't blame on your parents. You chose this name.
Yeah, exactly. Look at the vision though that has been laid down by this red side. The defensive vision that they have placed on the bottom side of the map is absolutely insane. Now we can see potentially Pyfernix getting jumped on here by 3 members. It will be the engage by these 2 on the backside. The pop up there to follow it through the charm. So much crowd control onto Pyfernix. Nothing you can do about that. In the meantime, Heppo is trying to take on Vex, and it is a successful fight. Not much you can do against Viego as an ADC there in general.
Yeah, and Vex definitely tried. For a second there, I thought maybe they could turn the tides, but not really. And this is the difference between the teams. This, I feel like, illustrates it better than anything else. Dartmouth had to send 3 people to kill Pyfernix. Whereas if Vex, 1 person, 1 to 3. That is how far ahead they are right now. Now, Arithmeticalist trying to flash away. Just a support.
Just a support, but oh my gosh, the support has been doing so much. Currently sitting at 2-1-8 as well. Heppo now coming to follow this one up. The Ignite was dropped on Arithmeticulous, and Heppo is going to find another kill. So, hey, you see just the support, you should still be scared.
True, and honestly, this is a soul that I feel like Heppo might not even want to bother taking. Yeah, because Arithmeticalist is kind of far behind right now, and Heppo is really far ahead. There's nobody really worth stealing Golf Cart.
Golf Cart in a dangerous position. Shelly ends up going down, but that's a mid lane tower. And on the backside, we can see Arbez trying to get involved here. The charm goes out from Noodle Doodle Pro and doesn't hit. And there we go, the engage here from Arbez, as well as the ultimate. The onslaught of Shadows gonna come out. Noodle Doodle Pro on the backside being chased down. In the meantime, Heppo finds 1 on the front there in Golf Cart. Dumpling Sniper potentially here. The next target, Arbez gets the dash back, and that's a lot of damage. No surprise, that terrifying support picks up yet another kill. I mean, this is a 3-1-10 Tom Kench right now.
True. And he even has CS as well. So, to be fair, this is not your usual support Tom Kench here. This is the one that's paired with Senna, has kills now. And for the side of Cornell, they can continue shoving, or they can just go for Baron if they want. No, they want more kills.
Want more kills? They don't really need the Baron at this point. Heppo is going to find that kill. The ultimate does come out there from the Heimerdinger in the form of that giant turret, but was not enough to even get a single kill. Heppo does take a lot of damage here. He's going to find some healing among the Wolves because the remaining 3 members of Cornell are distracting the rest of the team. Golf Cart looking for something here. Tries to take down Heppo. You got to know that's not a fight that you're going to win, and that means that Cornell gets even more aggression here on the mid side. The Evo play coming out on the back there onto Noodle Doodle Pro, who will go down once that triggers. Another turret in the mid lane down. Vayne is the only member left alive of Dartmouth, and this could spell the end of the game for them if they can't recover here.
Yeah, well, the base is broken open, and even if the game doesn't end on this push, it's going to be so difficult for Dartmouth to come back. It would rely on Cornell making some fatal mistakes here. But mistake 1 could be overextending here. Inhibitors down. There's no need to keep on pushing. They need to wait for Heppo to bring up more pressure here.
And at this point now, you can turn for that Baron if you want, because we know that even if it is just a forced fight, unless Dartmouth waits until the last moment, tries to flash over and steal that Baron, even if the fight breaks out, Cornell should feel very positive about how it will end up going and still be able to get that objective afterwards. Heppo, though, is going to take this bottom tower and will go down. Ari picking up the kill on the backside. Pyfernix and Capri decide to come in. They both get rooted down, though, and they're now engaged on by all members here of Dartmouth. Pyfernix gonna flash over the wall after taking down a Golf Cart. Capri did go down in the meantime, and this should be a safe enough Vladimir. And another dragon that puts them at soul point for Cornell.
Ooh, that's 1,000 gold in straight bounty going over the way of Dartmouth here. So we said, there needs to be a couple of fatal mistakes from Cornell for Dartmouth to have a chance. Well, that was half of a fatal mistake. So, there's still a chance. Maybe they mess up Baron a little bit. Baron does hurt a lot, or maybe, they mess up the next dragon. But for now, Dartmouth have some breathing room. That mid lane inhib being down means supers will be pushing in. They can farm that up. What they do need to do, though, is make sure they maintain vision on that Baron, because if they lose that Baron, it will be game over.
Yeah, that's going to be way easy enough. The base is already broken into. We've already got one inhibitor down there. And now all of the inhibitor towers are exposed for the top and the bottom side, or at least the remaining inhibitor towers there. So at this point, it's just kind of cleaning things up, setting down vision. It is going to be a Baron play here, and there is no vision from Dartmouth onto this one. A teleport coming through from the Heimerdinger up to the top side, but it's too little too late for anyone to do anything about that. And Ridiculous just wasted an ultimate, ends up getting jumped on here by Arbez. Warmbed will pick up that kill, say, I will take that one from very far away. And now the rest of the team is going to go in. The charm does hit onto Arbez, who has to use the Onslaught of Shadows over the backside, but it brings Dumpling Sniper along with him. And these four members of Cornell are continuing to look for the fight. The charm once again hits, so Arbez will go down. The flash over the wall by Heppo. Vex goes down to K-Free, of course, Doodle Doodle Pro. Now the last member in this fight here is Alistar is on the top side, not quite participating. But this should be it. You've got Baron minions pushing from the mid, also now from the top side as that top inhibitor tower is going down. They're going to engage right under the base though. Heppo taking down Golf Cart. K-Free's like, sure, I'll take that stun under your tower. I can absorb as much damage as you guys need me to, while my damage does everything it needs to the team. That's one Nexus tower down. The charm the base, but gets taken away by K-Free. Munched up, no Heppo kill for you just yet here, kids.
They're just playing their food. They could have just pushed the other tower down. They're looking for kills, and they might find some more here. Golf and then
instantly, Warmed gets taken down. Heppo gets on the backside, takes a few tower shots, but is still able to take down Vex. Fernix finds the one there, and this is just a slaughter fest now. Like you said, Brandon, playing with their food, absolutely. They can totally just get this tower. Pyfernix, it looks like, is the only objective playing member here on the team. Golf Cart will be the next target. Just has to go back to base, regen up a little bit, because none of these members can really engage on that. But the Baron minions are going to be enough to end this game in favor of Cornell after 26 minutes.
Wow, Joey, that did not feel like 26 minutes. It was a fairly fast-paced game. Total of 41 kills that game, 31-10, and Cornell just running away with that one there.
Running away with it. I think, what was that at the end? I mean, you had like close to a 15K gold differential. So that's massive. And 26 minutes. That's part of my notes here. So about 26 minutes in that game. But I mean, I think I mentioned around 18 minutes. It was like an 8.5K gold lead. So that alone is massive. And I mean, it was a good game. It was well played. They pushed it out as long as they possibly could. Dartmouth being they here in this instance. But Cornell really just had control, and a big part of it was the Hecarim with those fierce engages, consistently just diving into the enemy jungle, not being worried about the rest of the team, because they also had the rest of their team to follow up on these engages.
Yeah, and you can tell that Cornell came in with a game plan. Arbez was just going to bounce between mid and bot here, got them rolling, and those lanes knew how to take advantage. But I want to draw attention to the Vladimir. Pyfernix here was probably the most objective focus player on the Rift, not just at the end there when everybody else was farming kills, but throughout the entire game was just pushing that top lane. And then when they finally arrived to the fights, they were absolutely massive. 4-1-1 doesn't reflect what Pyfernix was able to do, just because everybody was usually dead before he got there. But that aside, I mean, the damage he popped out was just disgusting.
It really was. Heppo did an exceptional job as well, getting later into the game. Did lose that first blood out to Noodle Doodle Pro, but it's okay because the game overall certainly went in favor of Cornell. And again, while we've got a little break, I just want to shout some names out. Thank you guys for your donations. Still the biggest one, obviously, from that $2,000 anonymous donation in the Belief in Colombia. Anonymous donating $20. Cornell is an Ivy. Yes, that is true. Thank you, Mango Soccer, for the 20. Kaleo per Pemeraki, $5 here for Colombia. somebody from, I'm assuming, I don't see the full name. Columbia is just something here. Myra, thank you for the 20. Elizabeth, the 5. Christopher, the 10. Andang for the 5. And then David as well. Thank you guys so much for just the little bits. I know they told me they're like, we'll call out, we'll call out the big donations, but I'm like, you know what? I think everybody needs a little bit of a call out if they're going to be offering something up to a great cause like this. I do believe we are going to be taking a quick break before we are hopping into the next game here. Got to get everything prepped and run that pro draft real quick. So don't go anywhere, guys. We will be right back here with this 12-hour stream. Thank you again, Planet9, Predator, Acer, and Gen.G for helping sponsor this. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello, everyone. Thank you guys so much for sticking around. Right off the bat, I have to immediately say thank you to Edgy Name, who donated $100 right as we cut away there. So thank you so much. Excellent choice there. I am Jolly. I am joined here by a random minion caster. He has been my my partner in crime, at least so far, for that game number 1. How are you feeling after game 1, Random?
I'm feeling braced and refreshed for game 2 here, which I believe is between Yale and Brown. And I've been told by the organizers, of course, no bias here, that Yale would be the top seed coming into this one here.
The organizers telling you what I didn't get this. I didn't get this info, but that's okay. I'm all right with that. Just so you guys know as well, you guys can type in !Acer. You can actually see it right there. It was just done by a Benthonic. So that allows you to sign up for Planet9 and win some of that gear that we were talking about, and also getting you 10% off on a Predator notebook. You can also do !Bracket, or if you want that donation link, !Donate should be up and available now. So keep an eye on that, and definitely head over to Planet9 and sign up, for the potential to win some of the really cool gear that we've got going away today. I mean, there's mice, there's monitors, there's a laptop, as well as a lot of cool merchandise from these companies themselves. So thanks to Planet9, Predator, Acer, and Gen.G for helping us set all of that up and sponsoring this right now. Okay, donate. It looks like donate. It'll be up soon. Sorry, guys. That's not up right there. It has been linked in the chat once or twice. It's also in the stream link right there. So feel free to check out Tiltify. Otherwise, we got some more games coming up here. Yale and Brown to start things out.
Yep, and the draft is already up here. The Hecarim ban immediately coming out once again here. Actually, no, last game it wasn't bad. It was first picked here, so I guess the teams are learning a little bit. And the Anivia coming out from Brown right away. That's targeted at Epsilon. And as an Anivia main myself, I have mixed feelings about seeing Anivia. At least we see her in a game, but unfortunately, it's on the ban list.
As a first ban, that is definitely something that you only see against a one trick or a main Anivia. At least Lilia is going to be banned out there. So clearly a lot of focus from Yale on banning out strong jungle early on.
Mm-hmm. And if you're targeting a jungle here, then I expect to see, like an Udyr ban come out, because we're talking about what's at the top of the jungle. It's Hecarim, Lilia, and Udyr. Or maybe you target those new junglers. Like we keep talking about Morgana, Darius, maybe we look at that, or maybe we get to see that here.
Maybe we will. The Samira will be banned away, though, by Brown. Clearly some more particular bans here. Really strong champions in the right hands can do a lot of damage. So trying to prevent that, Darius will be the final ban here. I love seeing bans like this. I mean, when was the last time I saw a Darius ban? I mean, he's always a strong top laner, but it has been a little while. Seems like a targeted ban.
Yeah, and that one I think is serving double duty. I mean, Darius is in the jungle, but yes, Savage River, Brown's top laner, does play a lot of Darius here, so they obviously want to put him something less comfortable. I mean, Yorik's still on the table, did get nerfed a little bit here, but still very strong top laner, which can serve the same purpose as Darius. And the final ban coming out was that Kiana. So a lot of attention being paid to this mid lane here from the side of Brown. Seraphine first pick, okay.
I like that. You know what? I like that. I'm a big fan. I'm a big Seraphine player. I should probably pull up. It would certainly help if I actually pulled up the pro draft for this one.
Jolly's been just casting this without even looking. She just hears.
Right. I'm just like checking the Twitch here. Where I don't know why I don't have the pro draft link. You need to share this with me.
Okay.
We'll
get this out to you. No
worries.
I
got it. All right.
Yeah, but for now, Echo being the first pick for Yo, it wasn't the Seraphine. They told us at the last second there. Yeah, they heard you, Jolly, and they knew. They did not want to give you that satisfaction.
Yeah, they're like, Jolly likes it. Take it away. Classic. This is why I just can't open my mouth, but I'm paid to do it, so I have to. So everyone just gets to watch. Everyone just gets to watch me die inside over and over again.
There's a whole subreddit dedicated to people dying inside, so I'm sure you can make top side of that.
Oh yeah, well, I just love to watch people die inside. Trust me, I'm a member of that. It helps me feel better at the end of the day.
Well, for Brown here, the Udyr, of course, being their first pick with the jungle pool being pinched. I mean, we already talked about the fact that strong jungle is being taken out, so Udyr makes sense. And they pair it with an Ashe here. Now, that's an ADC I haven't seen in a while.
No.
Wait, what?
Yale, no. Yale, why? Why, Yale? Why? Since now, and this is a flex pick as well. And I'm saying the Teemo, obviously that's who I'm talking about. This is a flex pick. You can kind of run Teemo wherever you want because nobody has a meta for Teemo because there isn't one because he's Teemo and there shouldn't be one.
I feel like the only places that Teemo should be flexed is gray in the fountain or in the trash can. But that's personal opinion here. And you know what? Teemo, I mean, there's a reason, there's a reason why everybody hates Teemo. So obviously Teemo is playable. It's just not great in meta and it's super obnoxious, but it is there. It could even be that support Teemo to match maybe against that Ashe, but Varus being picked up. Lethality Varus has really started coming back a little bit in the bot lane here. And the poke is absolutely annoying. But when I see that Udyr, when I see that Ornn, I'm starting to think maybe that's not a Lethality Varus because Lethality Varus does not cut through tanks very well.
No, not through tanks very well. Lethality is definitely best picked when you got some squishier members. And yeah, the first 3 picks, you've got one squishy member there. Kassadin and Cassiopeia. So the 2 Casses are banned out of here. Nobody's going to be confused by me calling somebody Cass and wondering which one I am talking about because neither will be in this game.
Yep, Cass on the ban is Shake. Okay, that's targeted ban. And I think it's their support player, Kuga Terunori. I don't know if they play support Shaco, but there was a rash of it in solo queue, a week or 2 ago. And
they picked Teemo. You never know. Okay?
That's true.
That's a safe move. All right. That is a smart move, Brown. I'm already, you know what? I'm leaning towards Brown. I hate to be biased. I hate to do this, but a Teemo pick. It makes me wonder. But you know, according to you, Random, you know, you were told on the back end that Yale is the favorite pick here. So Seraphine, I love them even more. This team knows how to find my heart and tug its strings. Brown, you better be bringing this home.
Brown might not be favored by Yale, but they're definitely favored by Jolly right now. And honestly speaking, the composition coming out of Brown actually so far has been really solid, really meta, right? Like you've got the Udyr, the Ornn, your tanks, your frontline, Ashe and Seraphine. They work well together here. You've got a lot of team fight potential. Whereas Yale just seems to be just all in on these sort of squishy carry picks, these solo queue-esque style champions here. And oh my goodness, they aren't even picking a tank support.
No, it is going to be, I mean, Teemo, honestly, you know, I want to say Echo Jungle, but I feel like it's going to be a Teemo because so many people run that because they think it's fun. But I mean, not only do you have a lot of like the good tank from Ornn and Udyr on Brown, but Ornn and Udyr both deal an absurd amount of damage. So it's tank, but it's also really good aggressor tank and engage tank. You know, you've got the ultimate there from the Ornn. Call the Forge God, and then Udyr just kind of running around absolutely everywhere. And no way Tristana is going to be picked up here. So that obviously has been a flex. Tristana is so dang powerful right now. As an ADC main, I can tell you I ban her out every time because I just don't want to deal with her, and I don't think she's very fun to play. But I mean, you know, you've got a Sona and a Varus likely there on the bottom side. You know, and either Echo or Teemo there in the mid.
Yeah, I'm going to guess actually that Teemo might be top here because looking at just who plays what, apparently Mango Stalker, the top laner for Yale, plays a lot of Teemo. So unless they're not only trolling us, but their top laner, that Teemo should probably go into the hands of Mango Stalker here. And that would probably mean Irelia mid, Echo Jungle?
Yeah, I just can't write down any of these things. I mean, it comes back to bite me. I mean, I feel like I can write down the majority of Brown here. I can imagine that this Tristana is probably going to want to go mid. But you know, they can kind of swap things around as well. Ashe and Seraphine is a great combination, certainly a better one, I would say, than Seraphine and Tristana. So I'm going to hope that is the case here for Brown. So I have the whole team written down, and then two champions written down for Yale because I mean, this can go any which way. And that's also another sign too. A lot of the times, if you've got a team who is just like, we're going to do comfort picks, and you're like, well, I really like the other team's composition, that's not necessarily a good thing for that team's composition that you appreciate, because that also means that they are very confident picks coming from the opposite side. And again, this is, you know, without having really seen much of these two teams in particular here. But man, I just don't. I'm just, you know, Yale. We got a little bit of a problem here. Just the fact that Teemo was locked in, and it's probably not going to be the only Teemo that we see here today. Unfortunately, Random.
Honestly, yeah, there are a couple of people who do play Teemo. Unfortunately, I'm hoping maybe it makes the ban list, but just to throw you into further confusion, Jolly, I want to point out that exists a possibility here. Ash support Tristana ADC or
Oh,
Brown. Like, I'm not
and
saying that's what's
Seraphine
gonna
mid
happen.
lane.
Yeah, but
Ooh,
it's a possibility. And frankly,
yeah.
honestly, I actually think I might like that into the Varus so that you can match the poke. You can kind of go after Sona. And then you've got the Goomba Stomp potential to just pop up and kill somebody as well. And more importantly, you avoid Irelia and Teemo because I feel like those are bad matchups for
Yeah,
Tristana here.
it is a tough matchup there if Tristana is in fact deciding to go in the mid. Seraphine, absolutely worth running in the mid lane, though I will say, I sincerely I feel like just the combination between Seraphine and an ADC in general, it's so much damage, it's so much pressure on the lane. I see that and I might like it. I kind of hope that Seraphine ends up going down into that bottom lane.
Probably will.
Fingers crossed, at least in that aspect, because Seraphine is just such a strong support right now.
Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Tristana lock.
Yep. Okay, so Tristana is locked there for the mid lane. Everybody's picking their respective lanes, meaning that should likely be a Teemo top, Echo jungle, Aurelia mid.
Again, I do believe we received a large dono here, Jolly. Do you want to go ahead and check that?
Yeah, I'll refresh my page here and see after Edgy Name's previous donation, we got a couple more. Oh my goodness, we got several. So thank you for Bad Boy Mid Lane, $5. My son is playing for Columbia. He's amazing at League, also handsome and super funny. Is he single? Is the Anonymous for $5. Go Penn State. Anonymous $10. Yali $10. Caleb Kim, $20. Anonymous, $500. Man, you guys are absolutely killing me with these big anonymous donations. Hensoku, $20. And Hardstuck, $20. Columbia for the win. So a lot of nice call outs. One of them was for Yale, by the way. Caleb Kim called out Yale here. So we did get a little Yale shout out. But thank you guys so much again for your donations. Don't forget to go to the Planet9 page and sign up to potentially win some of these awesome things. We got the masks, clothing. I mean, a gaming mouse is what we've hit. And that clothing giveaway number 3 has also been achieved. And as I say it, I watch the bar go up. You guys are insane and amazing. Oh my God. Fumetsu Hito just donated the most we have seen, $2,569.69 for a good cause. Also, if I win a giveaway, he says, as the league client tries to say, also, if I win a giveaway, please give it to someone else. Who is this god with, just the biggest heart ever. Donate. That is such a massive amount. Thank you so much to donate that to a good cause here. Everything is going to Direct Relief, by the way, humanitarian aid organization. It's active in all 50 states right now and 80 countries. So that mission is to just improve the health and lives of people affected by poverty emergencies. Specifically, we're trying to focus here on COVID relief. But again, yeah, it will all be going directly to Direct Relief. Thank you so much for Metsuhito. That is, absolutely amazing. And yeah, 69.69, nice. Said.
Yeah, that's crazy. We haven't even gotten to game yet, and we already got a dub on the board. That's amazing. Great pickup here. And as we go into the game, we should probably talk a little bit about the composition, Jolly, because I think we're so shocked at the picks that we kind of forgot about the rest of the game a little bit. And let's start with Brown, because I think we touched a little bit on their composition. It's pretty solid. You've got a front to back fight, very standard with tanky front line, double ADCs in the back to just pump out the damage, and Seraphine with the heals with the CC lock as well. I love their composition. I look over at Yale, and even if I ignore the pain that is Teemo here, I'm still not a huge fan of this composition. It's a threat overload here. You're really, really squishy. Your tankiest member is Irelia, unless we get that tank Teemo, which you kind of alluded to there, which is a possibility. But that aside, Irelia's your tankiest member. You've got a lot of squishies, and that tells me you're just looking to stomp off your mechanical skill here, and you have to. If you don't win your lane, you're probably not going to win the game.
Right. And at that point, like I said, that means generally that this team is really confident in their picks. You're fine. My roommate's like, can I go? Can I go? You're good. You're good. It is confiding in the sense that Yale, clearly confident in this one, favored to win. I'm using air quotes here. So I didn't get that information, but apparently you did. Favored to win. But you're right. Just looking at the picks overall, I mean, if these guys know that they can outplay no matter what, there are champions that I know I can pick up in a losing lane. and still do very well. And if, I know how to basically play it safe, but these kinds of picks don't really seem like that. It's just, comfort picks and strong picks. So I'll be pretty impressed if they are able to maneuver with this composition around all, of the heavy hitters that you got on the side of Brown there. But again, they've got the Seraphine and they banned out the Shaco and didn't pick Teemo. So, I got to lean towards Brown on this one. Not gonna. I'm supposed to be unbiased, but when you hit me that hard, Gail, okay, I'm gonna turn around. Okay.
Hey, it's fair. Like I said, they did pick that Teemo, and if you're already favored by the that said, yeah, we are going to be loading to game, and I want to ask you once again here, Jolly. Same question as last game. You got it right. It was mid lane first blood. This game,
I was gonna call Ari too. I was gonna call it on the Ari too.
Should have.
Honestly, I'd say bottom lane for this one. Yeah, I'd say probably bottom lane for this one. I'll lock that one in. I'm a little less confident than, even though it took me longer to figure out that previous match. I still got it. I think bottom lane's got a lot more aggression than what we were seeing in that last game. So I've got a good feeling that, and I don't want to say it's probably going to go over to. If I had to call somebody, I'd probably say that Varus will be able to pick something up, but I want it to be Seraphine. So I'm rooting for Dr. Catmom to find that first blood here.
That is an awesome name. Just for that name, I'm tempted. You know what? I'm gonna say that I hope Seraphine picks up first blood, but my head tells me it's probably gonna be mid lane between the Irelia and Tristana, because Tristana is super aggro early. But my heart's telling me that I want to see the Teemo die. So I'm gonna lock in the top lane, even though I know it's not gonna happen. I just want to see Teemo dead.
Slime Blue Blob. Thank you guys for making my life as difficult as possible. With all of your 5-syllable names.
It's like a tongue twister too. Blue Blob.
Yeah.
The sound, I guess, that the slime makes.
Slime Blue Blob. Slime Blue Blob. Slime. You're calling your slime. I'm just calling you slime. We've already got a shout out for Slime too in the Twitch chat here. Hopefully this pause is not anyone having any technical issues. That's always the worst thing when you're running a tournament, is knowing that a player cannot hit what they need to. It looks like we might have it ready though. Oh, yep. Someone just need a sandwich. Stop talking about food, guys. All right.
Dumplings in game 1. You had bacon in cooking in the background. Now we've got
what kind of
sandwiches coming through.
Tomato mozzarella. Oh my god. Oh, these guys, they're killing me. They are killing me. I'm very hungry, obviously. Okay. We want to see Teemo go down first, but you're calling that Gmail will find that first kill.
All right. I don't know if it was Gmail finding the first kill or first death, but I think it'll be mid lane, because Irelia and Tristana both have really strong, level 2, level 3 power spikes.
Tristana before.
Yeah. Hey, sure. I'll stick with the concept. We'll lock that in. Tristana. Okay.
I was gonna say, look at the map. Right when I looked down, it was literally 5 members standing directly across from each other on the river there. Then you had the recall, the exact same time of a recall between Void Owl and Slime Blue Blob. I'm just the in-game chat is great, actually. Turkey
talking about the sandwich.
Yeah, still homemade mayo hits different. All right, see, this is the stuff that I don't get when I don't cast it from spectator mode inside the game. Normally I miss out on this kind of thing. So in other words, I'm going to have a sandwich after I am done with casting these games. Sandwich and probably some bacon and dumplings and whatever else you guys decide to talk about or throw out into my mind. Nice leash there.
I was just gonna say, Twitch chat, that's your cue right there to start spamming.
I'm gonna start watching Twitch chat, salivating, not paying attention to the game. All right, if you want to solo cast this, feel free to tell them to do whatever.
We're just giving Twitch chat ideas now. Now, if you support a team and your team's doing badly, just spam food in Twitch chat and you distract both the casters right away. But people who are distracted are the gamers here in the game. The players, both junglers did start bot side, as you mentioned. Great leashes coming through. And that does signal that this bot side probably not going to see jungle attention for the first 5 minutes. Mid lane already trading here.
A lot of damage, Gmail. Gonna have to rocket jump out of that one. Yeah, nice little back and forths here. They are going to stay in that mid lane, though. A little too early to recall. Give a little too much pressure to that Aurelia. That's the last thing that you want to do early on. Give her the early pressure and the early CS lead. So Gmail's going to hold strong here in this mid lane, but no pots available, whereas Aurelia does have one. Look at that damage, though, coming from Sarah. It's absurd. It is absolutely insane the amount of damage that you get from this player. And a nice little lockdown there from Epsilon. It looks like your dream might come true, and there it is, mid lane. Not going over to Gmail, though the Ignite is still on the Aurelia. She should be fine, though. She did manage to pop her pot in response.
Yeah, 1 out of 2 ain't bad there. At least I called the right lane, if not the right player here. And I'm still holding out hope for that Teemo death because the junglers are now hovering on that top side here. Udyr is so fast, but look at Void Owl just pathing smartly here. You know you're slower, so you wait for that scuttle. You don't full clear here, and you manage to pick that up despite being the slower jungler.
And Random, I think, too, you called out that the only time it would be acceptable, because you said that there are some players that play Teemo here, that we might see Teemo today, and you did mention the only way to make it acceptable is if it's BMO, and unfortunately for you, it is not BMO there, but Mango Stalker did find the level advantage and does have the early push here. No big surprise, though, due to the matchup.
And actually, the junglers did not opt to go topside because of that scuttle take here. Slime just didn't feel comfortable, saw that the vision was set up, and Mango Stalker with that ward and with that scuttle able to avoid any ganks, and that's going to put Savage River in a bad spot because you're Ornn, you're short range, and you're just not going to have a fun time with all that poison just being poured down your throat.
Right. That's what it is when you can't really get close to this guy and you just keep getting blinded and poisoned by him. That's exactly how it feels. There's not a lot you can do in this lane as the Ornn early on. You got to get a little bit tanky, and then you'll be able to actually have some of these traits and not just have it be Teemo kind of poking you out of lane.
Yeah, I think by the end of this game, Jolly, we will have ourselves another anti-Teemo friend here.
Yes. Savage River, if not already on that train, will certainly board soon.
Yeah, that CS discrepancy is adding up. And the problem for the Ornn as well is that at no point in the game are you really going to feel comfortable running into that Teemo, especially if it is that Leandri's Anguish Teemo that we often see here, the health burn constantly. And lots of action bottom mid, actually.
Epsilon gets the exhaust thrown down, but Slime is on the way. Epsilon does not have flash up unavailable. The stun will be there, but Gmail was not able to get in close enough to deal any damage there, so that just means that Epsilon is down both summoner spells and now at half health. Savage River on the other side is gonna get taken down. Mango Stalker able to get enough poison here. And now having that level 6 advantage as well allows additional poison damage to be stacked on top for Savage River.
Well, at this point, Jolly, I think we should just never look top lane anymore because there's nothing but pain for Savage River. You can't gank the Teemo post 6. You just set up your mushroom farm and then, you know, you farm mushrooms, you farm minions, and you farm champions, specifically Savage River. So top side's going to be an absolute monster. Mid and bot, though, still are opportunities for Brown here. We're talking about the poke that Seraphine and Ashe can put down. They can continue to do that. We've seen those volleys come out. They are a bit on the short side of the stick in terms of the poke, but hopefully if the sustain, they should be fine. And at 6, that chain, that encore with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow is perfect setup for anybody who wants to gank that bot side.
So much crowd control and such a huge range on that, whether you're talking the global from the Crystal Arrow, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, or you're even just talking about the encore there from the Seraphine. It's such a massive range and a long charm. So will certainly allow for a lot of opportunity on this bottom side. They have been taking a lot of pressure and only behind a little bit on creep score right now. So certainly a slower lane than I was kind of anticipating here as Blob tries to come in but finds that vision ward in place.
Yeah, and Slime did their job. As soon as they showed up there, you force off Galaxy and Kuga Terunori, and that just gives the space for Sebastop and Dr. Catmom to farm this up. They do, however, need to watch timing. I love that they actually froze the wave. You know.
The ultimate came out, but no, the ultimate and the flash, or not the flash, sorry, just the ultimate there from Epsilon. And it was, I mean, a sliver of health available for Gmail, who ended up retaliating. Oh, no!
We tried!
No, retaliating with, so that was the flash and Ignite used there from Gmail, but that was also the flash coming from Void Owl, who got nothing for it, but took a lot of damage from the tower.
Yeah, flash over. Chrono broke to get back, so that's out and flash down as well for Void Owl. Not a happy owl right now. The ganks are going to be a lot more difficult for the next 2 minutes, and I want to see Slime take advantage of this. Your mid lane has been struggling, and that's what's happening when you run a Tristana into an Irelia here, but has survived. So now you need to take that pressure that they've absorbed and translate it to the bot lane, because that's your only gankable lane.
And it looks like he's working to do that, stealing away the red buff there from blue side. Knowing that Void Owl was not in a position, having just used the ultimate and the flash, knowing that they were recalling likely. So Vision Ward placed there in that bush. That's not really going to change a whole lot right now. The control is on the blue side here in the river. So if Slime did try to engage, there is vision on both sides here for Yale.
And for Yale right now, they do have to be careful. A bit of a bait being set up, but if they can push out Gmail, and go for drag.
The ping's coming in now from Void Owl, who's going to try to make a move here on this mid lane. And there it is. Gmail gets smited down, and the ultimate in response to send 2 members away will be enough. Gmail utilizing that kit very well.
Yeah, but that is the Buster Shot gone, and that is going to be Gmail having to go back to base. This opens up the dragon right here, and even if they don't take it this time, they can just repeat that over and over again. Epsilon doesn't have to burn anything to push Gmail out, and it's just basically a free kill anytime they can gank that with Buster Shot down or with Flash down.
And now that's, the ultimate's going to come out here from the Sona. Down in response. There's no level 6 here for Brown, so that was an easy pickup there. Ash going down.
Oof, the level advantage, the snipe as well from Galaxy X, really strong. And we're talking about the mid lane advantage. Now bot lane too, they are winning. Brown are just losing every single lane, and I'm concerned for them because yes, they have a composition that will do better in the mid game. Yes, it was expected that Yale was going to stomp, but if you fall too far behind here in terms of items, in terms of levels, by the time your composition comes online, the wallets that Yale is going to be swinging will just outstrip the strength of any composition here.
And they've already got that wallet chained up and hooked to their hip. They're ready to start swinging that thing around. Granted, it is only a little bit less than a 3K gold lead currently in favor of Yale. And, still the opportunity for a lot of health to be gained by some of these take your members. I would like to see Slime with some real interference in any of these lanes.
Yeah, and to be fair to Slime, they've tried. It just hasn't been very successful. They've looked at the mid lane, but I recall the not the last time, but the time before when they went in after Gmail got pushed out, and Gmail was just like, hold me back, and just skirting the side of the fights. Could not actually get in there because Epsilon just needs to look at them funny, and they did. Bot side, they've not really looked too much, and now, Gmail.
No lockdown on the stun. Gmail is going to be engaged.
Encore.
The Encore is going to be hit. Or going to hit 2 members here. My goodness.
Flash and kill them. Flash and kill them.
Game number 2 here. There's no flash. It's going to be used at the very end. Used at the very end and then turn on there. Thanks to Void Owl using the ultimate. A very late flash. A very, very. I mean, if you want to go in for that flash, you got to do it before it's underneath the enemy's tower.
Not like that. Yeah, exactly, Joey. As you said. Any time before that, if Dr. Catman had flash, it would have been fine. The problem with cooldowns wasn't quite available, and they got under the turret. It's a free kill going over. Thankfully, Slime does manage to pick up the dragon in all that chaos. It's a Mountain Drake, which doesn't feel the best early, but frankly, at this point, it's a consolation prize. You take those.
You definitely take them, trying to staunch this gold differential as much as possible. The gold lead going in favor of Yale, especially given the advantage in a couple of these lanes here. But once it gets to the team fight stage, things will be different thanks to the front line on the side of Brown. It's just how much of an advantage can Yale find themselves before it gets to that point of the game.
Oh, they're looking down here. They just walked past the ping. 2 people walked past it here. And now they go back to clear it. So that is unfortunately time spent attempting, not farming, and falling a little bit behind. Now Herald with Void Owl, they can look for this mid lane turret. I don't think they can take it, but they can get a lot of plates.
And that's what they're going to do. Tristana and Udyr on their way up. Out comes Shelly. That should be the first tower down. We'll see any second now. Nope. They are going to be able to actually stop that before it comes out. Savage River trying to clear out some of those ultimates. There's going to be the rocket jump Void Owl and a flash away there from Gmail, who will end up going down. The ultimate used by Void Owl to escape that fight. A 1-for-0 in favor of Yale.
And there were no pings. They did not realize that Mango Stalker had left the top lane. That's one of the annoying things about Teemo. Just one of the many here is the fact that Teemo just goes invisible. And you don't know if Teemo's just sitting in a bush, sitting in the middle of your lane, and you can't track, you can't match, gets free roams off, and now they get themselves that first turret, which Herald wasn't quite able to pick up.
First tower of the game going over to Yale. 6-0 is that kill spread that we're looking at. Getting close to a 6K gold lead for Yale. That tower is certainly helping. Getting a lot of plates as well. There's still 1 minute left until those plates go down. Still an opportunity to try to gather some more in other areas of the map, but we can see Brown has not been able to touch any of these plates across the board and likely won't get any of the additional gold.
And Joey, I'm scared right now for Brown because it is that mid lane that's unlocked in Gmail.
Epsilon, I mean, you've got a two-level advantage. That was totally unnecessary for the ultimate to go out there. I mean, yeah, you've got a Tristana who can rocket jump, but I believe she just used it at the beginning of that. Yeah. So Crystalline Arrow is going to come out. Slime will go in and get rooted. The ultimate as well coming from Dr. Catmom, who's going to pick up that kill. Galaxy trying to deal some damage here to see the stop. But Void Owl will jump back in on this fight, picking up the 1 kill, getting stunned down then immediately after. So it will just be that 1. But a 1 for 0 in that.
Yeah, I think 1 for 1 in that bottom by the end of it.
Okay, was the Senna, so the Sona.
She just respawned. So.
Just barely respawned, so they did get her down. Wow, at the very beginning of that fight is when that would have occurred then. So at least trying to stall out this gold differential, but now some pings coming through on the bottom side. Hey, we want to get pressure here. And some nice deep vision, though, from Brown as well on the backside of that Dragon Pit. Granted, no Dragon to really help with that. Oh no, and Gmail rocket jumps away from Epsilon right into Mango Stalker, and that will be enough poison damage to get the kill. Just a few autos and a Q, and that's Teemo for you.
Okay, so a lot in a very short amount of time, and it might continue because Slime's probably going to walk into 2, but I do want to point out that Kuga Terunori, that 1 kill is the only kill that Brown has managed to pick up so far. That is a pretty big deal. So I really do feel like we need to give credit to that particular death. And I'm scared for them because ganking that bot lane, that's what I've been begging for them to do all game long. And now we're seeing that even when they do get the gank off, it's not a clean one. It's so difficult for them to not lose anybody on the back end of it. And things are only going to get worse. Once Mango Stalker starts roaming downwards, once Irelia is everywhere, that's Irelia can just dive everyone here.
Yeah, and that's the big problem too. I mean, granted, it's a 2-0-1 Aurelia. Most of the kills have been going over to Echo, who's 4-0-0, but it's mostly all been on the mid side here. The ultimate is going to come up from Galaxy, the responding ultimate from the Ashe here. Dr. Catmom will be the target, gets ignited, has to flash away, but will still get taken down here by Kuga in response. We do get a responding kill from Ashe, who has to flash away from that one. Now Slime Bob finds Mango Stalker here in the middle. The Ornn ultimate coming out. It will get the pop-up on Mango Stalker, who still manages to pick up the kill. The exhaust going down, and Gmail will find himself the first kill of the game.
Okay, I was going to make a joke about how Kuga is like 100% of the team's deaths right now, but you know what? I won't because I'm happy, and they're not. Mango Stalker finally did. We get to see 1 Teemo death at least, Jolly, this game. Teemo is down. Raid Boss is down. That means Brown wins, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, at least in my heart, the Teemo loses here. Galaxy, though, does find a lot of pressure here, is going to be able to get this bottom tower, so that's 2 towers there now in favor of Yale. 11-3 feels much better, though, than 9-0. But it is still now getting close to, what, a 7K gold differential between these 2 teams.
Yeah, and it feels like we're so much later into the game just based on how hard the teams are pushing. And I'm just thinking, Baron, when it comes up at 20 minutes, Yale can actually just rush that right away, blitz it down. And if they set up the mushroom farm right, Brown might die before they even get a glimpse at the Baron.
That is definitely one of the strategies you got with Teemo, just setting up mushrooms around the opposing side's access to where you might be able to engage on these objectives. So big opportunity there, and it looks like Teemo is doing exactly that. Now moving back down towards the mid side to re-engage on this mid push, because that is where they have found a lot of success so far.
Yeah, and they have Herald as well. Epsilon is holding the eye of that Herald. They can they probably can't brute force it, but if they ever do draw anybody to the side lanes, easy clap. Gmail has to be careful. That turret's low.
Turret's very low. A flash away there from the Sona ultimate, but it won't be enough. Void Owl teleports back in, or sorry, not Void Owl. Savage River teleports back in response.
Slime,
Uses
Dr.
the
Catmon.
Call of the Forge, Call of the Forge God, but it didn't end up hitting anybody here. So this is Savage River against two members, as on the backside, Udyr is trying to engage on this. A lot of damage from Galaxy, and Epsilon now is going to flash forward here for this Ashe and pick up the kill, not going down herself there. Void Owl still with this double buff has found yet another kill here on the top side. Now the rest of Yale has found Dr. Catmon. The ult in response there will not be enough. 15-3 as that kill spread, and another tower down. First inhibitor has been exposed.
And it's just like clock. Oh, actually, Epsilon.
Gets the charge. Epsilon will be caught out here and will actually finally go down thanks to Slime Blue Blob. That was another charge from Shelly, though. I was kind of surprised that instead of trying to go for Shelly to stop that charge going off on the inhib, Tristana just didn't pin Shelly and was instead focusing on the champions there. A little bit of a missed opportunity and some extra damage now to the base itself.
Yeah. For Gmail, I don't even blame Gmail for that, because you step up. I think you think you're 80% sure you die right there.
I mean, it was
Epsilon's
right
gonna hop on you.
next. Shelly was right next to her, like right next to her. She was at 30 health. Shelly was at 30 health and was right next to Tristana. So while I don't want to fault people, I mean, that one, like I said, a missed opportunity. All right, I made it nice.
True.
I made it nice.
Fair enough, yeah. I'm just more disappointed at what happened to Dr. Catmom. I mean, first of all, this is a charity drive for COVID. We need all the doctors we can get here. Please stop killing them. And a Catmom. Who could kill a Catmom? That was just rude coming through from Yo here.
It was a nice ult in response, though, by Dr. Catmom. So, I mean, it didn't help them in the long run at all, but not poorly played. I mean, there's not a ton you can do when they're aggressing as fiercely as they are. This is kind of reminiscent of Cornell and Dartmouth of Cornell has the clear advantage and has just been able to put aggression really on any part of the map. And it's that proactive play versus the reactive play that they are in control of right now. So currently Yale obviously very proactive about this, and that's forcing Brown to play completely reactively.
Yeah, and this is why Yale was so confident with their picks. I mean, we talked about how their draft was honestly less than stellar here, but they had the confidence to back it up, and it's been shown right here. They are now setting up for this Baron, and they might be able to take Baron before Dragon even spawns. Go for that as well. It'll be hyper efficient. They've got all the vision on this top side. It's completely blue.
It's ridiculous, actually, and cleared out because there was a lot of good defensive vision that Brown had put on the ground, but all it took was a few sweepers coming out from Yale and some wards of their own to completely recover the ground in their own vision, and that will be a very quick Baron going down, I mean, 20 seconds after 20 minutes. That's all it took for that thing to spawn and be deleted. Crystalline Arrow coming through. There is the charm. Dance party, but Aurelia jumps in onto the backside. Void Owl trying to find something out here. A few flashes back from Brown to escape this fight. And a few ults used to start that one.
That was all their big AoE engage ultimates, Joey. Not just, well, it's a few in that there's only 3, but that's all of them.
Yeah.
Everything in the kitchen sink. And they didn't kill the Teemo. You have disappointed me personally, as well as unfortunately. You're in a really bad position now. You can't engage. They have Baron. They have another Drake, which frankly doesn't matter. I don't think we're going to see Soul this game.
Nah.
And now they can just push right on in.
Baron minions are empowered, and yeah, you gotta wait. You have to play reactively now at this point because so much control has been taken of this game. You're looking at close to a 13k gold lead in favor here of Yale, so that alone at 21 minutes is I mean, just hard to look at in terms of a mountain to climb. It is becoming more and more treacherous. We'll see once they decide to really make this engagement, decide to go in on this push. This is just an inhibitor. It's not like they have a tower to worry about. They're just waiting for the rest of the team to get here and as many Baron-empowered minions as possible before they engage on this fight.
And for Brown right now, I feel like for them to come back is a monumental task. They were 10k down in gold before Baron got taken. It's a 5v4 right now, and even now, I'm still hesitating to say pull that engage button, not only because they don't have the ults ready, but also because I don't know if they win 5v4 under a turret.
Right. I mean, if they can get a little bit of a lockdown, if they can get some of that crowd control under the turret when it is targeting one of those members, possibly. But man, with just the ability that Aurelia has to go in and completely delete the majority of these members, it certainly makes it difficult to decide where you will find a safe fight.
Oh my goodness, look at Mago Stalker there. That's the most obnoxious thing. Mago Stalker isn't even helping the team take literally, the Teemo can't even get damage on the Nexus turrets without the rest of the team. But Mago Stalker's just on the side, threatening poison to everybody and clearing minions. And it actually bought space. It distracted, I believe it was Slime and Gmail here away and gives them that free bot side turret. And now there's only one inhibitor standing.
Yeah, one inhibitor tower, one inhibitor. So that did give a lot of pressure over. Nothing quite hitting there. Just a bit of back and forth. That there is a cannon minion though. These guys, I mean, you can see Yale is just like, hey, let's sit around and watch this cannon minion obliterate this tower because nobody can actually leave this area and go attack that cannon minion. So a lot of damage onto that top tower, and it will likely be taken down here.
Yeah, just the timing's so unfortunate. Just as Baron buff wore off, all of Brown had to retreat there to stop the supers. And is this going to be the last fight?
Ooh, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow does not hit. Savage River uses his ultimate on the backside. That Encore is going to completely miss from Dr. Catmom. And in the meantime, Mango Stalker finds a lot of poison damage on the backside. Out comes the Sona ultimate. Not going to hit anybody, but enough damage coming from Varus will supply them with a kill. Galaxy taking down Gmail. Their Savage River will be the next target. Is able to dash forward and escape death for now. But that means that these towers, both of these towers, are about to go down. And Yale is looking for the win here. What a lot there from Dr. Catmom. Slem tries to go in, but not a lot you can do when Epsilon deals as much damage as that. Savage River will be the third one down. A clean ace from the team and a victory for Yale at 24 minutes.
Huge props to Brown Jolly. I know it looked bad. 20-5 is a scoreline that we would not normally applaud, but Brown did not give up. They tried. They really, really, really tried. And towards the end, it started looking a little bit more even. But there are two lessons I've kind of taken away from this particular game here, Jolly. The first is that Yale indeed does look like a potential first seed. They are incredibly strong. And the second is that Sona, the original, is better than Sona 2.0.
Okay. All right, I feel attacked. I feel attacked.
Remember the Teemo. Don't worry, Dolly. That's still a Teemo.
I mean, yeah. I'm not gonna say it was thanks to the Sona that this game, was won. There were some exceptional plays by the Seraphine. I'm gonna move on from. I'm getting emotional. It was a good effort. It was a really solid effort there from Brown. They thought the composition would work out, but that Teemo in the top lane made it absolutely impossible for Orin to even get to the later game. And that meant that was a lot of pressure from everyone, everywhere in the map. Again, Udyr really wasn't able to do what you hope to do as an Udyr in that situation. So, unfortunately for Brown, they do not go home with a win. But if you're a Yale fan, you are hooping and howling right now because that was a pretty solid win in their favor. And definitely good things coming from Yale.
Yeah, and for Brown here, it's not game over yet. There is still the losers bracket. We kind of forgot to talk about it in game one here, but there is still a chance for them to come back, and that's definitely an option for them here. I mean, for Brown, I believe that's no, that's not how they did it last. There was a team, I think it was Colombia last year, who came up from the losers bracket, went all the way, and only lost in the end. So for Brown, they can repeat that here, and you know what? Against any other team, I think Brown puts up a much better showing.
Yeah. For sure. It was a tough one for them. They were in losing matchups, but they still held strong and did well in other lanes. Well, we've got a moment, before we take our next break. I've got a few more shout outs here as I refresh my Tiltify page. After that amazing donation, $2,500+ donation from Metsuhito. Ruben Sandwich, $5. Leonardo, $50, saying thank you for organizing this event. Been a blast being in it this and last year. Jay-Z with $100 here. Thank you so much. Ceratosaurus, Yale spelled wrong. $10 there. Anonymous, $5 saying go Princeton. Lucy with $20. And then Mau 25 as well. Anonymous is going to top that one off with a $5 donation. So thank you guys so very much for continuing to donate here. We're at $5,734, $5,734. You guys are amazing. Once we're all this is going to direct relief in support of COVID. So thank you guys for your donations, for stopping in, watching, or playing whatever aspect of this you are involved in. We appreciate you no matter what. As always, thanks to Planet9, Predator, Acer, and Gen.G for helping host this and giving us some awesome prizes to go away. We are going to take a very quick break, though, so don't go anywhere. Grab your snacks, go grab your drinks, stay hydrated, and we'll be right back. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for sticking with us here. This is our, anti-COVID, or I guess Ivy League schools versus COVID charity stream. There's no COVID team. Don't worry about that. I already asked. Thank you to PLANET9, Predator, Acer, and Gen.G for supporting us and helping us through this, as well as some pretty awesome prizes that you have the opportunity to win. So don't forget to type in !Acer, or if you want to check out the bracket, !Bracket, as well as that !Donate does work now. So if you guys want to throw a donation up. Speaking of those, actually, first I'm Jolly. I've got Random Minion Caster here with me. How are things going here for you today?
Doing good. We're actually a bit. It's been a long over break this time, so we had some time to catch our breath, and the teams have decided to just blitz through everything since they had a long break.
Yeah, and I think we're getting right into things, if I'm not mistaken here as well. That pro draft already up. We are in the losers bracket right now to start things. So Harvard against Princeton. And not that I'm really surprised to see Princeton in the losers bracket, but man, there are some high tier players on this team, and they still managed to find their way here in the losers bracket after they went down a little bit ago to where is it here? As I'm trying to pull up my bracket.
Princeton went down to UPenn.
Thank you. There it is. Yep, Princeton went down to UPenn. Definitely a favorite here, actually, for this matchup. But let's look at the picks and bans now that they're on the screen.
Yeah, lots of targeted bans here this time. Where, I guess the teams have seen each other play a little bit. They've had some time to look up the other team, so we're not seeing as many generic bans. Riven, Morgana, LeBlanc. The Morgana maybe not necessarily targeted, but the others definitely are. Anivia, Hecarim, Cassin, again, the jungler, maybe not targeted. But Rumble, Malzahar being locked in by Harvard here. Jinx and Lulu for Princeton. This is already right off the bat kind of spicy for a pickup because Rumble's been seen mostly in the mid lane, but now it can go top, can go jungle. Malzahar is definitely a mid lane pickup. So Rumble, are we going to see jungle Rumble?
I'm assuming we're going to see a top Rumble, but it's possible. We definitely could see a jungle Rumble. I also particularly love Rumble because he's either like in or out of the meta, or people, I cast for Boise State. There's a scent of one trick Rumble. So banned out like every single darn game. But when people know how to play Rumble really well, it can be absolutely devastating.
Jolly, is this right? Vigar as well? They're triple.
Yeah, this is they're trolling. They're trolling.
Okay, this is super, super weird. We will get confirmation. I mean, maybe this is how they play. I don't know. But
Vagar bottom lane or Malzahar bottom lane. I mean,
yeah,
it's definitely I definitely heard of many times. It's certainly an annoying thing to face.
Yeah, and you know what? Princeton's just trooping on here, so maybe that's actually how they want to play. We see the Jinx, the Lulu, Diana locked in for Princeton, and that is much more standard. Lulu hasn't been buffed yet, but will be getting a big buff Nyx patch here. But paired with the Jinx, you can kind of get that Jugger Jinx going here. With the kills, get excited and just run over everyone.
Right. Get excited and get wild growth, and there's a lot of opportunity for continuation of fights as well. And that polymorph certainly helpful and will be very helpful if it is kind of a cheese bottom lane that we're sort of expecting. I mean, Senna and Kaisa have been banned out here, so Princeton is at least anticipating an actual ADC to be picked up. But I mean, I wouldn't put it past this Harvard team.
Yeah, and I'm getting some word that apparently there was some it was a mispick apparently. So they are we're just trying to sort out what on earth is going on here. So the picks and bans as we see right now are super random. In fact, I expect to see Harvard kind of miss out their ban. Yeah, we're just gonna I don't know what's going on anymore.
Will it be redone? Are we redoing this? I'm wondering. This is why we don't pro draft. So someone could not actually pick there, is what it looked like. So wait, all random? I'm seeing something's not working. So it is very possible that they were just all auto locked in as randos here.
Okay, I'm a little sad, Jolly. I was kind of, I was excited. Rumble jungle, Malzahar mid, Vigar ADC. I mean, that sounds like a fun
You
time.
got Rumble in the jungle, man. You can put him in the jungle, So yeah, I do believe we're going to just redo this. We're gonna just redo this pro draft.
Okay, fair enough here. But I mean, Princeton already showed like I think a pretty solid set of picks here for themselves. I assume we're gonna leave the bands the same, at least for the first half, and then for Princeton, I assume that you're not allowed to pick the Chinks, the Lulu, Diana, because they kind of tip their hand with that. But yeah, that's already a really solid pickup. And Diana jungle is a really strong jungle right now, clears really quickly. And the ganks are so potent here. If you've got any CC in the lanes, it's so easy to pick up kills.
It certainly will be. And when you've got range like Jinx available to follow things up in the later game, there's a lot of potential here. But I mean, it's hard to talk about this when we really have no idea what is going on the Harvard side. This has been, I don't think anyone has been able to pick. So yeah, it looks like Princeton's like, well, hey, look, we can. I'm hovering lots of champions here. Sucks to be Harvard, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so. You know what? So while we're waiting for them to try and sort out what's going on with the draft here, we can talk a little bit about the teams, because both these teams did play last year, and both these teams had interesting runs. Harvard got knocked out fairly early last year, struggled a little bit, and so far today, at least, they already got taken out in round 1 as well. So they're in the losers bracket. They can't afford to lose anything more. Princeton, on the other hand, had a very interesting 2020 charity stream. They were actually the only team to beat the eventual winners, Stanford. So that sounds really good. And then you look at the rest of the matches, and they actually end up losing to Stanford later on in the game, as well as just struggling quite a bit. They were I think they were the ones who described it themselves. They're a coin flip team here. They do either really well or really poorly.
Well, no Stanford here, not an Ivy League school. So not a part of this. And that, that means that we're not going to see that team, at least. We're just going to have to see how they do here. I mean, this matchup, again, it's tough. Princeton here has some high level players here. But apparently, I mean, just looking at like Twitch chat and whatnot, apparently Harvard's top laner is somebody to really watch for. But I mean, I'm keeping my eyes on Princeton, particularly high level players, Jagged Lightning here and Kadu, particularly probably. So the jungle and the ADC of the Princeton side are where you're going to want to keep some eyes. But top lane and jungle on the other side for Harvard is probably where we're going to have a lot of focus here. Everybody keeps calling out that the Princeton jungle is hot. I don't know how that affects his gameplay. I guess we'll have to find out.
Top lane. The Rumble's going top. That's what they're saying. Flame spitter overheat.
Yeah, right. There it is. So yeah, a lot of heat coming from that one. He's constructed abnormally. I don't even know what to make out of that Twitch chat. He's built different. All right, that's not helping. This is no good explanation of a player. Either way, when we get into game, we'll be able to talk about his gameplay. Because as of right now, we just kind of have some Twitch info on his build, his construction.
Yeah, we'll have to find. And speaking of which, Princeton's top laner as well here, Danui is actually Masters, so that's a scary lane to look at. I'm just looking at the side lanes for Princeton. I feel like for the most part here, I think that's where they're looking to carry, and it's up to Harvard to find a way to negate that. So, you know what? Depending on what their picks are, I expect to see maybe safer bot lane. Top lane, I don't know. If you're built different, you play aggro, even if it's rough. So maybe we see aggro carry top lanes come through for both sides.
Maybe. Honestly, it might just be kind of cheesy then at that point too, though. Based on that matchup, I mean, Princeton seemed a little bit. Again, we have no idea. I have no idea what's going on the other side. So I really can't talk about how this is going to go without knowing what the composition is going to be. I mean, I kind of know one composition. I'm relatively certain. I don't know if that Aurelion Soul was an actual lock-in. So we'll get all of that figured out. Okay, and it is going to be a redraft, but it's just going to be done in the client because apparently Harvard has some issues with pro draft.
Yep, fair enough here. Yeah, and I think it saves us a bit of time as well. We don't have to go through the whole pro draft thing. But Joey, I'd be very surprised if we do see an Aurelion Soul, because I think even the top NA Aurelion Soul APA has given up on that champion.
Yeah.
Here. So, if you make it, props to you. I'd be down to cast it.
Right? It's just not worth. I mean, the utility. his utility and kit is just not very well rounded. Very unfortunate to see because we love our dragons. But we're gonna start things out. We'll let you guys know how this goes because it isn't going to be in pro draft, so we'll just be right here. Oh no, everybody's got the same thing I do. Perfect. All right, should be the same bands. I think we already confirmed that with the players. Same bands aside from the last two on the side of Harvard since they weren't able to pick anything out.
Yeah,
so they picked the band. You could pick your bands, but you couldn't pick your champs. I'm starting to get a little sus here. Harvard just started to sound a little sus.
Emergency meeting, unfortunately, wasn't enough to vote them out. So game continues here. And I believe we were told that the first pick is going to be that Alistar. So this is where things start to get dicey. So yes, the Alistar still does come through. And that no Rumble in the top lane. I'm sad.
No Rumble. It will be the Jinx lock-in, likely followed by the Lulu here. No, what? All right, Jagged.
I dare you. Oh, no. Come on, Jagged.
You hovered the Shaco for a moment, too, before. I wasn't pleased by that one.
No, I'll take anything but Teemo. I'll take anything but Teemo.
I don't know. Shaco's pretty close there, man. But Lulu is going to be the lock-in. So at least the champions that I wrote down here are so far pretty accurate.
Yep, solid. And we talked already about that Jinx Lulu here. The fact that you can get that Jugger Jinx going. You got a lot of protection. You got a lot of peel. And Lulu can always buff up your engage as well. It can cause a lot of disruption. Does lane quite nicely into the Alistar as well. Viego picked up really early here for Harvard.
Yeah, very early, but a very powerful champion. And, some solid flexibility as well with this pick. Honestly, in terms of these kinds of matchups anyway, there's flexibility in everything. If somebody one tricks a champion, they're playing a different lane right now, or, for any situation really can adjust things to where someone's like, well, I'm just going to run this cheese champ in this cheese lane and we're going to make it work.
Yeah.
But Veigar is the lock-in.
Yeah, I mean, the cheese champs, like you're picking them early, it's kind of risky. Viego can flex around, and I guess it's kind of good if the Jinx gets ahead. If you do manage to kill the Jinx, then suddenly you've got Jinx on your side. You don't have to worry too much about not having the ultimate. So perhaps that's the thought here. And Veigar being picked up could still go bot lane. I haven't given out my dreams of this weird sort of flex thing here, especially, into the Jinx, into the Lulu as well. Veigar does pretty decently. If you ever do catch either of them, you can just pop them instantly.
Yeah, it is a lot of crowd control, a lot of damage. The unfortunate side of those kill lanes is that you're spreading the kills. And you've got, a non-support champion who is likely not going to be picking up any of that extra gold from creep. So it ends up being a definitely early game pressure. Kill lanes certainly offer that, but then when it comes to the later game, you kind of fall off. So it looks like a Xayah will be banned out here, along with the Kaisa. So I wouldn't be surprised if that final one was Senna, as we saw before, coming from Princeton's bans.
And that makes me wonder if they think that Jinx might not be the ADC, that it's going somewhere else here, because why else would you ban the Xayah here? I mean, the Kaisa makes sense, right? The Veigar being an AP carry in the bot lane is fun, but it's not exactly standard. So more likely that we are waiting for that ADC as well as potentially jungle or top pickup from the side of Harvard here.
And I mean, they're going to follow it up with a Sivir. So that reinforces what you just said a moment ago, Random, of an ADC. That's 2 ADC bans when you've already got Jinx locked in as the first pick. I mean, I don't see how this composition would really work if either a Sivir or a Xayah was here to round out this team. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And Nocturne being picked up here. So Diana's made a resurgence in the jungle. If not, I would have assumed Diana mid, Nocturne jungle. But Nocturne mid and Nocturne top are a thing right now. And it does really well into Tristana as well. So, or even Veigar, actually does well into Veigar as well with the spell shield. So I really like this Nocturne pickup because now you can punish multiple members and you should have a pretty decent lane.
Yeah, we'll see what the final pick is to lock in here too. A very, very aggressive team coming from the side of Princeton. I mean, you've got a lot of aggression as well from Harvard, but a little bit more sustainability. The Zac takes a little bit longer to ramp up, and the Jax is going to be the final lock in there. So we will see. It is going to be a Diana mid and a Nocturne in the jungle there. Pretty standard. Yeah, not going to swap anything up. Nothing too crazy here. And then, pretty standard. So I wrote everything down correctly this time. They did not absolutely juke me out here.
Yep, they juked me out. I was still hoping that Nocturne mid. I honestly don't think this lane assignment is quite as good here. The Diana will struggle to engage into the Veigar a little bit. You just pop up the event horizon, the baby cage there, and suddenly Diana is stuck in there or has to run through, get stunned. Nocturne still can get some great ganks off, and it is going to be that Viego top. Jax hard counters Viego as well.
Yep.
So Princeton has themselves some really, really nice lanes. If there is a lane to be concerned about, it is going to be that bot side. Alistar, Tristana, there's a lot of kill threat here. And sure, Lulu's got shields, you got the polymorph as well, but just repeated engage Tristana, Alistar is just so much stronger till that level 6 point.
Absolutely. Alistar is one of the banes of my existence because they're rarely on my team, oftentimes on the opposing team. And yeah, just being able to engage so heavily and get the headbutt to either separate somebody out or knock them into a wall certainly allows for a lot of heavy aggression from that bottom lane team. And again, Tristana is just so incredibly powerful right now. She has been my primary ban since I play ADC. We saw her in the mid lane in that last game, but this time certainly going in the bottom side. And I love the combination. Alistar and Tristana are just known to be one of the best combos. You know, it's like the Caitlyn Morgana. You got some real major duo lanes, and that is certainly one of the strong ones.
Yeah, a lot of kill pressure there. And so when I look at the side of Harvard here, they need sometimes to come up the top side. I'm looking at Zach, Crypt Freak, their jungler here, and what you can get done. Because Zach has fallen out of meta. Tank junglers are not exactly in vogue right now because they lack pressure. But Zach has a lot of CC. And when you've got the damage in your lanes, you've got the Veigar, you've got Viego, you've got Tristana here, Zach can actually make some things happen. If you catch the Diana with her shield down, you can pop her. Top side's still kind of risky. I wouldn't go there. But bot side, a lot of kill threat. We talked already, Alistar, Tristana. You talked about the CC, the engage. Why not add Zach into the mix? You just never touch the ground. You just get knocked up. But the next thing you know, you're dead back in the fountain.
Yeah, that elastic slingshot can certainly help in disruption and also getting, some sneaky ganks off. But speaking of sneaky ganks, you got a Nocturne. I don't know if that's the response that a Nocturne deserves, really. But Zach is certainly going to be looking to get a lot of disruption down for sure. Again, that elastic slingshot is huge in terms of navigating around the map. Whether you are invading the enemy jungle, whether you are trying to find a gank for your team, doesn't really matter. He does have that good utility, but as you mentioned there, Random, I mean, he's not really in the meta. He's not incredibly strong right now. And like you said, tank jungles, the only ones that are really in the meta are tank jungles that also are incredibly powerful and have a lot of damage, like the Udyr, like picking up an Olaf or something like that. So certainly more of a risky choice here. And especially with Princeton lining up such a good comp on the other side.
Yeah, I think we're kind of dancing around it, but we do give Princeton, I think, the better draft. I think they did win the draft here. They've got, the lane assignments. They've got sort of the better pressure from the jungler. They've got better skilling with the Jinx as well, at least in the bot side. Yeah, just counter picks across the board here. And I'm one thing I'm going to be paying attention to is vision, Jolly, for both these teams, because when you've got a Zach, when you've got a Nocturne, your usual warding spots aren't going to be great because Elastic Slingshot has such great range, and Paranoia is basically half the map once you start leveling it up as well.
Yep.
So you need to be very proactive with knowing where the enemy junglers are. And so if their vision lapses for a moment here, you can expect to see ganks coming through and lanes suffering for it.
Finally, that spectator delay has counted down. We are loading into the game. This is game number 3 so far that we have covered here. And again, this is moving down into the losers bracket. So this is our first game of the losers bracket. We had a win from, let's see, Cornell and Yale. I'm going to make sure that I'm saying that right. Yeah. Okay. I was like, I should have faith in my notes. I just wrote them, and yet I still don't. But so far, blue side wins today. We're going to see if anything changes here. Princeton's on the red side, and that's who we've sort of kind of favored in this matchup based on the composition and the players themselves. We'll see how it ends up going, though, and if that trend changes moving forward.
And Jolly, it's that time again. You're 1 for 2 right now. I'm 0.5 for 2. Where are we looking for first blood here?
Oh gosh. I mean, just based on, man, I'm gonna say mid lane again for this one.
Okay.
I mean, it's hard to pick between the two of them. You'd think that early on with the cage and whatnot, that Veigar might be able to get Solid, but I have a feeling it might end up going the other way. We might get an early gank or something. I don't know. We'll find this one's much more difficult for me to actually call.
Fair enough, sure. So we'll lock you in just for mid lane. No calls on who's doing it. I'm gonna pick the bot side. Yeah, I'm gonna say bot lane is where I'm looking for first blood here.
There's a lot of aggro in that bot side. I just imagine that. I don't know, they're gonna kind of tiptoe around things and play it maybe a little bit safely so that neither of the teams gives up first blood, because I like both of these matchups.
You know what? I'm saying bot lane, you're saying mid lane, but part of me is thinking this top lane Jax matchup is really, really bad. And if Diego doesn't respect, you're gonna die. But I'm locked in for the bot lane. Let's see if that's what's gonna happen here. And we have both junglers now starting the bot side of the map. So there is a very, very real chance that these top laners are gonna be in for it in about 2 minutes time.
Let's see Jax here. Gonna move up through the river bush and maybe catch Viego out. I actually don't know what this is seriously just a waiting game strategy. Trying to see if you can get the Viego to push too far forward, and Jax wants to try to get a lot of damage. Finally leaves that bush. Oh, and nothing really comes of it.
I just love the patience. There were only two wards. One ward from each team dropped at that level 1 there. So they weren't actually sure where anybody was starting. Right. And that's why, like, you see the two top laners, like, Jax wants to get that level 1. And right off the bat, you can already see him abusing that Viego. And that's kind of how it's going to go. We saw the Teemo Ornn matchup. This is going to be kind of similar.
Oh, for sure. It's going to be tough for Viego, especially if you just kind of stand there and let the Jax Q onto you, jump on top of you. That level 2 advantage going over to the red side here in the bottom lane at least. So good little amount of damage, a little bit of poke onto both members there, and already a lot of pressure, a lot of lane priority here now from Kadu. And let's see, is it going to be a kill? It's not. I got pulled away from it. It's not. I was leaning towards, like I said, that you think with the cage and everything with Vigar, he can get a lot of great crowd control in, some quick damage, but man, Diana is just able to fully engage. So honestly, with the two of them here, and particularly with the way that it is being played out, I wouldn't be surprised if Diana managed to pick up that first kill there.
Yeah, we got a bit of a shot of Maddie up top, just trying to stay in experience range, and it looks like he's just standing there taunting, but it's just that he can't actually step up and hit the minions, so he's just hoping to suck up some of their essence, their experienced souls there, to try and hit a point where he can start farming and then wait for them to come into the turret here.
Right, I mean, not much you can do there. It's always a shame too, and Jax is just going to sit right there in front of him and recall and say, all right, yep, I'm going back. Jagged Lightning. Not going to be able to really engage on this one. Tried to set something up, but ZBT, come on, guys. What these names, like, not making it easy for me at all here. ZBT, LOL1, ZBT. That's what we're calling you here. Plays it safe on that one.
You know what? We should just have a rule right now. Any name that we cannot easily pronounce, we should just make up a name for them. Like,
right?
Like, as far as I'm concerned, ZBT, you can be PT, you can be Zed, you can be LOL, or you can be dead. Your choice.
And now we can see an engage here from Jax, very deep, going in onto Crypt Freak, just disrupting this Krug steal. See if anything actually, I mean, there's a lot of damage that this Jax is able to deal, but still a risky place to be. Talo now trying to get out Kadu.
Jagged's coming.
But too much damage in return there.
Jagged, give me my kill.
In time, and Talo will pick up the first one in the bottom lane. The flash away from the Tristana there means Jagged Lightning's going to take a shot here up on the top. Get the flash away from Crypt Freak, and a kill goes over to TomTom. So an 0 for 2 overall on Summoner's Rift here.
Yep, you could kind of tell from Princeton the way they were pressuring here. If any fight breaks out, they're going to have the advantage. And I want to point out, for that topside fight specifically, Crypt Freak took so long to die that it was TomTom rotating up for mid after farming a wave that got the kill.
And Jagged Lightning showing up twice now, moving, trying to help out in that mid lane, and then arriving there on the bottom side to help secure that first blood of the game. I mean, you got a lot of pressure coming out from this guy, and against Zach, it takes a while to get there. It takes a lot longer for you to actually be able to really engage and be somebody that can either soak up damage or deal some crowd control or a bit of damage in response here. So much more of a struggle to start. And I mean, I don't see it getting easier. That's the only problem for this Zach and this pick in particular.
Yep, because when you're looking at what on earth does Harvard want to do here, the problem is which lanes are you going to play through? Top lane, nothing's going to happen. Mid lane right now, Tom Thompson playing great, and as I say that, they get hit by the baby cage, but they're still so tanky. They're winning the trade even in the baby cage. And bot side, Talo just died. Cheeky Banter just got forced off, and so it becomes very predictable where the Zach wants to go, and if you know where they want to go, you can counter gank.
Now we'll see as Diana, this seems like a favorite of Princeton, just kind of sit in the bush and wait for somebody to show up. Alex Dips trying to find something out there, but a little bit of vision clearing will be their only option here, and some pings coming out for Dragon. Mountain Drake will be the first one on board.
And with the priority, they're getting the shove down in the bot side as well. Kadu and Alex can just rotate up to back up Jagged Lightning here. If they take that scuttle, I'm just trying to track. Jagged Lightning will hit 6 off of the scuttle as well, so it becomes so much riskier. Crypt Freak is not yet 6, so we'll be down a level as well as not being able to match the roam potential from this offense.
Now we saw that.
Wow.
Engage there, and already Paranoia is going to come out. They're on to Zach on the enemy jungle side. Crypt Freak manages to stay alive a little bit there. And the smite will be used by Jagged Lightning. TomTom's going to come in and steal that kill away. The rest of Princeton still here in the jungle. Kadu and Alex going to use the blast cone to get over to the backside. ZBT using that ultimate to find 1 kill. Talo just barely getting away from those traps. Still 3 members here in the jungle. Maddie now on the backside gets exhausted. Here, teleport coming in as well. The ultimate from Diana. And the flash over the wall to save her life. Danny Yu on the other side manages to find the 1. Crypt Freak is going to Elastic Slingshot on the backside here. Alex Dips moving away from Maddie, who's dealing a lot of damage. Now trying to re-engage on this backside, but those 3 members are split enough that will likely be disconnection from this fight and a move over to that objective.
Jagged Lightning, the moment he hit 6, I was not expecting the instant paranoia there. And Crypt, go.
Elastic Slingshot over. I mean, absolutely suicide. That's going to be a teleport locked in. TomTom doesn't even get there in time to get part of the assist, but will be there to help the rest of the team with the Dragon. Nah, no need. Just go back to that mid lane. Lots of objectives now and lots of gold here in favor of Princeton, as well as, obviously, the kills.
Okay, there aren't any question mark pings, but there really should be on what Crypt Freak did right there. Your passive is still down. You've already died twice. That was your 3rd time dying there, and your team simply could not back you up. So now, suddenly, Princeton is up 6-1 with Dragon, a 3K lead at 8.5 minutes. I think this is the earliest, the biggest lead we've seen pre-10 so far.
Definitely a huge lead. I mean, when you're encountering almost a 3K gold differential at 8.5 minutes, that's not something you want to see, especially with the amount of time that Princeton has spent in the enemy jungle, just diving and engaging. It's not even time spent in lane. It's not even, really solid, like lane engages. It is literally just everyone moving everywhere and engaging on everything they could possibly find. It's working really well for Princeton.
Yeah, I mean, Gambit. So those of you who remember Gambit from the old days, Moscow 5, Empire, they used to have a creed: see hero, kill hero. Gambit might be out of the scene, but their spirit lives on in Princeton.
I love it. It's absolutely true. I mean, there's a lot of vision as well that's been placed down. Some of it manages to get cleared out here, but the pressure is all in Princeton's hands. We got some pings now already going in on this Jax and this Viego here on the top side. So Diana and Nocturne both making their way up. The Elastic Slingshot is going to come in, but followed by Paranoia immediately. Danny Yu is going to find that kill. Jagged Lightning will go down, and Crypt Freak now has the passive blobs remaining, but it won't be enough. TomTom taking that kill, a 2-for-1 overall.
Definitely worth it because, hold on.
Ooh. Yeah, that's going to be a lot of damage, but will TomTom be able to take the kill? No way, the ultimate goes out and it doesn't pull in ZBT. TomTom will still find the kill. All it takes is a dash over. Got a good response there from Vagar. Trying to clean things up, trying to keep this top lane secured.
I love the fact, Ollie, that we're getting so excited that Vagar pressed R.
Yeah. Right.
I mean, like, that's one of the most obnoxious things about that particular Yordle is that no matter how far you are behind in lane, as long as you reach somebody who's low on health, press R.
Yep.
Zero counterplay. Well, there is a spell shield, I guess, for Jagged Lightning, but for the most part, there's nothing you can do. And now bot side?
Flash forward Flash forward, the exhaust is going to come out onto Cheeky Banter, the elastic slingshot as well. Wild Growth popping onto KDU, doesn't pop anybody up. Alex Dips does get ignited in the meantime, but that was just Jinx able to pop shots off while focus was on Lulu for the most part. Maddie now on the top side, having to run away from 2 members here. Danny Yu's going to follow that one up, and you can use your ultimate to try to escape, but it's not going to help here. Talo tries to re-engage, barely misses those traps, so avoids getting locked down and losing his life for now.
I love how ZBT's like, farm mid? Nah, I can't survive lane. Let's go bot side. I see somebody low on health and now might overstep a little bit. I don't think they have vision of the fact that both of these guys are sitting in the bush.
Likely not. They are very low on mana, so keep that in mind. Once he gets far enough away, KDU's not going to be able to use those rockets. Especially not if you're using the rockets to clear up mini. Okay, there you go. There's the switch over. Definitely going to be out of mana if you continue to use the rockets to just fight minions here. So looks like ZBT has kind of abandoned that bottom lane, resumed place back into the mid. Alistar, though, is also on that side. So, you know what? It all works out. It's a full reset for everybody. You got the recalls from KDU and Alex Dips, but that means we can take a look at items. No, we can't, because the ultimate's going to come out from Diana right after Paranoia comes through. Jagged Lightning taking a lot of tower damage. It does not matter. TomTom finds one. Jagged Lightning finds the other. And it's 2 for 0 here in the mid lane with a solid push on the tower.
Splitting one apiece. And now, Jolly, now that they're dead, we can have peace on the map and look at items.
Right?
Yeah, because Night Harvester came through for TomTom. I think that made a huge difference there in terms of being able to find the kills. No passive.
Lightning that'll be the tower down, so no extra shots pop there. We're going to have to navigate away from here, though. And we got some pings now helping out near this dragon side, as it will be spawning relatively soon.
Okay, and with this sort of moment here, Dragon's coming up in 30 seconds. It is Inferno Drake right now, and Princeton is incredibly far ahead. 8,000 gold. Last time we checked, it was 3,000. In the span of about 5 minutes, it's more than doubled. Harvard simply cannot fight them on equal grounds whatsoever. And it's not just one particular lane. Every single lane has a huge lead. Their best matchup has been that bot lane so far, and KDU is still ahead significantly in experience and gold, just not in items quite yet.
And that's a scary thing for a Jinx to be ahead of you. I mean, you can see Talo there just barely hitting level 7, so certainly a little bit farther behind than you would hope to be. And you always hope to have, you know, a pretty solid, at least a half level advantage over your support. Right now, Cheeky Banter's still stuck at that level 7, so a big part of that, getting the experience from the creep, 109 to 93, not too far behind, still absolutely recoverable here. But they're going to have to be really careful pushing forward and not getting caught out because of all of the roams coming from every area of this Princeton team.
Yeah, and I like the adaptation from Harvard here, sending ZBT away from TomTom, who's been diving them, but you're not safe under that turret here, and TomTom can just follow you down here.
And not just TomTom, Jagged Lightning can also use Paranoia here. That's going to be a stopwatch, if I'm not mistaken. You're going to land right onto the traps. The ultimate coming out from KD Super Mega Death Rocket, picking up the kill there. 3 and 13 is the spread, and we are getting ever closer to a 10k gold differential here. Jagged Lightning might be caught out, but will be able to escape because, you know, Nocturne moves.
Nocturne moves, and Nocturne's also 2, 2, and 6. So it's pretty comfortable. 2 levels up. Cheeky Banter did manage to hit 8 now, and just like clockwork, get a kill, go for dragon, get a kill, go for turret, get a kill, pressure another lane. And Princeton is just able to find this repeated, that Paranoia has been used almost off cooldown.
Ooh, Crypt Freak there trying to use the ultimate to make something. Dan is a little bit high here. You might not want to engage on that one, Diego, but Maddie still decided to go in, and that is 2 kills over 2 jacks. Probably a third one here. Does get rooted up and does get taken down by the ultimate there from Vigar. So not 3, but still 2 for 1.
Yeah, and I feel like they forgot about Daniel for a second because Jax wasn't doing anything, just pressuring out the Viego, and then they come up to like, oh, we can maybe get a kill, 2v1. No, you can't. Only Vigar right now can find kills. If you don't have Vigar, I feel like any gank attempt pretty much is doomed from the start.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, you don't have the crowd control really to deal with this team. We even saw with Crypt Freak there using the ultimate to try to get anything out. Granted, Crypt Freak didn't really use it to try to escape there. Ended up having to flash over the wall and still got taken down. But just not a lot of opportunity for this team to find themselves engages. And again, especially not when you have this team who's about 10k gold up and they're just consistently roaming in your jungle and jumping on you while you are trying to traverse in your own terrain.
Yeah, and 10k now. It's about to balloon. Top side turret is pretty low. Mid lane turret's pretty low as well. That's just standing gold at this point for Princeton. The moment they decide they want to group up and take those turrets, they're basically gone here. The only thing that's been stopping them is they've been farming champions and dragons. But guess what? Dragons off the board, and they're having problems finding champions. So those turrets are probably next on the menu.
It's only 16 minutes in, and it is now at a 10k gold lead. Wow, that's already going to be a jump. And Maddie jumping onto this one. KD is going to miss the zap. Going to swap over to the Rockets. Out comes the cage, though. The Wild Growth used on herself there. Alex dips the Paranoia on the backside. That's going to find out one. And then TomTom manages to split the fight. There's another. The Bloblets won't be enough to stay alive. And that was almost a clean ace. Cheeky Banter, the only member left alive who couldn't participate in that fight. And not a single member of Princeton going down.
Kill 4 members, go Baron. Oh, wait, it hasn't spawned yet, Jolly. This is... Oh my goodness, this is absolutely brutal to watch. And I feel particularly bad for ZBT there, because that should have been a kill, except Primordial Burst wasn't off cooldown. And you could see that ZBT was like, it was at that moment that ZBT knew they were shafted. Like, they went in thinking they had it.
They really did. Now, Kadu, Cheeky Banter, just kind of a little bit of back and forth. Kadu clearly winning out on that one. Only a 1 level differential now between the two of them. But this is the, I mean, really the only chance that you have here is to try to get in your jungle and throw a little bit of vision out, try to support the towers that are still up. Danny, you going to be able to just walk right away from this elastic slingshot from Crypt Freak.
Yeah, just dodging out really, really well there, recognizing that, hey, probably everybody's here. We don't have vision, and we've got the bot side of the map lit up, so if we don't see them bot side, they're probably all top side. But they, despite that gank, they don't find Dan, and not only do they not find Dan, they don't realize Herald's being taken from them as we speak, and if the only problem they're having is taking turrets, actually hold up the fight.
Yeah, Daniel just jumps right out to a ward, little ward hop, escape from that one. Scuttle is up now. And you know what, if that's what it takes to distract a few of these members so that there can be a little bit more isolated fights in terms of the rest of the team, I am sure Daniel is fine with making that sacrifice.
Yeah, at this point, I'm not even sure it's a sacrifice. I honestly expected Daniel to actually turn on that one. And that was why I was like, oh, wait, hold up. Is he going to turn? But he didn't, walked off. But it's always a possibility, right? And I think the only thing stopping Dan right now is the lack of vision on members. After he backed off, then they saw Cheeky Banter mid. They saw Talio mid. If not, I think he just turns on that because he knows he wins any 2v1 where ZBT is not around.
Right. As long as you don't get caged down, as long as you don't get the lockdown of the really quick burst from ZBT, then yeah, there's just not enough damage to deal with that, Jax. And speaking of that too, taking a look, Triforce, Blade of the Ruin King has been formed, as well as those steel-plated boots. And while I try to talk about that, Paranoia comes through onto ZBT. Kadu is just going to take that one away with the Super Mega Death Rocket. Jagged Lightning, totally okay with burning Paranoia the moment it comes up almost every time.
Well, Jolly, I was just thinking back, you know, we were talking about Princeton coin flip team. Well, they coin flipped heads this time. They are just running this map. It doesn't even look close right now. And Harvard, even if Princeton were to throw, they'd have to throw repeatedly. I feel like for Harvard right now, it's all, you just play for the glory. Find the kills. Forget, you know, macro play, forget strategic play. Just see hero, kill hero.
There it is, another ultimate used by Maddie to try to escape. It's not going to work because you're just going to get ulted by TomTom in response, and a lot of damage coming from Diana. Puts another kill in their favor, 4 and 21. And look, I don't even want to talk about the gold differential between these teams right now. You know, that is we're less than 20 minutes into this game, and that is a huge, I mean, absolutely insane gold lead. It's crazy that it's just now getting to this point. I mean, you've got Dragon Soul now on red side, as well as a couple levels finally that are really going to make an impact if there's an attempted fight here by Harvard.
Yeah. Cornell took, what was that, 27 minutes in game 1 to accrue that big a lead. Yeah, 26 plus. Princeton are looking to just blaze right past that at sub 25 minutes here. And once they group up, they can shove in. Like I said, I feel like a lot of the only reason why Princeton isn't even further ahead or hasn't really pushed into base yet was, one, because Baron hasn't spawned, and two, because they woke up this morning and chose violence. So they killed champions and ignored objectives.
Right, they separated themselves and were instead going for those little pickouts as opposed to trying to find themselves some real pressure in these lanes. They're like, well, individually, we're doing well enough that we can just kind of separate and poke down who we want to. Kadu is alone here in the mid lane. The Hex Flash is going to come out from Tailo. The Rocket Jump in response. The Flash as well from that Tristana to try to catch up, but it's not going to be enough. And now Alex Dips is on the side here. The flash forward from Tailo. Paranoia will come out on the backside. Kadu does find one there. The exhaust onto ZBT. Super Mega Death Rocket is going to hit Cheeky Banter. That was definitely aiming for that Vigar. And Alex Dips has been left behind there by Kadu, who tried to go in for the actual kills, the executions. Elastic Slingshot's going to be used to just barely making it to the other side of that Baron pit. Possibly safe, but you know what? Not when you're flashing forward. Not when you've got Jagged Lightning flashing forward, really trying to engage hard on you. That will be the passive pops, and that will be a free kill over for the red side again.
I honestly half expected Daniel to just turn around and go for that, because Crypt Freak was not getting out. If they want him dead, he's dead. Zero way out. But instead, they do focus on turrets. I very much appreciate that. You have Baron buff. Please don't be distracted by the Jello there. That's your dessert. Take your turrets first. Eat your main meal before you get your desserts.
Right. Well, we got, I mean, you know, they're certainly hitting that. They're checking all of their carb and calorie boxes right here. Tailo might be the target of Kadu if they decide to push on this. Paranoia is going to come out on the bottom side, a flash away from Vigar, and that is going to be a route through the cage, but still not enough distance placed between these members. Jagged Lightning finds yet another kill here. And that is a short cooldown, and again, used almost every time the moment it becomes available here from Jagged Lightning. So exceptional utility and economy on that ultimate. The Elastic Slingshot coming forward from Crypt Freak. Alex Dips having to use the Wild Growth on herself. Super Mega Death Rocket does come out, and that is a kill over. ZBT down, Alex Dips down. TomTom decides to jump in and join the fight, though, as well as Danny Yu. And that's going to be a double kill over to this Diana and Tailo. Now, turn and tail, running as fast as possible, but that should spell the end of the game. ZBT is going to be the next one to spawn up. You got another 20 seconds until Crypt Freak is up, and these are Baron-powered minions hitting the Nexus turrets. That is all it will take. Not even enough time to try to take out anything there, really. Just very, very quick close to the game and a massive lead in every aspect.
Well, that was brutal, Jolly.
That was tough. And then, you know, as a caster, it's tough to cast a smash like that. I mean, it's rough just because you know that all the players are trying their hardest to do their best, but also just at the end of the day, you know, there's only so many times we can cover how far ahead Princeton was. And it was the whole game.
I mean, Princeton tried their best to give us more to talk about. I mean, they kept extending the lead further and further, but come on, guys. There's only so much we can do. And you know what? Props to TomTom, because I was saying that, I was looking at Princeton's side lanes. TomTom was like, nope, watch me. 13-0-4 on this Diana in what I didn't even think was the most favorable lane matchup for that Diana. Absolutely just wrecked everyone, took over the game. And for all that ZBT tried, and you could see ZBT was making plays in other lanes. Anywhere else, ZBT is fine. But in that mid lane, you die repeatedly. 3-9-1. And I still think ZBT did the best for Harvard.
Yeah, ZBT did an exceptional job of trying to catch people out and playing a lot safer, I would say. Not being caught out as many times, even though, you know, you're still looking at the most deaths in the game, not even just on your team. Also the most kills, though. So, you know, you gotta include that and kind of even things out a little bit, weigh things in and out. Either way, I mean, well played. The curse was broken. It is not just blue side wins. Cornell and Yale might have found themselves that, but Princeton have taken the first red side win. That was our third game of the day, but we are looking at time has consistently been going down. 26 minutes in the first game, 24 minutes in the second game, and 23 minutes here in the third game. So, you know, looking forward to possibly some longer games or to these things getting cut down shorter and shorter as the night goes on.
You know what? I'll be shocked, and part of me acknowledges that I'd be excited to see a sub 20-minute game, because that would be insane if we got that here. But yeah, I don't think this game was a lot of the draft. It's very rare that I walk out of draft and go, one team is just dead from the draft. And we
Right.
were kind of talking about that in the beginning of the game. We were saying that, yeah, I think Princeton won this just straight off draft. So I don't expect to see that anymore. And if we don't see that happen, I doubt we get a sub 20-minute game. And I think the times start to creep back up as we get, into later and later into the stages here.
Right. Yeah, as the brackets continue on, the games, at least you hope that the games go longer, that the matchups are much more even. And so I can expect that 23 minutes will be our shortest game. And I can honestly hope that that will be the biggest goal disparity that we see here today, because that was pretty absurd there. But Yale still, sorry, not Yale, Harvard still held strong, did what they could here. I'm going to take another quick look at our bracket, as it looks like in the winners side of things, Yale has found the one up on Cornell. Columbia has lost to UPenn. So that round 3 of the winners bracket looks to be Yale and UPenn against each other.
Okay, it's somewhat as expected here. I mean, UPenn was considered one of the strongest contenders here, and Yale was the favorite. So the winners finals that is going to be happening soon is definitely looking very, very spicy, and puts a lot of pressure too onto the losers bracket side of things, because whoever's running up there has to keep in mind you have to face one of these teams before you face the other team, the two big bosses here from the running through the losers bracket.
Two big bosses. I mean, it's worth fighting your way through that bracket, though. Absolutely worth being able to face off against one of these teams here. And like you said, it was kind of anticipated that these two teams would be at the top of the winners bracket, which is why it makes the lower bracket so much more exciting, to be honest, at the end of the day. So we're going to get into some more games. We are going to take a very quick break one more time. Don't go anywhere. Grab your snacks, grab your drinks. We are going to be right back here. This is a 12-hour broadcast. You guys have plenty of games to look forward to, plenty of other amazing casters who will be joining up on this broadcast a little bit later in the day. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back after this short break. Everyone, thank you so much for sticking around. Hopefully, Harvard will pick things up there and get a couple of donations under their name. I am Jolly. I've been your play-by-play for the first little bit today. I got Random Minion Caster here joining me on color. How are you feeling as the day progresses?
Mixed feelings, Jolly. I think this is our last game today, so that's a little sad. But you know what? We had some good games here, so pretty happy about that. And once I'm off, I'm going to be right back here watching the rest of the games. I believe it's Mazel and Mongoose coming on after this.
Yeah, so we got, amazing casters lined up for the whole rest of the day. They started things out with us. We're like the buffer casters. They're like, we'll see how the crowd handles things start out. We'll see how all of the horrible jokes that we get from Jolly and Random work with this crowd, and then we'll get into the really professional guys.
Sad fate of a minion.
It's true. But hey, you know what? Thank you guys so much for having us here today. Thank you for watching any of the games. If you haven't already, we've already gone through 3 of them. We do have one more coming up. Our last match will be here from the losers bracket. So we're going to be seeing Columbia take on Princeton, who we just saw win pretty decisively, I'd say, in that last game. So a lot of good energy that we've seen. But I think this is something you actually mentioned there, Random Minicaster, is Columbia is a school that ended up going all the way through the lower bracket in the last event here, and did get to the finals. They ended up getting taken out, but they were a runner-up in the overall, so they might be looking to do that same thing here today.
Yep, and it would start with a win over Princeton here. Now, I don't know if they can do the same. I didn't watch last year, but Princeton this year looking real scary. Off a sample size of 1 right now, Princeton looks like they belong in the winners bracket. So, you know, Columbia is going to have a bit of a tough one here, but we are into the picks and bans. A lot of the picks and bans have been done here. Morgana, Senna, Tumkench already picked up for Columbia, and that looks incredibly broken to me in the current meta.
Yes, absolutely busted. You know, that's a few different options too that they have here. It's certainly a little bit of some flexi picks. That's kind of been the name of the game here, though. Today, a lot of these teams again, there's so many differences in ranking that it's just not something that we really consider, but it is something that the players consider if they have a lot of confidence in themselves as an individual player to just kind of play what they're comfortable with or play what they know that they can do really, really well on. So I am a little bit surprised, not gonna lie, to see the Zach pick up.
Yeah.
After the last game, Zach was played by Harvard. And it did not go well. And it was something we touched on throughout it. Jagged Lightning actually picks up the Nocturne, and that went so incredibly well. So an interesting switch up there.
Yeah, the difference this time, though, is that this Zach is being picked into a Morgana. So you know that you're not going to be abused quite as much. Morgana's not going to hit 6, instantly press R and kill the Zach. You want at least that much safety here. And you still bring tons of CC to the table. You're just looking for a big meat shield or a Jello shield. Doesn't sound quite as good, but you just need something to block for the Jinx. And Zach does that in spades here.
Yeah, just absorbs things, I guess. Yeah, that is not quite a meat shield right there, but Zach certainly will supply some solid engage for the team, as well as, once you get a little bit later in an item or two, being able to soak up a lot of that damage. But just based on this, a Kale lock-in means that they are looking at really late game, and considering their last game only went to 23 minutes, but maybe they're not looking so hopeful into this matchup as they were into Harvard.
Yeah, and the other thing too is that when you've got so much late skilling, it often means that your early game is going to be a little bit weak. So for Princeton, they've still got to pick one more champion, be it their mid or their top. I prefer it to be their mid, send the kill top. But whoever it is, it needs to have an good enough early game that they can bridge to the point where that Jinx, where that kill comes online, and you get that mixed magic, physical, hyper carry threat here.
Zareth is going to be that final lock-in after a set. So much more early game opportunity for Columbia here. Not that there's not from Princeton, but it's certainly a little bit later game. And then Echo is going to be the hover here. And that includes, again, certainly a later scaling champions set up in Princeton's lineup. The Jinx Lulu, though, we already know that we've got some good thoughts about that. It was in the last matchup there with Princeton, and they had a lot of pressure throughout the game, but though that wasn't their most successful lane by any means.
No, but it's again the late game, right? They didn't even, like you pointed out, 23 plus minutes there. I mean, it wasn't enough time for the Jinx to scale here. So, given how the rest of the comp's going right now, I would be surprised if Princeton gets to run over Columbia quite the same way. And into a center Tom Kench as well. That's another very safe scaling lane that can match that Jinx and Lulu. So, yeah, even in the late game, there are still options for Columbia. It's just a little bit tougher. You have to be a little bit more careful. And I want to touch on this Xerath Echo matchup right now, because I know you mentioned that. Yeah, there we go. There is a bridge. But I'm looking at the Xerath, and you're facing a Zac Echo. Are you sure this was the right call here? Granted, the Echo was a counter pick, but you knew that Assassins were always going to be on the table. Zac,
Right.
it's going to be so easy for you to land that knock up onto Xerath. And the moment you have that, you can chain into the parallel convergence. Xerath, the moment Echo is on you, you're dead.
Right. There's not much that can be done in that instance for sure. We're getting now into the actual official locks here, as I've got most everything written down. I mean, you know, this is a much more even matchup. The last couple of games that we've seen, there were some kind of cheesy picks. Not super cheesemo, so we haven't seen anything like too insane, but we are getting that Morgana. So that's going to be very exciting to see how that works out here for Columbia. Again, the team that ran through the lower bracket earlier on last year and was able to at least get themselves a runner-up victory there. So still a lot of potential for this team, and one that we haven't actually gotten to watch yet today. Princeton just played in the last game, so we haven't seen Columbia's team and how they perform whatsoever yet. We missed out on those games while we were broadcasting the top bracket. So we'll see how this team itself works up, because we have thoughts on Princeton, but we really don't have much for Columbia.
Yeah, and the only thing we've got from Columbia so far is that they're the top dono out of the Ivy League schools. So, other Ivy Leagues pick it up, right? Columbia's got this. And if Yo Esports is to be believed, there might be some correlation between performance and donations. So Columbia getting that dono buff potentially here. But let's talk about their composition, because the Columbia comp is strong meta-wise. At least their first 3 picks were super meta. Morgana right now is one of the top junglers because of her jungle clear speed. She is one of the fastest, if not the fastest jungler right now. So she can just clear out her quadrants. And if you're slow, and Zac isn't exactly the fastest jungle clear, you can get very easily invaded on. And how do you catch Morgana? She black shields, you can't CC her. If you run at her, she throws a dark binding and just leaves. So it's very difficult, but her ganks, on the other hand, are also a little lackluster. You walk into the lane, you throw a dark binding. If it hits, jackpot, you go. If it misses, you just walk away, go into the enemy's jungle and start farming there instead.
We'll see, though, if this early game damage can work on the side of Columbia. Like I said, they've still got some later game, but they also have a considerable amount of early game. And hold up, that is a Ziggs.
What?
And a Vladimir. So I'm assuming that there were some maybe mistakes or something the first time that this was drafted in Pro Draft. I mean, that's the only resolution here.
I mean, I don't hear the teams complaining, so I'm guessing they kind of sorted that out in advance. You know what? I am it still works. Compositionally, it definitely still works for Princeton, right? Like Vladimir is also that late game hyper carry as well, and it kind of synergizes almost a little bit better with the Jinx, because of the Chemo Plague as a damage multiplier is always going to be absolutely huge. And you've got the Ziggs as well. That's a lot of AoE damage. So that combo works out really well. The big difference is going to be how the lanes play out here, because Kayle into set was always going to be brutal for Kayle. Kayle just isn't a champion. Well, okay, let's put it this way. As a minion, I'm an expert on Kayle. Kayle is a melee minion for the first 6 levels. Then she becomes a caster minion for the next 5 levels there. And then at level 11, she kind of becomes a siege minion. It's only until level 16 where you actually get a champion of that top lane. So Vladimir will have a lot more early game impact. It's slightly better lane. Mid lane, though, Ziggs versus Xerath is very different from Echo versus Xerath.
Yes.
That sort of gank potential we're talking about, chaining the skills, chaining the CC, that's not going to happen anymore. It's more now a poke war. It's a game of dodgeball in the mid lane. Who can land their Qs?
Absolutely. It's just going to be a lot of damage spewed back and forth from a long range for both of these champions. Likely not going to see a ton of early involvement from the junglers. I mean, Morgana has a solid opportunity to try to throw things down and lock something. I mean, all you have to do as this Morgana in the jungle, too, is when you invade, you get a binding. You get a binding, you throw down your, it's not Tormented Soil anymore, Tormented Shadow, I think is what it's called now. And you've got enough damage to either send that person home with a gray screen or send them home in a recall to where your mid lane will now have the priority there. So some potential there, but I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if that was where we saw our first kill, just because there has been so much aggression in the mid lane in general. And we do know that TomTom likes to play aggressive. We saw on the Diana that last game, just absolutely obliterating in every opportunity. So a lot of back and forth. I mean, I like both of these matchups. I'm gonna say I favor Princeton's here. Even though I'm not a big fan of the Zac, I do really love, the Senna Tom Kench combination that we've got there. You're going to have the fasting Senna very likely once again. And TK has a lot of ability to, get some movement around the map. But just in terms of overall damage, we're seeing a lot more coming out, at least once we hit the second half of the game, from Princeton on the red side. So we'll see if they can continue on with that red side of victory as they broke the blue side winning streak there, only the first 2 games, but enough to make a stat of it.
Yeah, with Princeton, I mean, they're a coin flip team, so they already won once, right? 50-50, they're supposed to lose the next one, something like that. But no, I agree with everything you said there, Jolly, 100%. First off, your prediction for mid lane first blood, I agree with you. I think this is the first time today, actually, that we're agreeing on the first blood where it's going to happen here. But yeah, same logic as you. I mean, they're fairly immobile, they're fairly squishy, and if a Dark Binding lands, I'm thinking edgy name too on this Morgana. Like, once you hit 6, you can actually just Black Shield and walk through that minefield, press R. And Ziggs is in for a bit of a rough time there. So definitely do think mid lane is the most likely kill thing. In terms of which team I think is going to win, Colombia has a window of opportunity. Early game, they are very strong. Especially, we talked about the Morgana clear speed. Clear speed matters most in the early game. By the end of the game, it's less about how quick you can clear and more about how efficient you are and the ability to sort of find the way in there. So and not to mention, they don't have the skilling. Set does not skill like a Vladimir does. Senna, sure, you can match this Jinx, but it's kind of an even split for the most part. So I favor Colombia if they can end the game, if they can get a significant lead before the 15-minute mark. But if we stretch past the 25-minute or 20-minute mark and things are relatively even, I think Princeton takes it easily.
Yeah, that's certainly my feeling. You got that early game pressure. And Morgana too, another thing in the jungle is she is great. She's great at clears. When it comes to later game, she's much slower than a lot of the other jungles. So that's always something to keep in mind as well of the Morgana jungle in general. A lot of people could kind of forget about that, how majority of these junglers have some sort of speed buff as they get later in the game. They build some items, part of their kit at least helps with that. Morgana, not so much. So if it does get to the later game, they'll have that advantage as well of not just having a more mobile champion in Zac, but having a more mobile champion against specifically this Morgana and being able to find many more engages, find many more invades.
Yeah, Joey, as you bring up that point, I was just thinking, does Zac speed up his jungle clear? And I was like, late game, I don't want to see the junglers farming at all, actually. They're both going to be slow. Just give it to your lanes at that point, right? Because it's not ideal. And the other thing, too, with Morgana is that, yeah, she's great early game, but she's still ultimately best as a supportive style jungler. So if you feed all your kills to Morgana, you might find yourself struggling a little bit. I need to see those kills going over to Senna, going over to Xerath instead, because they're the ones who are going to be carrying you through that mid to late game.
Certainly the mid game for that Xerath, he's going to fall off a little bit later on. But, global ultimates, or at least the mostly global ultimates coming from both TomTom and Fatboy there with the Xerath and the Ziggs ult means it is a pretty even keel there on this mid lane matchup in general and how much they're going to really offer to the team as the game goes on.
Ooh, and we're getting some aggressive warding here right off the bat. I love it. The red side ward onto the Raptor pit for the side of Princeton. That's going to help them be able to track edgy name a little bit. And you do want to roughly be able to gauge the timing of that Morgana, because you don't want to get invaded on and end up losing all your jungle creep because you weren't aware. Sometimes you just give up something on the bot side, make sure you rotate the top side quick enough, or make sure that your lanes respond to those invades.
Right. And I mean, that ward was pinged out, so it is recognized here. But things are going to be relatively slow to start. I mean, we're going to get a lot of poke damage, but I can't imagine a full engaged fight coming in the first couple of minutes here at all.
Sadly not. I mean, I think this will be the first game where there's not like an aggressive lane that could do that.
Right. Yeah, so it's going to be a slow game to start for me as the play-by-play here, but, There's still plenty to talk about on the Rift.
Oh, always here. We can always talk about jungle pathing. I mean, that's where we always look at the junglers. And oddly enough, we're actually not seeing the Morgana really pull ahead that significantly right now in terms of clear speed. So Jagged Lightning doing a great job so far. And the second thing to consider is their first ganks. Who's going to be more impactful, pardon me, with their gank here between the Zac and the Morgana. And we spoke a bit about Vlad Zac ganks. If you don't have the damage as a jungler, ganking Vlad doesn't feel very good. And Jagged Lightning did start bot side, so you've got a choice: top or mid or base. And right now, like, you're pretty much having to look mid. Whereas Edgy Name has options. You can look top. Set does have enough damage. Mid lane, we spoke about it already. Land a binding, get a kill. So slight edge to Colombia here, just in terms of where the junglers opted to start.
You can see some pings coming out now as Jagged Lightning moves down, just barely avoiding that stun from Fat Boy. The binding will hit while the wind up for the Elastic Slingshot is attempted to come through there from Jagged Lightning. So Edgy Name feels pretty good about that. We'll remove a ward along the way.
And Jagged Lightning actually didn't full clear the top side. Like, remember how we're talking about that? That speed of the clear came in the second half there. So now Edgy Name is significantly ahead and can double scuttle Jagged Lightning. So that's going to be an experience advantage, CS advantage, and more importantly, vision advantage. Saves your lanes having to put that ward in the river. You can place them more aggressively in where you think those slingshots are going to be coming from.
A lot of pressure coming from Kadu and Alex. Not a really big surprise there. Given the matchup, they have a lot more push early on and can stay a little bit safer. But once Galaxus decides to actually engage on this, they do have, again, a lot of solid opportunity here. And this is that fasting Senna. Tom Kench doing a great job. Kadu going to try to poke out as much damage as possible, and that binding will miss there. So still pressure from this red side should allow them for, some early focus on the dragon. We can also see Morgana, though, going and checking out the enemy blue side. And it has already been taken, so she's going to move up to that wolf camp. Very, very deep in the enemy jungle.
Morgana, Edgy Name, just 3-quadranted Jagged Lightning here. Jagged Lightning looking top again. That's not the place for you to look. There's no kill threat there. And because you opted to do that, you end up losing pressure. Now, bot side as well. I want to point out that Seulgi and Galaxus, they had the wave frozen. So while it looked for a second like Kadu actually had the CS advantage, it was just because there were minions stacked up, and instead it was them kind of getting zoned out by Seulgi. So at least in the early game, Colombia is playing their lanes right. They're finding themselves small leads in terms of the jungle, in terms of the bot side. Mid lane, though, for Boy, struggling a little bit here.
Too much, a minimal disadvantage here. The Elastic Slingshot is being prepped, though. So Boy is going to be jumped on here. Jagged Lightning takes a lot of damage, flashes away from it, though, so no passive pop to the first blood. Going over to that jungle.
And I'm glad to say, Jolly, we are positive in our first blood kill prediction so far. Mid lane, indeed, where it came through, and that's just the most volatile lane right here for Boy, having to teleport in so that they don't lose more CS than they already have. So not only is TomTom able to get the assist, but now you've got the TP advantage. You don't even have to necessarily back and TP back to lane. You could just shove that lane back and walk back into lane here. Save that TP for potentially a side lane player.
Not going to be a full engage here. Just a lot of damage going back and forth on this bottom lane. Gen.G on the top side taking a lot as well. We had some pings coming out for that dragon, and it does look like Morgana has moved in on that. Scuttle will be up soon, so she's just going to solo that. Another nice thing that Morgana is capable of doing. It takes a while, but she will be able to get that dragon. Another advantage for having her in the jungle. And as of right now, it's just going to be a blind steal. There's going to be no recourse here from Princeton on the red side, not even knowing that the dragon was getting attacked.
Yeah, I'm not sure who the pings came down from, but if they weren't from Princeton, then they had no clue whatsoever. I will say, though, that this is probably the last sort of solo dragon we're going to get to see out of Colombia, because Jinx is on the table. And we've all seen the montages there, the rockets coming across and stealing away those drakes. That is definitely an option, especially if, as you mentioned, how slow Morgana is at taking those drakes. The burst damage often not there either.
Still so slow for considering at 8 minutes we had gosh, what were we? That
3K.
8-minute mark was
Was
at
a 3K gold
3K gold advantage. Now you're at 7.5 minutes, only 1 kill on the board. So much more reserved in terms of the play style. And I mean, no real surprise based on the composition that these two teams have picked up. They kind of have to play in a more reserved manner to start this match out. But again, you still want to see a lot of aggression coming from the side of Colombia, given this composition that they have gone with. They need to get some early damage, some early poke, and some early movement here to really find themselves at an advantage.
Yeah, and generally speaking, in League of Legends, unless we're talking about LCK in 2019, way before like pre-COVID times, any lull you have in the beginning of the game, basically it's just build up because they will explode and there will be a ton of action later on. They're just waiting for those power spikes. And for the side of Colombia, they have to be careful. Zach's bot side.
There it is, the jump on. The traps are going to go down. They're going to root up Tom Kench.
Oh, the bomb!
Jagged Lightning. The bomb from Ziggs will come down, but not hit there. Excuse me. Galactus might be able to make it out of this alive. The Super Mega Death Rocket does almost no damage there. In the meantime, Tom comes down to try to stop a boy who was moving to engage in this fight. IceCon now on the top. That's going to be a showstopper utilized over on, and the Hemo Plague, the Flash as well coming out. So a lot of damage between these two members. Nobody's going to get the Binding will come through from Edgy Name, and the kill will go over to IceCon. Tom gets stunned down, and the ultimate comes out. Probably not necessary. Jagged Lightning trying to get some free course from Fat Boy's actions there, utilizing his ultimate, but he's going to get away just fine, and Shelly will be called up top for some extra gold there for Colombia.
Jolly, are you now entertained?
I am.
Complaining that no action?
Fight in literally every lane. Literally every single lane we have fights. Yeah, you know, feels good. Feels good to go off on a little bout of play-by-play. And hey, now we got 3 kills on the board, and 2 of those went over to Colombia, who we were just saying we need to see some more aggression from. So either they heard us or they knew exactly what was up with this composition, and they put that into play.
Well, Jolly, the bad news is for the next little while, you're probably not going to have a lot of action. Because after all of that, that's kind of all the build-up that we were yeah, they just kind of just used everything. Now they've got to cool down, wait for everything to come back up again. But a lot went down there, and that's coordinated play across the lanes. The fight in the top side was also just to stop anybody from teleporting to back anybody up in the mid lane. I still can't believe the Mega Inferno Bomb did no damage. It looked like a bug. Like, it did nothing at all, but they were fighting there. And where the action started, the bot lane, was where nobody ended up going down because everybody was hyper aware, hyper conscious of it. Now, Herald was used top, so a lot of that gold difference we're seeing right now came more from plates and CS than anything else so far.
Yeah, definitely not the kills supplying as much gold as something like 3 plates in the top side is going to get you. And, you know, with 3.5 minutes still left on that, there's a lot of opportunity. The Haymaker's going to come out. Dan Yui a little bit low, but able to steal some of that health back. And, you know, the Vision game hasn't been too intense recently. There hasn't been a ton of invades, to be honest. It kind of started that way. You got the 2 Vision wards in that Tri-Bush Pup River. That's a very, very safe spot, let alone a safe spot to put 2 separate Vision wards there. But they still have the gold advantage. They're still going to maintain as much pressure as they possibly can find. Jagged Lightning might be looking in for something. Is going to get the elastic shot. It doesn't get the knock up onto Galactus, and that is going to be a last embrace that hits Jagged Lightning. Name on the backside. The slow on a Jagged Lightning. The extra range there for Selgui. The slow still won't be enough. The binding is going to hit. What a cleanse there to try to stall out the empowered, or the wild growth also being thrown onto Katie there at the end, just to ensure death does not come through. The Hemo Plague dropped on the top side now. A little bit of back and forth, just a little bit of playing.
Okay.
Tough love.
Yeah, and it wasn't, Jolly, a long build-up. I was completely wrong. It was just that the teams are so good, the players are so good that they managed to just barely stave off death. And that was very, very close. And now, Morgana, again proving me wrong. Are you going to be able to solo a Drake for a second time this game?
Gonna try to prove you wrong. You see Jagged Lightning just trying to stop this bottom lane push while Kadu and Alex Tips are trying to return. A little bit of help there from Faboy means that, yes, Morgana is going to be able to snag this one. Not even really, the help wasn't even necessary, though Jagged Lightning was on the way down.
Yeah. Ooh, the ballsy.
No way.
Well.
I'm surprised that actually managed to go through.
Yeah, that was real close. Did manage to get away. And one thing, I feel bad for Boy, but I gotta do this, man. During that fight, they could have got the kill, but for Boy actually ended up using the right of the arcade a little bit too far topside. Never mind.
Speaking topside, the showstopper comes out. Oh my goodness, though. That Segway pool will help save his life a little bit, but the flash in from IceCon means that that's another kill going over to Set.
Wow, did not expect that to happen, but the damage coming out from IceCon here, there's none of that magic resistance nonsense. No, IceCon is here for kills here, and to a certain extent, I almost feel like it's a little bit of desperation coming out from Colombia in that playstyle. It is the right playstyle, don't get me wrong. It's just that against the Vladimir, if you're not ahead, you're behind. So instead of building defensively, instead of trying to sit back, IceCon is almost forced to play aggressive, find kills, and try and zone out. But Danui's been able to find CS consistently, despite dying twice, despite having IceCon be so aggressive.
So making it work in your favor. You know, that is 2 deaths. That has been 2 just solo kills, just 1v1s between Set and Vladimir. Ooh. Sluggy taking a lot of damage here, but yeah, absolutely. It certainly is a worthwhile strategy. The Stride Breaker already picked up there, as well as basic boots. So starting really heavy, and then on the opposite side, you can see instead of going for that mythic item first, it was completed boots, the Sork shoes from that Vladimir, trying to get as quickly back to lane as possible. And, you know, just standard rotations now. The vision is starting to be laid down, primarily from the side of Princeton along that river, as well as some deep and aggressive vision. But really, I mean, this is kind of entirely reactive play, as I say. That Jagged Lightning decides to flash in, smack those 2 members together. The TP coming through. Boy will not be able to participate in this. The flash, where was that? I definitely saw flash up. Alex tips the re-engage on the Elastic Slingshot. The ultimate coming out from the Senna. 2 more TPs on their way through. Exhaust onto Danu, and they have found out that Vladimir, but will give up the fight. Alex tips now taking a lot of damage. Ooh-wee, it does get hit by that ultimate. Out comes the showstopper on the backside. IceCon finds out the 1. Now focusing on Tom. Gonna find the second one. The Ziggs ultimate coming on the backside as well. Jagged Lightning goes down. Or at least the passive pops up. And there's not much to be done now. Danu, the only member of this team left alive, forced to run away.
I guess this is how Colombia rolls, Jolly. Things were not looking great. I'll be honest with you. Their lead was only about a 2,500 gold lead before that absolute massacre we just saw on the bot side here. And I didn't think 2,500 gold lead was going to be sufficient as we reached the 15-minute mark. Kadu with the snipe from downtown.
Too good.
Yeah.
That's what we hope to see. If you pick up a Jinx, you know, I mean, we saw Kadu on the Jinx last time. We didn't really see any crazy Super Mega Death Rockets. They were pretty standard. But I'm hoping that we see a few more of those ones.
Yeah, caught me off guard there. I don't think anybody saw it coming. But yeah, the gold lead was looking to crest 5K, but they killed Galexus. You know, we're looking at only a 4,000+ gold difference. This is roughly where you need to be right now with this composition, because the cull, the early investment from Kadu, that's cashed out. Danui should be finishing their first mythic soon here, maybe a Night Harvester or a Rocket Belt here. And once those start to come through, that's when Princeton really starts to get to fight you on even ground. And for the gold lead, Colombia needs to make sure they keep their foot on the gas. They need to keep snowballing this gold lead. Do not let it stay stagnant this way.
Really, yeah, really engaging on these fights in such an effective manner. And they keep getting split up, which works out very well every time for Colombia. They have very good target acquisition, and they're focusing on the right champions as well. That ultimate from Xerath is going to come out, but it's not going to take down Tom, though a flash was expended there to escape one of those hits. In response, Tom's like, hey, I've got one of my own. How about you take that bomb to the face? Still won't be enough to send them away from the tower, though.
And that's not going to be available for the Dragon either. I was actually thinking, you know, you're probably not going to be in position to contest this Ocean. Maybe you combine the Mega Inferno Bomb with the Super Mega Death Rocket. So now one of those is off the table. Won't be up. This should be Colombia's Ocean Soul Point, actually, already.
Yep. Soul Point already. Almost 17 minutes in. And they have managed to find an advantage really everywhere they possibly could. You just mentioned a moment ago, Random, it did not look like that lead was enough to really get Colombia going, but they're working it very, very well, and they're approaching these fights in such an efficient, effective manner.
Yeah, and it's a whole team involvement, right? They take top lane turret, they instantly rotate to mid, they take that, and you can see them doggy power right into the bot lane here. That's the last remaining outer turret. we want to take it. And for Princeton, they're not slacking off either. They know they can't step into the bot side. They know that the entirety of Colombia was just seen in that area. They just go, forget it, go trade Dragon for Herald. Second Herald is never quite as nice. You can't get plates, but it's better than nothing. Okay,
Certainly better than nothing when you can trade an objective for an objective. This is a scary situation for KD potentially, though. Nice fancy footing means that everything will be dodged for members attempting to try to stop that Jinx. And I see the cleanse was burned, but I don't recall any crowd control actually hitting her.
No.
So I think it was just a bad instinct, a really quick one. It kind of seemed like some of those bindings were going to hit, but it was really the fancy footing that managed to get Kadu out of all of that.
Yeah, I think Kadu couldn't believe how well they dodged everything out there. It was the shocking orb from Fatboy from that Xerath there that they actually cleansed. It missed, but Kadu cleansed it anyways. And you know what? To be fair, you do that. It's fine. It's roughly about a 3.5 minute cooldown, but if you get killed, you give over gold, and you can just play a little bit defensively here. No dragon for 4 minutes, so your cleanse will be up before that Ocean Soul contest comes out.
And it's still about a 5k gold lead. So Princeton has at least been trying to hold their own, trying to push back in every aspect that they can. They've been doing a solid job of that, but it certainly feels as though the control here is currently in Columbia's hands, especially having that soul point that's massive. There is one tower, though, in response from Princeton, so it's not as though they haven't been getting anything. They do have top lane. They were able to get that solid push. They need to be able to get some aggressive vision down, though, if they really want to make some of these proactive plays that they're looking for.
Yep, and for Princeton, you know, we talk about the fact that they can scale, they can sit back. You can't sit back anymore here because that's Ocean Soul on the table. You're being shoved in, and you're starting to lose control of your side of the map. You can afford to lose your outer turrets, but when you start losing inner, you've got problems.
Alex is going to get taken down right there. Edgy Dave comes in, throws the binding. That will be enough. Dawning Shadow comes through, as does the Ziggs bomb. And a lot of damage goes back and forth, but no more kills to follow up after Kadu goes down.
I don't know if we can attribute that one to poor vision, Jolly. That was mid lane. You had minions. I don't know what they were thinking. There was no reason to be pushed out that far, and it's going to cost them, and it's going to cost them big here. Mid lane inner turret will probably go down, or even if it doesn't, it's no longer a safe place for you. Between the range and quick stack check, 85 souls for center right now. That is 100 bonus range, and I care about range because right now 700 range means you're almost out of turret range. You can free fire quite safely here, and nobody can really poke you down.
And that's going to be that mid turret, as you said. That opens up an inhib turret. In the meantime, Set is on the top side, pushing that in as well. So that means that it's going to be very easy now for Columbia to reassess, decide, all right, we can move down and do the same thing in the bottom lane. There's really not an objective that they're going to focus right now unless they decide to go for Baron, but it's not necessarily the smartest move because they have so much pressure already pushing in these lanes. They're not even going to force out that bottom side. They're just going to get some recalls, spend that gold, hopefully buy a few more big items. Oh, Edgy Dave ends up stopping the recall there. Fatboy is on the backside.
This is not safe.
Coming along, but I wouldn't necessarily decide to engage on this one. Edgy Dave's going to get hit up by those traps. The Super Mega Death Rocket comes out, doesn't get killed, but Zach picks that up. Fatboy now taking that big rocket and is going to go down. Vladimir picking that one up. So Princeton still finding themselves some successful fights, even though they are behind in gold and objectives.
And while Columbia might have had concerns doing Baron, Princeton should have none at this point. This is your turning point. You go do Baron. The Herald drop as well buys you time. Second Herald paying dividends this time here. Can they contest it? There's no vision right now for Columbia topside.
And a lot of damage coming out now from the side of Princeton. They should be able to secure this. Now Tom Kench, Senna making their way up. But this is a fight that Princeton is okay with taking in terms of a 2v5. They're very confident here. Baron's getting down very, very low. And they do manage to take the Baron, not stolen away. Danui having to splash away from that one. IceCon taking a bunch now. And basically at this point, you just have the ability of Jinx using those cannons to come through. The showstopper on the back. That means IceCon is back in the fight. No one finds himself a double kill here. Flash still available for this champion, but it does look like the fight is going to disconnect right there.
What an insane reversal, Jolly! Just as we were getting ready for Princeton they are the ones now to be able to turn this around with the Baron as well. It's not so much that what they can get with the Baron, so much as the ability to stall with the Baron and not lose anything here. And they are the scaling composition. If they can hold the gold gap at 5,000, that is an advantage of them. Dragon in 5 seconds. They still have to contest this one, though. Ocean Soul is often arguably the most important, strongest soul on the map.
There we can see the elastic slingshot coming through. They're not even going to try to fight this dragon. Well, actually, a few members are on the backside. They're instead focusing down. Xerath, Alex Dips is going to get found out, though. The dragon ends up going down anyway. That is soul point gained here for Colombia. And what ends up being a 1-for-1 trade.
Ooh, boy, that rocket. It was a good attempt from Kadu there, but it wasn't quite able to convert. And now they're facing up an Ocean Soul team. And sure, Baron is strong, but Baron is temporary. Ocean Soul is forever, or at least for the rest of the game here.
Right.
Yeah, the scaling, however, does work out in their favor if they can. And I feel like I'm a broken record at this point, Joel. I just keep saying they can stall, they can skill, they can skill.
Right.
It's still true, but it's definitely going to get a little tougher, and getting a catch here would be a good start.
And that's going to do it. Jagged Lightning goes in, gets the pop on Edgy Name. Does get rooted down there from the binding, so the ultimate was expended by Jagged Lightning. The rest of the team just now trying to catch up. They're a little too split to actually commit to this fight. At least setting up a decent amount of defensive vision there. We can see that has been a prime focus for Colombia, trying to get out as much offensive vision as they possibly can, but the bottom side is really the only area that they have been able to see as of late. So, I mean, this is, you're looking at 12-5, you'd think that this game is swayed much more heavily in a single direction, but it's absolutely not. Only about a 6K gold difference here in favor of Colombia, so still a lot of opportunity. Princeton can continue to find these successful fights so they can get some really solid pressure and better objectives as well.
Yeah, and as we saw in that last fight, Jolly, right now the team fighting for both teams are actually not that far apart. That Jinx is really starting to come online, and this is without the second item completed. I'm expecting a Runan's Hurricane here, and once that gets done, Colombia probably just doesn't want a team fight here. IceCon is incredibly strong, so what I want to see from them instead is split push using IceCon. Between the Xerath, between the Morgana here, you have a lot of disengage, and as long as you Black Shield the right target, Jagged Lightning shouldn't be able to get a great initiate either. But they do need to be the ones being proactive here. You do not want to let Princeton decide when and how they want to fight.
Down goes another turret. Down goes the Xerath ultimate to get some extra pressure there. And that means that 2 of the inhibitor towers are exposed. Some additional pressure coming just across the map, really, from Colombia. And that's where they've maintained their control, is continuing the split push. They've had IceCon consistently go up to the top, and then they kind of reconvene in between top and mid lane and have a lot of fights around that red buff area on the red side. So it's worked out successfully for them. Now at this point, I want to see some 5v5s. I want to see the groups. I mean, that's what we're waiting for. It's either that or kind of skirting around and trying to push into each of these objectives. That's going to make things really hard for Princeton.
Yeah, I mean, Princeton wants to see the 5v5s as well here.
Yep.
This is a bit of a power spike for them. It wasn't the Runan's Hurricane. It was the Rapid Fire Cannon instead coming through from Kadu. So not quite as much team fight strength, but a bit more safety. Jagged Lightning?
Not very safe right there. The ultimate will be used here by Jagged Lightning, but the showstopper in response, that is one down. IceCon picks up the kill. Edgy Name takes another one there. That's 2 members down now at the side of Princeton. And in their own jungle, like I said, around this red buff, they really like to fight around here. They like to get pressure in these lanes. They like to entice Princeton into coming into their own jungle, whether they feel safe or not about it. One of the members of Colombia is going to be there to start something.
Yeah, I think Jagged Lightning got a little bit baited by the vision they actually did have, because vision is generally a good thing, but if you're a little too comfortable and you don't actually have vision, it can be a problem. Oh, the poke from Xerath right here. This siege is strong.
Xerath comes out. That's after TomTom also throws down his ultimate, but nothing comes of it just yet. I mean, this isn't something where Colombia wants to flash over the wall into the base. They want to have a bit more of an opening, at least get one of these inhibitor towers down. They still have the opportunity, though, if they can get one more push like that and continue to keep these lanes shoved in, forcing Princeton to do nothing but, reactively push back. There's just no control in the hands of Princeton anymore.
Well, Princeton do have one opportunity coming up about half a minute here, Jolly. Baron is coming up. And they right now are struggling to bring Colombia to the table for that 5v5 fight. Colombia knows they don't want any of that, so they've been playing that siege, poke, disengage game here. But with Baron on the table, that style becomes a lot harder to do. Yes, poke is great for stopping a Baron, but if you have Kadu in there with Jagged Lightning, everybody else sort of perimeter defense, it's going to be difficult to get that poke down without risking Peboy and just risk getting engaged on into a full 5v5 fight.
They might just try to use it as another enticement here for Princeton, trying to catch them out. Once again, kind of maintaining this position on the red side. The red side. Now are going to make their move down here. They do have a little bit of vision there on the opposite side, so will be cleared away. That gives the opportunity over to Princeton to maybe throw out the Mega Death Rocket, maybe throw out that Ziggs ultimate. But no, it will just be a little bit of a con there and moving back to the mid lane to get some pressure down.
Yeah, but they're just setting up for both sides. Elder is coming up in 30 seconds now. That has been stalled out long enough here. And really, for Princeton, if they can force a fight at either, it's great. But they have to be careful about trying to force the fights. Because if they walk into all the poke here, we've already seen Jagged Lightning can get taken down. It's not actually invincible. It just takes a lot of time to scoop through all that jelly. They're starting up Baron. They're trading Baron for Elder?
They are. They're going to start up Baron. The pings are coming out. That was a vision ward that was just dropped. Xerath is going to throw his ultimate out in response here. A lot of damage onto Alex Diffs, but half health Baron now. Can they get there in time? It is 5 members on this Baron. It's only down to about 1,000 health now, and it is a Baron picked up there. No contest. Only 2 members of Colombia trying to move up, and nothing could be done.
They stalled them long enough. They not only get Elder Drake there, but IceCon also got the base cracked open. You take Baron so you can push structures. If you can break the turret, break the base, pardon me, without Baron, you don't need it. Elder's the better take here. So at least for the next little while, Colombia is definitely going to be stronger. And Princeton's strong 5v5 here doesn't matter as much. It's not in their favor, and they've got to kind of sit back and watch as their base kind of get invaded upon here.
It's one of those instances where you want to prevent the other team from getting Baron, but Baron's not going to help your team enough here in this instance. There's 0 push anywhere. It's 1 tower down that Princeton has been able to find off of Colombia. So when you're not really going to be able to push there, then yeah, there's no reason to go out of your way and lose other objectives to grab the Baron. It's just not worthwhile because you can't actually push those Baron minions out to where they're going to maintain Baron minion status, and you will be in a safe position. It's just too worrisome. And so while I appreciate the fact that they picked up the Baron here, it's not going to help them in the sense that preventing an Elder Drake would have.
Yeah, you have that small window, but because Elder Drake lasts shorter here, where you can maybe try and make a push, but frankly, with the Baron buff, it's very, very difficult to make full advantage, especially when you're being shoved in. If you're sieging, it's a whole different issue. But by the time you walk your minions down, you've got maybe 1-2 waves tops here, and you can already see the siege starting to come through from Colombia with that Elder buff. And quick stack check again for Senna. 141, 175 bonus range, not including rapid fire cannon. She's shooting from outside turret range with that rapid fire cannon passive.
There it is. You can see right now Xerath is going to burn the ultimate on the backside while Senna and the rest of the crew drop this second inhibitor turret, the second inhibitor of the game as well. Bottom side and mid side now both completely cracked open, and super minions making their way up both sides at the moment. They're going to move right up to the top, continue pressure all across this base. Hemoplague comes out. It gets edgy name 69, so that'll be a bit of damage, but certainly not enough to take them out of this fight.
Yeah, and this sort of an awkward situation here. I think there's maybe about 15 seconds left on that Elder Drake. If you don't fight here, if you lose this topside inhibitor, the game's kind of over here. You're playing to try and survive. Kadu's out!
My gosh, edgy name finding that kill. The ultimate as well coming out from Senna. Ziggs is going to respond with one of their own here. It's just proxy. This is like an attempted proxy by Princeton of what can we throw out that's long enough range to where I can probably damage them or prevent them from getting more damage on this tower, but not immediately die myself. And that is a very risky game, a risky position to be in.
Yeah, and it's not working too. They're losing this game of dodgeball. They just need to kind of force that 5v5. It's what's worked for them before here. Now they need to wait 13 seconds before K2's up, and now they have double supers pushing in every single lane right now. Colombia, they've got a lot of the gold in their pocket. They can go back base and buy for that final fight. And remember what we're talking about, Jolly, that big wallet swinging around that chain. There's a 10k gold lead, and I think at 32 minutes, 10k is going to be enough to overcome any skilling that Princeton has.
Yeah, I do believe the same thing, and especially when you're looking at just, I mean, towers in general. 9-1. When you're even on successful fights, not able to push. I mean, that tower that Princeton found was much earlier in the game. So when even off of successful fights, you're not able to make anything of it really, then it's just it's kind of a lost game. It's really unfortunate to see. And now 15-5 is the kill spread, close to a 10k differential here, and Princeton has just kind of been stuck in their base the whole time, trying to ward off and again proxy these minions. You just can't do it though with the aggression from the opposite side of Colombia.
No, and for the side of Colombia as well, Sugi on this starving Senna now has incredible range, 925. Who can actually reach the Senna? If you don't reach the Senna, Senna will rip you apart here, and there's just so many complications for Princeton right now. Not only do they have to get that 5-man dive, they need to be able to find that backline as well. There we go.
The elastic slingshot's gonna come out. No engage though.
Oh no.
The root, the binding, all kinds of CC here. Hemoplague is going to come out from Denui, but he takes a lot of damage. A very well-timed Zonia is there. Will help stay alive for a moment. Fabwe finds the kill. One tower down. The second one very well on its way to go down next. There it is. Open Nexus. K2 taking a lot of damage there. Ends up going down. The ultimate from Zach just trying to stop these backside members from engaging on the team, but you can't stop them from hitting that open Nexus. And it took 34 minutes, but Colombia once again find themselves on the path to victory in the loser's bracket.
History seems to be repeating itself here, Jolly. Colombia played so well, and I especially want to shout out IceCon because 8-0-3 on this set. He found a lead on his own in his lane against the Vladimir. 2 solo kills, and from there just completely took off. Jungle, mid, bot lane, IceCon was everywhere, and he didn't even build tanky. I should say did build the Sterex Gauge, was building a Spectre Scout at the end, but really the early game was all about the damage, and still no one could kill him. Once he started packing on those defensive items, it just made things so much worse for Princeton.
And really good strategy, as you talked about at the beginning there, Random. No Leandries, no going for any sort of MR. It was straight into the Stride Breaker, straight into extra damage. That worked out so incredibly well for the team itself. We got a lot of fun games here. If you want to check out the bracket, of course, ! Bracket. If you guys want to donate, ! Donate. If you want to sign up for any of the cool prizes that are being given away here, through Planet9, go ahead and hit ! Acer, and that'll give you some more information there. But that was our final game, unfortunately. Random, we got our part of this. It is a 12-hour broadcast, so please keep checking in. Keep watching that donations page. I'm sure there are a lot of donations that we kind of missed over the last little bit, but I'm gonna let the next crew come in and cover those because we are now at over $6,000. Thank you guys so much for your donations. Once more, I mean, this is all going to a great cause. We are combating COVID here. Thank you to Planet9, Predator, Acer, Gen.G, everybody for helping support this, and thank you guys for including me in here. Random, you got to say some last words here before we pop out and let some other professional casters get in.
For sure, yeah. Thanks for having us. It's been an absolute blast, and thanks for all the donations, guys. I mean, like Jolly said, we've kind of missed a few, but you know what? Just keep them coming. The other casters will get them even if we don't. And you know what? Apparently, according to Colombia, if you donate more, your team might win more. So donate for your teams as well. Once again, it's been a blast, and thanks for having us on.
Thank you so much. Catch you guys later.
Thank you to everyone who donated and everyone who's come in to tune into our stream. Here's our first set of our donation milestone giveaway winners. To Edgy Name, Chris, Jeff, Hug Harvard, Kesty Anonymous have all won a Gen.G face mask. Leonardo Arvin, Yale is greater than Harvard. Anonymous, Said Y Moyes have all won a Gen.G article of clothing, which includes homeroom shirt, an anime hoodie, a crew neck, and a windbreaker. And congrats to Jay-Z for winning a Predator mouse and Matthew for winning a Predator monitor. Thanks, everyone. We'll be right back with Spicy Break segment. Thank you again to everyone who's donated so far and to everyone who's been tuning in. Just a reminder that with your donation, you can submit a YouTube link of your spiciest Valorant or League clips for Nikki Taylor and Stans to predict the play, or a link of a League clip so that Nemesis can guess your rank. Now I'm extremely excited to introduce Arnold, Gen.G CEO. Arnold, could you please introduce yourself, your job, and maybe something fun like the game that got you into games, or what your favorite game to watch is?
Yeah, sure. So my name is Arnold Her. I'm the COO and co-president of Gen.G. So what that means is basically all of the competitive teams, as well as our business operations and marketing functions roll into me. And I spend about half my time here in Los Angeles, where I'm calling in from, and the other half actually in Seoul. So I fly back and forth. A little bit less now due to COVID and quarantine and everything, but when things get back to normal, that's kind of my schedule. The game that got me in to competitive, I guess there's two ones that I can talk about. One is obviously I grew up in LA in K-Town out here, so I distinctly remember skipping class to go play Counter-Strike at PC Bang. So I did not have good grades, so I was not able to go to a prestigious school like Yale. But I do also remember the other game that really got me into esports specifically, less competitive gaming. I was actually League of Legends. So I used to work at Google. And at Google, I played in all of these like League of Legends like tournaments within Google. And even though I was a Shaco one trick, they still let me play. So that was fun. And that's kind of how I got a reputation as like the only kind of mid senior-ish business guy. With all these engineers playing in League of Legends tournaments. So that's how people got to know me outside. And one thing led to another, and that's how I kind of ended up getting my first gig in esports.
That sounds actually so fun, though. But I'm not sure we can still talk after you told me you're a Shaco one trick. But yeah, like I guess you kind of touched on this a little, but it seems like you didn't always know you want to go into esports. I don't know if that's true, but I do recall that you started in like consulting and finance. Was like the Google League tournaments really what got you into this?
So I was always into gaming since I was a kid. But honestly, I didn't want to work for a publisher. Like I had a couple opportunities where, you could, something at Riot Games, something at somewhere else. But I felt like being in the publisher side, it's kind of like a passion business, right? So it's good pay, but it's lots of hours that you have to grind. Versus when I looked at the hours to dollar ratio, I honestly thought investment banking was a lot better. So originally, just kind of give everyone background on my career. I actually started my career, not my first job, but my career actually in investment banking. So I worked at Goldman Sachs in mortgage-backed securities and fixed income. Did that for a couple years. Really didn't like it that much, and so I actually moved over. Wanted to learn how to build businesses, understand strategy. So I worked at the Boston Consulting Group and did consulting for a couple years. And then I actually did a startup of my own, which just completely failed and went into like hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt. Which was really tough. But I did that, but I really fell in love with tech then. Then I did the Google thing. Then I did another startup, which did pretty well. And then I joined Gen.G when we were first starting, getting our first team and getting everything up and running. So that's kind of my like career arc, I guess.
Anime training arc.
Yeah, exactly. In between then, though, I've just always loved gaming. I've always loved watching esports, and it was just something that I always wanted to do. I just never thought the opportunity would be there. But I felt like I had enough experience. I liked the opportunity, and it was a good opportunity, and I've been loving it ever since.
That's really great to hear. Like you definitely had like I think like a really rich experience, like trying a little bit of everything. So I'm kind of curious. Like you mentioned, like I guess like one of your first startups failed, but what was actually do you think is like maybe the worst job that you had? Like even though it sucked, like did it give you like any skills or things that you learned that you think are really applicable? No need to call out names.
Let's see. I actually my first job was actually working at like a Subway sandwich shop. And then, so I did that when I was little. I thought ultimately, I felt like that was a really good experience for me, kind of having all of these jobs, having all of this work under my belt. Because, for me, when I was competing with, good example is, so I hated the job. I smelled like mayonnaise every day. And I still don't eat Subway sandwiches anymore. Like I just refuse to.
The
But it was
biggest
fun,
tragedy.
It was fun. Like I had really good friends. The one story I remember was me and a buddy of mine, we decided to make what we call the bacon heart attack. And basically what it was 34 slices of bacon, 12 slices of cheese, and then I bet my friend $10 that he couldn't eat the whole thing. He did. He told me he didn't go to the bathroom for like 4 days. So, so like fun story, like stories like that. Or I always miss like kind of just fooling around and messing around. But honestly, I think having work experience really helped differentiate me when I was, doing interviews, even for Goldman Sachs, right? Like I had to compete with all these Ivy League kids. And my differentiation point was like, yeah, I know how to do a DCF. I understand finance. I understand the numbers, but I also know how people work, right? I also understand like what Main Street actually looks like, what normal people are actually like, right? Because that's how I grew up. So I think having an understanding of like what is the average person doing, what is it like to grow up, when you have no money and you're helping pay rent and having all these jobs. I think that really helped me kind of understand, while at the same time I still learned kind of the business world and the finance world and how those folks operate and think about things, right? So I think those two things I think help ground me even today, where I understand the investment side, I understand the finance side, but I also understand when a 16-year-old kid is figuring stuff out and makes a mistake and and just wants to know what to do, right? Like I think that it still helps me to this day.
That sounds really great to hear. Like definitely being able to do both sides, I think is really hard. So I think it's like really incredible that you're able to do both. So I guess like on that topic, like you mentioned that those skills that you think have been really helpful for you. I guess like do you have any advice to current college students? As in like what skills really stand out to you when you're hiring new Gen.G staff, like in any department?
Yeah, it's not even just for anybody looking to go into an esports team or a gaming publisher, or even if you're trying to apply for an investment bank, consulting, whatever it is. Like people come in and just do like a resume, right? Like that's not good enough, man. Like the competition is ridiculous now, right? For any kind of elite level job, right? And you know, you got everyone at Yale has a huge advantage coming from Yale, but there's also Harvard, there's also Stanford, there's also MIT, right? Like, I don't want to get into the who's better, who's not kind of thing. But I think the most important advice I have is come with a portfolio, right? So what I mean by a portfolio, whatever it means, right? Like, let's say you want to do marketing, and I hear people that say, "Oh, I want to do social media for an esports team," and then I ask them like, "How big is your social media?" Right? Do you run a different account? How have you grown that? Right? Like I think you should, if you're trying to do social media, you should already have a portfolio of social media. The same way when I was applying for an investment banking job, even though I didn't have any money, I had a bunch of fake portfolios that I made, investment portfolios I made, and like investment theses I created, and like I had my portfolio because I was ready for work even before the first day of work, right? And I think people get lost these days, and I sound like a boomer when I say this, but like you can't. I understand why it's unfair. I understand that there aren't that many opportunities as there should be, especially for entry level positions. But people focus too much on why that's wrong and how that feels wrong. I think people should still focus on what can you do about it, right? How can you differentiate yourself versus the competition, right? And like when you see that competition, you should just come in and say like, I'm gonna beat them, right? And like that kind of like killer mentality, I think is really needed in order to kind of secure your first job, whatever it is that you want to do.
Yeah. To anyone who's looking to apply to this sort of industry, take notes. This is really good advice. But Arnold, while it does sound like you've been like kind of like smurfing it from the beginning, I'm kind of curious. Like, I guess like what has been your like biggest challenge so far, like along this path? Yeah.
I think the biggest challenge, I think two challenges. When I was early in my career, I honestly just, I guess, did I'm Korean. I did the whole like Korean kid thing where I just basically tried to follow whatever trend was hottest. So back then, it was honestly fixed income sales and trading, Goldman Sachs. Like that's what I had to do, right? And I never really thought about like, hey, what actually makes me happy? What do I actually want to do? What I literally did is I made a spreadsheet of all of the different jobs that I thought I could apply for, and then I did like average hours worked and like total pay up top, and just found which one was the highest, and I was like, I'm gonna get that job. Um, but that's not a good approach, right? And I actually wish I had spent more time really thinking about like what is it that I really want to do, what am I really passionate about, right? Maybe I would have actually started my career in tech a lot earlier, right? And I'd be driving around a Lambo, as an early Googler or something, right? So I think that's the one thing that I think about is, I do think when a lot of college kids, especially at elite universities like yours, they think about too much about like, oh, what do I need to do? What's the best job? And like needing to like prove themselves to their social group that they got the job that's hard to get, versus really thinking about long term. Hey, this is my first start to a long term path. The faster you can figure out what truly want to do, what truly the world needs you to do, and hopefully that you'll get paid for well. The faster you can figure that out, the bigger head start you'll have, rather than just saying, okay, this job is the best job and I have to go get this job. And so I think that's always been a challenge for me when I was, younger or earlier in my career. Now, honestly, it's just finding good people, right? Like recruiting good talent that like really wants to work hard and enjoys working hard. Um, that's really hard to find, right? And I think that's one area where I'm always looking to try to meet more people. And I always say like it doesn't matter if they're hiring them now or later. Like you could always be looking for a job 5 years from now, or you're looking for a job and they need somebody 5 years from now, right? So that's the other thing that I think is really difficult is how can you go find like the really smart, hardworking people, but that genuinely likes working hard. Because my philosophy is, you know, if people want kind of really good work-life balance, that's great, and like they should manage that, and they should live their life around that, right? Um, but if there are also other people like me that like I don't have much of a social life, right? So I literally just love working. But then I also know like that's the way I want to live my life. That's not the way I want to run our company, right? So at the same time, like I think finding those folks that kind of share that passion of like really working hard and enjoying it, it's always a challenge.
Yeah, that's definitely fair. And while I think it's amazing that you are able to just really enjoy working, just like being able to put yourself out there. I guess like has there ever been anything else that you found super rewarding, like maybe like a favorite memory, or like the best part of your job?
Best part of my job. Honestly, it's really when I see whether it's our coaches, our players, or our staff just really grow and kind of take on new challenges and just kick ass. Like that is super exciting for me, right? And there are some times where I kind of have a different opinion. I sound like a boomer again, but I don't believe my job is to make sure everybody is successful. That's just not possible, right? What I think about is how can I make sure that everybody's given the opportunity to be successful, right? And some people are able to really take it next level, and we should celebrate that. And some people need a little bit more time and need a little bit more coaching before they're able to get there, right? But I think, you know, I really recognize and appreciate whenever I see people and they come in and just figure out how to get to that next level. And whether it's a player or a coach or anything like that, like that to me is really awesome. And I hope we see more of it. And I'm really lucky that we're able to see a lot of it and employ a ton of awesome young people. And yeah, it's cool because at first you're like, oh, can they do it? What if they mess up? But then you let them kind of do it, like as long as it's not like a crazy thing, and and they blow your mind. And oftentimes they're better at it than you could ever be, right? So that's something that I really respect and appreciate.
Yeah, that sounds actually really incredible to be a part of. I think you just like really touched on that with this, but I was really curious more like, I guess like anything else that you find special while working in the esports industry that like, I think you mentioned it, but things that are you think are really special about being a COO in esports versus in like another type of company.
Everything is hard. It's all people problems in esports, right? Like you always have a player that has some issue, or a coach is stressed about a player, or content creator doesn't want to show up. I don't know if Nemesis is even awake right now. I'm kidding. He's a good dude. He's a good dude. But like, there's always those kind of things that are not as clean and easy. Like when you're like building software, and it was clean, right? Everything was clean. It was, how do you get this thing efficient? How do you actually get this thing up and running? What's the user acquisition funnel? How do you convert users? Like it's software, right? And it scales really easily, right? Versus an esports org is a bunch of people problems, right? And scaling those things, if you don't scale it correctly, you're just going to scale those same problems bigger and bigger and bigger, right? So I think that is one of the biggest things that I think has been the big challenge for us. And it's just something that just requires a ton of work. And so especially given like the nature of the esports beast is I'm getting calls at night all the time, whether it's in Korea or in LA, and I've kind of like resigned myself to recognize like, hey, unfortunately my job is one where kind of bleeds into my social life, but that's one area where I try my best to make sure that I at least still keep certain boundaries, right? And take days off when I need it. Make sure I exercise. I bought a rowing machine. It's in the back over there, and I got this electric bicycle that I use to get coffee every day to like take my mind off with no phone. So I think it's finding those like guardrails. I think has always been really difficult because I love to work. Like that's just how I've always been, and so except doing classwork, I was not a big classwork guy.
Relatable.
But I remember like even retail stores, like I don't know, I just wanted to kill it, right? Like when I was working at Jamba Juice, I wanted to make Jamba Juice faster than anybody else in the in that store, right? Or and that's it's just fun, right? But I also recognize that if you keep doing it and do it too much without any limits, then you're gonna burn out. And when you burn out, it's gonna take a long time to recover. And I went through that once, so I'm trying really hard to make sure I keep certain guardrails and make sure that I have some sort of social life and enjoy my time off as well.
I'm sorry to hear that like you have burned out, but I'm glad you're like back on track. I guess like a little bit on that topic, like you mentioned how like you get calls at night regardless of where you are. Like how do you really, this is a question in the Twitch chat, but like how do you really handle traveling back and forth between LA and Korea so often and like balancing all these different things?
I'll be very honest with you guys. Like I'm not, by the way, I'm not advocating that people that are watching this follow this path. I don't think it's healthy. But honestly, I answer the freaking call, right? Like that's my job, right? Like unfortunately, my job is to answer the call when something's going wrong, right? And that's what I signed up for, right? Now, if I didn't want that, then I wouldn't sign up for this job, right? And so, you know, that's it's hard, I guess, but I kind of view it as like, I'm in a lucky position where I get to do something that I really love. And part of that is that I have to sacrifice certain aspects of my social life, right? It's a trade-off. Now, when I have kids and married and all of that stuff, maybe I have to rebalance and refocus. But I'm not there yet. So, I figure like right now I can do this. But I think, it's something that I recognize is not always fully sustainable. So, I try to put those guardrails like I talked about. But honestly, I get a phone call and somebody's freaking out. I answer the phone call and I try to figure out what to do. And then if I can't help them that day, then I, try to help them the next day or when I wake up. It really helps. Like I got, the same genes as my like dad and my grandparents were like, they only sleep like 4 or 5 hours.
Whoa.
And so I've ever since I hit 30 years old, I'm kind of like that. I'm 36 now. Yeah, I just only sleep like 5 hours. But I do take naps. Naps also help. 20-minute naps in the afternoon. That is the game-winning recipe.
Naps are king. It's true.
20 minutes though. Don't do like hour 30s. That's just sleeping.
Yeah, I guess like you mentioned, like always being like a little bit of the spontaneity of your job. But I think that maybe that's something that people might think would come, which is like being esports, having to like take calls at night. I guess is there anything that you think that's been really unexpected that you guess like that you weren't it wasn't really on, it was like in fine print when you signed up for this job that you didn't realize until you actually got into it?
I think the one thing though is people make esports harder than it actually has to be, right? There's a lot of people that like gatekeep esports and say like, oh, that's not true esports. Oh, you don't understand how this works. Honestly, esports hasn't been around that long compared to other industries, right? It's not rocket science. We're not out here building Teslas, right? Like, it's actually very easy to understand a lot of the business parts, right? It's actually very easy to understand, how the industry works, how marketing works, how content works, right? And I think people get caught up way too much in like, oh, this happened on Twitter today and all of this, but really doesn't matter, right? Like, it's at the end of the day, are you creating a business, right? Are you building esports teams that are able to be competitive and hopefully win championships? But also, are you building a business on top so that it can be sustainable and you're just not burning through money, right? And you have to kind of keep your head about you, because like everything that you do does get scrutinized, right? But ultimately, you have to feel like you're doing the right thing, that you have the right motivations, and that honestly you'll screw up a bunch of things along the way, especially because it's such a fast-moving industry. But as long as you have that confidence that you're doing what's best for the business and for the people in the organization and for the fans, you gotta go do it, and hopefully you don't screw up.
Amen to hopefully you don't screw up. Definitely really relatable. But yeah, like I can tell that you're like super passionate about esports and like what you do. But have you ever thought about like what you might do if like you were in esports? Like what would your dream job be? Is it back to the Subway Jamba Juice grind?
Um, Actually, my friend was telling me about opening. Do you guys know what a Dave's Hot Chicken is?
Is that the spicy chicken place?
Yeah. So a buddy of mine he was like, dude, I have the genius idea. There's always a line for this place. We should open a boba shop right next door.
Oh,
Because while you're waiting, you should get a boba, or even after, because it's spicy, you want a boba, right? Anyway, so maybe that's the thing. All right, to be serious, like I'm a startup guy. Like I can't work at large companies, man. Um, like I worked at Google. It was super chill. They give you free kale smoothies, and like they have organic apples and everything like that. But honestly, I can't work that slow pace, right? Yes, you make one change on a button, it's worth millions of dollars, but it's just not exciting for me, right? Like I'm at the same time, like I don't want to be two guys and a dog in a garage, like slumming it on the couch again. So I don't want that either. So for me, I really like that growth phase of a startup. So when it first is looking for that product market fit, has a little bit of funding, and really wants to get to that next level of hyper growth, that to me is like the most exciting time, right? So for me, if I wasn't in esports and gaming, I would look and seek out opportunities at early stage startups. Like that's kind of in my blood and my DNA, and it's the most fun thing ever. But it's also a lot of time commitments and things like that. So maybe things change, if I get married and have a kid and all of that stuff. But right now, that's what I would be doing.
oh. Yeah, the startup life always seems like it's like really cool in theory, but like as you said, like imagining like just slumming in the garage, just like two people on a computer, it just does sound really rough.
Yep.
Yeah.
You can do it when you're young, though. So I would recommend anybody to get started early.
Say less. Looks like all of our viewers would now just be doing startups. Go hit up Arnold for advice on that. Yeah, but I guess like a little bit of a turn. But I'm kind of curious, like what you're thinking about, like in terms of just Gen.G. Who do you think is like Gen.G's like biggest competition? Like as either as like a company, the way that you mentioned about being profitable and things like that, or as like a league team. I think Dom 1 is probably on everyone's mind, but there's like a dark
Oh
horse
man,
or
Dom one
something.
kicked our butts, right? Like he smoked us. I guess honestly, I know this sounds really weird and like a PR answer, but
Oh no.
I don't think about the competition that much. Like I'm dead serious about this. Like I mean, when it comes to like the competitive side, we definitely do, right? We want to make sure that we're competitive, that we have a roster, and we compare that roster to other rosters that are getting built, and we do scouting reports, and competition's everything, right? But when it comes to the business side, I I think in a startup, if you I kind of think about startups in growth phase like this, right? You basically have startups, and hyper growth startups are moving really fast and hopefully up and to the right, right? And so if you are looking at the competition, you're looking at them at that one point in time. And if you fixate on where that company is and you try to match it or beat it, by the time you do it, that company's going to be over here doing something else, right? And so I think a lot of big companies fall into this trap of not thinking about how can they achieve that hyper fast growth. They look at the competition, they try to spec out what their competition is doing today, plan for it to try to beat them tomorrow. But by then, if you are really focused on what you need to do, you're already moved on and have tried 9 different business models, and seeing which works and which doesn't, right? So honestly, on the business side, I don't look at the competition, and I try to focus on what we're building and make sure that's awesome. But I mean, of course, there's people that do great things across the board, whether it's the competitive side, whether it's memeing, or whether it's content or content creators. Like, it's it's all great, but I don't worry about that, and I focus on what we need to build, and generally it works out pretty well. And so that's why I don't really get into like all of the weird, you know, competitive stuff or anything like that, like among like orgs fighting. And it's just I don't really understand it, right? Like, it just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense too. I think the competition part is fun in that when you're watching, you're like, yeah, I'm rooting for this team versus this team. But it's definitely understandable how like that might not be sustainable as like a business mindset. So I guess I'm kind of curious about something that you mentioned, which was like being ahead of the game, like pioneering in terms of like what you're doing. So I guess it's also a bit of throwback to the game that got you into gaming. But what are your thoughts on Gen.G and like the CS:GO scene, or like now that Wild Rift is a thing? Do you foresee like Gen.G becoming like a big part of that?
Yeah, I mean, we used to have a CS:GO team, and I freaking love Counter Strike, right? I told you. I mean, when I was playing in high school, I'm old, so it was Counter Strike. It wasn't CS:GO. But I really like the scene. I just don't see how you can build a sustainable business in North America around a Counter Strike team today. If I was a genius and I could figure it out, and smarter people than me, maybe they can figure it out. But when we looked at it, it just wasn't something that we could even fathom how to build the right business around it, right? And so we made a really tough call. And also, a lot of the younger players, they were already playing Valorant more than Counter Strike, right? And so even finding the talent to do it, it was really tough. I mean, if you look at our roster, right? Som has moved to Valorant, Automatic has moved to Valorant, Kusta's on our Valorant team. Like, it's not like we forced them to do it. This was already happening, and the trends were already happening. I noticed it, as a group and as a team. We made the call, and really tough call, 'cause I freaking love Counter Strike. But like, sometimes you got to think with your head and not your heart, right? And so, Counter Strike, it's a wait and see. And I think that one's really tough in North America. And for us, I have no interest in expanding to Europe. Not because I don't love Europe. It's just I already, between Asia and the US, it's a ton of work, right? I don't want to have to expand. I can't go 3 time zones, right? I barely manage 2, right? And so I think that is something where Counter Strike, you need to be in Europe, and I just don't think we have the infrastructure to support it and to build a really competitive team. Now, Wild Rift is super interesting to me, right? I've actually been playing it, and it's fun, and I think mobile gaming in general is really interesting. So I actually do want to do more around Wild Rift. I just don't know where I would put the team. Is it North America? Is it Korea? Southeast Asia? I'm not really sure. Um, but I think it's a really interesting opportunity. I do want to understand how we can make a move into it. But I would actually be curious, like, in college, are people playing more Wild Rift or League? Like, your average college kid? Probably Wild Rift, right?
I couldn't tell you. I personally am a League addict, but I know mobile games are always popular. So not the person to ask. Maybe Twitch chat has a better idea of it. But
Yeah, so I think that's one that I really want to look at, because the mobile gaming is, and competitive mobile gaming is gonna take off. It's just a matter of when. It's not a matter of if, right? And so I think it's just a matter of time before something really pops off. And so, yeah, I'm keeping a close eye on it, and I think there's a lot more work to do there. I just don't know when and how we would actually start.
definitely very fair. I think Wild Rift would definitely be really cool. I know they had Twitch rivals of Wild Rift now, so it does look like it's really taking off. But yeah, like, I think I was really interested in something that you mentioned like a little bit earlier, where you're saying that you're mostly like doing like Asia and North America. It does seem like Gen.G is investing a lot more in like Western content creators, like some of the ones we're going to be seeing today, and like just like the Western esports scene in general. So I was kind of curious, like what your goals are for that expansion, since I think Gen.G is traditionally like a Korean team.
Yeah, you know what's really funny is in Korea everybody thinks we're American, and in America everybody thinks we're Korean. But it's cool. I think we definitely want to expand our reach in America more. I kind of view Valorant as the tip of our spear, right? So we're really going all in on Valorant here in North America. I actually think North America has a ton more, actually more Valorant players than League players at this point, right? Whenever I'm looking at servers or whenever I'm looking at, a lot of these things are going on, in terms of player base, I think there's a huge and thriving player base around North America Valorant, right? And so that's really exciting for me. And I mean, unfortunately we didn't make stage 2 for our Valorant team, but we're going to come back stronger for stage 3. And and I think having that plus a lot of the content creators around Valorant and Valorant esports, they're super exciting too, right? So I really love that combination of the content creator community as well as the pro Valorant esports team community, as well as our women's team, right? And what we're running with Galorants. Like, to me, that's like the holy trinity, like triangle, right? Like, so I think that really is our move in North America. It makes a lot of sense for me. I've been really excited about it, and yeah, I'm super excited to like help build that out, and hopefully, win a championship along the way would be nice. But that's kind of the way I view the North America market. Is I think Valorant's a game that has the most potential to really pop off. I think it fits our brand and what kind of stuff we want to build. And then I think the whole Korea versus North America kind of thing, like I think it's kind of cool, right? Like I think, as an Asian American, like I kind of like that, like, we can do really cool things with Korean hip hop artists at the same time, work with content creators in Los Angeles, and like I love that cross border aspect. So I want to do more cool stuff that is that is embracing both sides of the culture.
Yeah, I think it is really incredible. Like sometimes, even just like in general, when I see like that sort of collaboration, I do like a double take. I'm like, wait, who's heard of who? So I think it's really like amazing that Gen.G is like just in like the center of all of that. I guess this is more of like a chill, just like whatever question. But like kind of curious, like what are some underrated games that I guess like you really love, or like maybe don't seem feasible really to invest in, but if you could, you really would want to.
Man, there's a couple. Like, I love Rocket League. I think it's really fun to watch. As it basically, I didn't like Rocket League until I played it and I realized I sucked and how hard it was. So I think Rocket League is a really interesting scene. If there was a little bit more structure to figuring out how orgs can monetize to actually be able to support, and run these teams, I think that's really important. I think PUBG is really underrated as an esport. I mean, we have an amazing PUBG team, but I think that one is pretty underrated. And you know what? You know what the sleeper esport is, and that people don't think about it. I actually think it's Overwatch, right?
Ooh.
Overwatch 2. Who knows with Jeff Kaplan leaving now, but Overwatch 2, whenever the heck it launches, I think is going to be a big deal, right? And one thing I know after spending tons of time on a bunch of Blizzard games is Blizzard knows how to make great games. I think people are discounting how much of a player base there still is in Overwatch, and how excited people will get if Overwatch 2 is good. And when it launches, I have no freaking clue. But when it does, and if it's good, I actually think that's going to be one of the most underrated games right now, right? Because on Twitter, all you hear are a bunch of these competitive guys complaining about the state of Overwatch, right? But I think one of the things that people need to realize is the esports and competitive player base is a fraction of the actual player base, right? And so, like, if you judge a game based on Twitter and like the competitive scene, you have no freaking clue what you're talking about, right? Like, it's like if you look at even Fortnite, an incredible game, right? when Travis Scott came in and was a gigantic Travis Scott, like that thing is freaking awesome. They're doing incredible partnerships with Marvel. They're really breaking everything around like what a game is able to do in collaborating universes. But if you look at the competitive scene, yeah, it's a mess, right? And people complain all the time about it. But like, you got to be able to look at both, right? If you look, even League of Legends, the majority of the player base doesn't even play competitive. They play unranked, right? And people are forgetting that. It's like most people spend like 1 or 2 games, or they like me, they used to play and then they rage quit and then they just play ARAM now, So, I think that's one of those things is like, don't get caught in all the BS Twitter stuff, especially as a young person. Like, you got to know what's real and what's fake.
Yeah, I think that's definitely fair. But because someone clip Arnold saying that Overwatch 2 is going to be the next big thing. When this happens, you heard it here first, guys. But yeah, like I think those are definitely all games. Like I personally don't follow them, but I've definitely heard a lot about them. So I think it's really interesting that you bring them up. Something I think someone else in the Twitch chat is curious about, but me too, is the possibility of Gen.G investing in console games. Like, what are your thoughts on like the future of that? Like, such as maybe like Smash, like Melee, or like other console games. I feel like that's not super big.
Yeah. So, couple things. One, we have an NBA 2K team, right? So that counts. The other is console games. I think make a ton of sense. I love Call of Duty, right? And we had a Call of Duty team for a while. So I think console gaming in general, especially with the next generation, and I think there's going to be a crossover between console gaming and mobile gaming, right? I think that crossover is naturally going to happen as computers and phones and tablets get faster and faster and faster, right? So there's going to be a natural crossover between mobile gaming and console gaming, and people will complain and be angry and be like, oh, aim assist and all this stuff, but it's going to happen. So like that's another thing too, right? It's like you got to think about less about, oh, I'm complaining, this is bad, but more, is it going to happen? What am I going to do to prepare myself, right? So I think that's a really interesting thing. The one part that I still don't know, I could see getting into investing in a Smash content creator or a Smash Pro player and supporting them as a content creator almost. But like having a team requires a team. And so I don't really know what kind of value we would actually add for a Smash player. You know what I mean? Like the same way that Floyd Mayweather doesn't need a team, right? He's his own thing, right? And so I think we try to keep to team-based esports because I feel like then our infrastructure, who we hire as a coach, what roster changes we make, it always makes a lot more sense versus going and signing these one like single player, not single player, but you know what I mean, like individuals and signing them. There's marketing value for us, but I still don't know what value we actually bring as an org to that person. Right. So that's where I've always been hesitant to kind of keep an eye on it, and be involved in the scene and run small tournaments. But I just don't know, what we would actually be able to contribute and help there.
Yeah, that's definitely super fair. I think it's like a lot of people don't think about that aspect. Like I think it's really easy to be like, oh, like isn't it just better to like be with a team, or be with like a company? But when you put it like that, it definitely makes a lot more sense. I think that's like most of what people are curious about. If there are any other questions, please throw in the chat. But as just a final thing, Arnold, is there anything that you wanted to tell people like as advice, like going into esports, just like a final like holy grail tip, or anything you'd like to plug for Gen.G?
I talked about the portfolio. Like there's a couple of tips that I've picked up that I've seen people do, right? When you are sending an email with a resume, like it should not just be the resume, right? Like you got to come in with minimum of presentation or a deck, right? Talking about ideas you have for the company, why you've built up a portfolio of social media and why you can bring that skill into an esports team, right? This is another easy tip and trick was actually one person just created a template for a website, and for every team or every company that the person applied to, she put, oh, I want to work here, and they made a website application, right? That's super easy to do. You create one template, you copy paste, change up the names and logos, and bam, right? You buy the URL, right? Like it's super easy, right? But people don't do those kind of basics around, hey, what can I do to differentiate myself from the pack, right? And you gotta think about it that way, because honestly, we get so many freaking resumes that it's really hard to tell who's gonna be the one that thinks outside the box and differentiates themselves from the pack, right? And like the worst excuse is like, oh, nobody's giving me a shot, right? Like if I can go from Subway sandwiches to working at and beating out a Yale kid to work in investment banking, like you can figure it out, but you just gotta work harder to differentiate yourself, create a portfolio, show that like you're gonna go that little extra mile, because you can't, like, I mean, for me, I quickly realized that there's way too many smart people, way too many hardworking people, and they were harder working, smarter, taller, better looking, but at least I can become more creative and add things here and there that could help differentiate myself more and more.
The taller really hit home for me, as Twitch chat is telling me that I too am short. But yeah, I think that definitely is really good advice. I think people always are like, oh, I just need a resume, I just need my LinkedIn or whatever, and then go for it. But I think, yeah, that's definitely something that is really valuable. But yeah, thank you so much for being with us today. This was really, really great. I think you'll be getting a lot more applicants to any opportunities that
Let's do
you
it.
might be having.
Hey, we're hiring in Korea. We're hiring in Los Angeles. DMs are open. Actually, DMs are not open because I get a lot of weird messages. But you can find my email. It's there somewhere. It's on our website too. Like, always looking for great people.
Yeah, this is your time, guys. Find your next employment opportunity here. But yeah, thanks again. We'll be right back with Columbia versus Cornell, which is our losers bracket round 3 game.
Who do you think is gonna win?
Columbia, because they're the highest in the donation standings. So I'm rooting for you
okay.
guys.
Okay, very good PR answer. You're ready.
I got you. I'm already learning.
All right.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to Yale Esports 2021 Ivy League vs. COVID-19 charity stream powered by Gen.G and PLANET9. Just got to give a huge shout out really quick to all of our wonderful sponsors, PLANET9, Predator, Acer, and Gen.G, as we've already mentioned a couple of their names. I am Mazel, joined by the mongoose, the wild animal, the man himself. We're going to be having some fun here as we're going to be looking at the losers bracket round 3 matchup between Cornell University and Columbia Esports. It's going to be a fun one for sure, Mongoose.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this one. Columbia has a lot of people super excited to see them go far. So definitely going to be a battle between, a little bit of Twitch chat, a little bit more pressure for Cornell. But it should be a fun one. I think we've been seeing some pretty fun drafts today. So I'm just really excited for more games.
True that. And as we're going to be getting into the draft here pretty soon, I do want to give a quick shout out. If you do want any more information, there's a couple commands you can say. You got !Acer for a little bit more information on that. !Donate, so you can find out where you can throw all that money to this charity stream. See what we're going to end up on our at least tier list of prizes we have available. And you can also look at the bracket that we're going to be going through with !Bracket. And gotta say a little shout out to the next prize, $6,500 goal. We've got that mask coming through, and it's definitely a good one. You want to check that one out when you do type in any of those commands. But Mongoose, we've had some topsy-turvy games today. I gotta say, there's been some decently one-sided ones. We've had some strong performances from some certain teams, and now we have Cornell coming up against Columbia with, UPenn in the future.
Yeah, and as we get later and later, I expect these games to get closer, not just be blowouts. So I want these games to be a little bit longer and have kind of more even back and forth. But
you're saying you want some bangers?
I want some bangers. I do. But the trend of the day has been just one-sided smashes, which, they're fun for one team, but I want all of us to have
As a
fun.
play-by-play, I get to yell for a lot
of
one-sided action. So I mean, it's fun. But to me, the most interesting thing is like when we do see some of these leads developed, and we talked a little bit about it before this, but like to me, I want to see the closeouts. Like it's all fun and well to rack up those KDAs and whatnot, right? But I want to see the tight formation of the strategies, even though these are some esports org teams.
I want to see more clean league. Like I know for you, Messi is always the best. You get to have so much fun with it, but clean league is always very satisfying, at least to me.
True.
Not
Especially coming
so
from
much.
watching a lot of the LCK. I hear you.
Not so much like 2016, 2015 LCK, but controlled chaos.
Yeah, it's controlled chaos can also be beautiful. Chaos itself can be beautiful, and this draft can hopefully be beautiful. As I'm sure we're gonna be getting started here very, very quickly. Just waiting on a couple players so that we're all ready to go to start this off, because it is just the best of one, and that's the scary part here, right? The day ends for one of these teams. It's a little sad. We'll see if maybe some last ditch efforts can come out from either side.
Yeah, we've already had 4 teams get knocked out, which very sad to see. Dartmouth, Brown, Princeton, and Harvard have all been knocked out. Not to be mistaken in the bracket. Not sure who pulled that one.
I don't know if somebody from Yale like snuck in there and changed the name a little bit, like Havrad or whatever it is. I love it. But I'm all goose. I look over to the right of my screen, and we got a draft starting here, so we're gonna be getting into it. Cornell there on the blue side, Columbia on the red. We already see the Xerath come out. They do not want to deal with that. We saw already the Rights of the Arcane were doing some serious work for the side of Columbia, but we also have the Evelyn banned away by Columbia themselves.
Yeah, we saw the Xerath Ziggs matchup, which not a very exciting matchup. It's very poke heavy, and not really anything happens until one of them gets low, and then they just kind of leave. So glad to see that Xerath won't be here. Graves also being taken away, a super strong jungler, especially with the fall of kind of the chem tank and the tank items, and Rel also being taken away. One of those stronger support picks, but there are still a lot of supports that you can you can mess around with and play. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a Senna ban as well.
Yeah, I mean, Senna's really strong right now, and especially you can take away that Senna Tom Kench that everybody always loves. I still like Alistair. I know I come a lot from watching a lot of the LPL, and Alistair's been a mainstay, but I still think Alistair is so ridiculously strong. And if you are targeting some of those support bands, you're trying to get some of that engage away. I think that could be a good. Although, speaking of getting some of that engage, some of that combo, the Diana coming out is perfect to me. Like you could leave maybe the Alistair up to give away from that Rel Diana combo that can possibly happen.
The Senna going to be taken.
There it is.
The strongest ADC in the game at the moment.
The strongest. That's bold. Those bold words, Mongoose.
And she's the strongest. I will preach that until she gets nerfed.
Until she
You can
gets
pair
which
her
is
with
never gonna
so
happen.
many things. It's just so many things. She allows you to play so many different styles. We see the Tom Kench, which probably might be taken away. Might see Tom Kench Aphelios. Nope, Morgana going to be the pickup. So Morgana is a champion that Tom Kench does play very well into. So if they do give up the Tom Kench, then Cornell's going to be very happy just to take it away. But they will pick it up themselves, and a Gwen hover.
Well, first of all, I really like that they're able, because to me, really, right? Like you don't necessarily, at least I haven't seen Tom Kench a lot without the Senna. So Columbia are willing to sacrifice that pick to go with that Tom Kench, maybe go for something else just to make sure that Cornell can't get that super duper combo that has been so strong here recently. And I like the ideas here. I wonder how it's going to work out for them in the rest of the draft and how the rest of their team comp's going to kind of work out. But you do get the Seraphine for Cornell.
The Seraphine coming out is pretty interesting. The new changes to Moonstone, I think, benefited her pretty well, at least earlier in the game. Later, she does definitely take a hit because the nerf was pretty significant. But now you have the Senna and Seraphine paired with Hecarim, and they're just going to buff this horsey up, and the horse is going to run over a lot of champions. But it is into Tom Kench Morgana, so they do have a lot of safety, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a hypercarry ADC picked up here, either the Jinx or the Aphelios.
True. Yeah. And it's got to be the Tristana. Tried and true. It's pretty sure she's been a part of, I don't know the actual percentages of picks worldwide, but my goodness, she's got to be up there.
She is.
I do really find these next couple bands interesting, at least in the direction that we're going to see, because we obviously have some strong solo lanes still available for Columbia, a little flex potential there. They are targeting the top lane matchup. So they take away the Gnar that has been such a mainstay in the meta as well. And I really wonder what Cornell's responses are going to be here.
Usually when you see the Gnar ban, you're thinking of things like Renekton or these bruisers that kind of want to fight the whole time in top lane. So Renekton, maybe Gwen. I'm not sure how that matchup is. I haven't been able to see it too much. And I assume that's going to be a Victor ban.
Yes, it is a Victor ban. So a little bit of solo lane focus there again in the mid lane. And so I guess the biggest question for me now is Columbia comfortable with taking the Tristana in mid? Do they have something else up their sleeves? Because I do feel like the Tristana Tom Kench, not the most synergistic matchup you've ever seen, but can be played, if executed properly. More top lane focus, though. I guess a little bit of mid lane focus in that Vladimir ban as well from Columbia.
Yeah, the thought process with the Tristana Tom Kench is we've seen a lot of these Tristanas going for those 1v9 rocket jumps. So
You
they're
just get that extra insurance.
Yeah, they're just like, maybe we'll pull you back from that one, save you a little bit of embarrassment, maybe a Twitch clip. And Cornell, not knowing where this Tristana is going to go with the Victor and the Jinx ban, usually you see one team kind of double down on the ban that they're going for. And the Set going to come out. It's kind of surprising. I think Set is a weak champion at the moment.
Ooh, why do you think that?
I just think his numbers are really bad, and he gets countered by a lot of stuff that's currently meta, and so it's very hard for him to function in a game. But when you do have the Morgana, it allows him to be enabled a lot more than he would previously.
Very true. I think that he just provides a lot in the team fight situations, and especially with the composition that they're going with, it can help out. I do agree that he's kind of fallen off to an extent in pure number value. We'll see though, as the big bear popped up for Cornell. I thought they were going to go for the ball delivery system. They have it set up. They could still do it. Get a safe pick in the mid lane to go with that Hecarim initiation. But I do really like the volley bear. I've been loving this pick here, rising up in the meta.
And it might not be the Orion. Oh, it's going to be the Orion.
I was
They're not
like,
going
double
for
bear
Danny.
composition? I don't know.
They're going for all bears.
We just need Udyr in the jungle.
Yeah, they mispicked a Hecarim and it's just Udyr, and they just have 3 bears. But the Oriana coming through is very smart. They have the Hecarim. They have a lot of Wombo with the Hecarim, the Seraphine ult, and then Senna just in the back line going to be free hitting with these double tanks and the Oriana and the Seraphine to keep the front line alive. And Samira coming through.
Oh, I love the spice. Colombia putting everything on the line here, flexing as well, keeping that Tristan in the mid lane. Into the Oriana, which is going to be an interesting matchup in and of itself. But you got the Samira Tom Kench bot lane against the Senna Seraphine.
If Tom Kench starts running at you and Samira follows up, that's pretty scary. I know we see, at least in most regions, we see Tom Kench players kind of playing more passive, but at least in LPL, Tom Kench players like to get in there. They like to play so aggressive and go for these 2v2 kills all the time.
I just think that that's the most interesting part is like, how is that aggression going to come out? Because and it's kind of, we glossed over it because now it's been in the meta for a tiny bit at least, but not too long. But the Morgana jungle, like I just feel like the CC lockdown that you have in coming out of the jungle in that case is going to be really interesting going against the kind of engages that Cornell is going to be throwing out. And it's going to be a lot on how, Gen.G can pilot Morgana and find a way to get at least those advantages in that aspect and find the team fights that you're looking for when you have this kind of composition, the double ADCs especially.
And Morgana's one of those junglers that people are going to have a hard time matching her clear in the early game, especially some other junglers. Hecarim will be able to keep out fairly well, but Morgana still, even with the nerf that they did to her, she still clears the jungle super fast. Yeah, it's like a 20% nerf that did basically nothing. But she still clears really fast, and she just will probably double scuttle you every game if you're mashing the sides with her. So as long as Gen.G plays this Morgana super well, then it's going to be really hard for RBs to really do anything on the Hecarim.
Yeah, and I think that, I was getting excited because we're talking about chaos, we're talking about crazy team fights, and I get to yell a lot. But both these compositions, man, the team fights are going to be insane, and I expect there to be a decent amount of objective control coming out from both sides, at least trying to get that early objective control for themselves. And I do wonder how that plays into both hands, especially when I'm looking at Colombia's team, who needs to find some of those advantages, right? They have some scaling aspects to them, but they're really looking for those early advantages to get the snowballs to be able to pressure around the map. And then Cornell on the other side, like, yes, they can skirmish in that mid game, the bridging to that late early game, but when you're looking at the team fights, you're looking at scaling, you're looking at Senna shooting laser beams at your face later in the game, like that, you're fine buying some time, right? Like, so I really wonder how Colombia are going to kind of step up that pressure.
Yeah, it's definitely on Colombia to get things rolling early. They do have the Set and the Tom Kench who sort of fall off as you get later and later into the game. Tom Kench is just going to start to get blown up even early, but the Senna is just unmatched in scaling. If Senna gets 100, 150 souls, it's pretty much over. She's attacking you from across the map. And no one's having a fun time except for the Senna player. Senna player is loving life.
Very true, very true. I wonder if we're gonna see the AP volley bear or the more tanky version of volley bear. I would love to see the AP volley bear. I think it's ridiculously broken, but only in the right situations, Mongoose, I guess. But I do want to talk a little bit more about this execution and where we're looking at least in the early game for the pathings, because I do feel like Arbez on the Hecarim is going to be focusing towards these solo lanes a little bit more, maybe trying to get Pyphronix ahead a little bit on that volley bear, get a lead over Ice Khan on the set, or maybe Orianna getting Orianna ahead, getting those shockwaves to damage potential around the objectives is super huge. But on the other side, I want to get your thoughts. Where do you think that the big focus, at least early pathing for Edgy Name, is going to be?
So Edgy Name has a lot of good a lot of good lanes to gank. The bot lane super aggressive with the Samira, Tom Kench able to follow up, and it's going to make tower dives a lot easier.
Yeah.
Mid lane, Tristana is going to have perma prio over Orianna. That's one of the great things about the matchup. She doesn't really have to spend too much time there, but she's going to want to protect the Tristana so Tristana can still play more aggressive and force this Orianna to have to play back, have to lose CS. And just pick up all these turret plates. And then top lane, Set versus Volibear. Morgana can go up there, but you leave Set on an island, Set's just going to farm up and then come into team fights and be super, super useful. So I think getting the Samira ahead and getting the Tristana ahead will do a lot for the side of Colombia.
Focus the double ADCs in a double ADC composition. Sounds about right. I feel like that's the correct path forward. But it is a double-edged sword, right? You do have to be careful at those if they aren't getting ahead. Samira, takes a little bit to turn on Tristana as well, and you're looking for those item spikes to really be worth your salt. But that's where I really want to see how Ice Khan performs against this volley bear for Pyphronix, because I feel like, yes, we talk a lot about the ADCs, we talk a lot about that mid bot lane, whatever, how the jungles are gonna get bounced between the two, like kind of like ping pong. But I do feel like it's going to rely a lot on what the pressure looks like, what the lane state looks like in the top lane.
Yeah, the top lane is going to be pretty pivotal because I think Arby's is going to be able to focus up there a lot more since Morgana is going to want to be near this bot side. And you can kind of leave Senna Seraphine alone as the Hecarim because you're not going to have to support them. They're going to sustain through everything. And as long as you can keep them from getting tower dove, then Hecarim doesn't have to be anywhere near the lane. Can just focus this top side, make this Volibear a complete terror, and take Set out of the game completely.
That's never what you want to hear if you're a fan of Iced Con. He needs to be able to play the video game. But yeah, I think that's going to be really interesting, especially early on, if Arby's is able to get the focus up there. But I still think that the Samira to me is not. I'm not sold. I feel like there's some other potentials. I feel like when she got nerfed very heavily the last time around, done deal. I feel like there's some other picks here you could have gone. I still really like the Jinx in the moment, but going into the Senna, I want to hear your thoughts on that matchup between them two.
If Samira doesn't get kills early, then the Samira pick is completely wasted, in my opinion. Samira is not a champion that you pick and you're like, we're going to scale till late game with this.
Fine.
Yeah, don't worry. We got the late game against a Senna who infinitely scales. But I think with the Jinx being banned, the number of ADCs that you could have gone for are a lot less. You can go for the Aphelios, still not a great pick. You can go for the Ashe, which I don't necessarily hate. Pairs well with the Tom Kench. The ulti is super beneficial, especially when you already have Tristana as your mid laner. And it just allows your team to do a lot more, where Samira is straight damage and she wants to be diving in. And if you're trying to dive into Senna, Seraphine, Orianna with Hecarim Volibear jumping at you, I think it's really, really hard, even when you have a Tom Kench and a Morgana to keep you alive the whole time.
Yeah, I think that it's going to be a lot on Sulgi to mechanically perform. I still think we're getting a lot of that early focus around these objectives, early dragons. I would hope at least, because I do think that they can benefit, at least that pressure around the map can benefit both these teams, because that's what I feel like is going to be king of this game, is like that tempo control and who's really dictating the pace of the game.
And that's the thing, is the pace of the game is really important, and it's going to be up to these junglers to keep it.
Yeah.
It's super important that neither of these junglers get behind, and they have some really good lanes on the side of Colombia to make sure that Edgy can keep creating pressure everywhere.
Yeah, I think so too. I think I still like I have to like wipe my eyes every time I see the Morgana actually picked up because I'm not a fan. I'm not sold, but then I see how dominant it is. So now, Edgy, it's your time to shine. See what happens with it. Before we do get into the games, I do want to give one last quick little shout out to our sponsors. Gotta give some love to Gen.G. Gotta give some love to PLANET9. Also, Predator and Acer, thank you all so much for joining us for sponsoring these wonderful games that we've had today. But now it is time for some League of Legends. We've got losers bracket round 3, Cornell University versus Columbia Esports.
Yeah, and as we get into this one, pretty standard, but you see the Morgana opposite sides of the Hecarim, so Hecarim will be able to get one of these Scuttle Crabs. Morgana going to clear faster, but will be on opposite sides, so obviously Scuttle Crab not going to go her way on both sides. But the board on the Raptors is going to spot Morgana out. They're going to know exactly where she's pathing, and so her first 3 to 4 minutes of the game will be pretty well laid out for the side of Cornell.
Yeah, we'll see how maybe there's a wrench thrown in the works. I like the early aggression by Faboy, getting onto Heppo, trying to keep him in a tower cut. It's very easy to push as the Tristana, although Pyfernix getting very low up here against the set. Gonna have to flash away from IceCon.
Yeah, and had to flash away before even level 2, so IceCon definitely playing this matchup very well, and you know, 3 winning lanes is super nice for Edgy. Edgy is just going to be able to power farm and keep doing everything that they want to do inside of this game.
Galaxis getting a little bit low there on the bot side, taking some heavy trades. I do have to say the poke damage that could come through from Warmbed and Kafir is pretty strong, Mongoose, because you just cannot really walk up to the lane, especially with the range disadvantage that Sulky has.
Yeah, and it's a very hard lane, and they have to all in to kill. And if they get poked down like this, they can never all in because they jump in and die instantly. So it's really hard. And Heppo playing this mid lane very well, especially after that level 1.
Yeah, both mid and bot looking a little bit worse for wear here inside of Columbia, but Edgy is trying to come in, get a gank going. Just going to get the ward, though.
And a really good ward there from Cornell. They knew that Morgana was going to be on the bot side, but Edgy might not even get the Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, that's going to be exhaust already burned. TP is now coming in from Faboy, but it's too late. Galaxis comes at the last second. The spin over the wall. First blood goes to Arby's, as Hecarim is exactly who you want to give some early gold to as well. Galaxis is going to be rooted down here. Faboy goes over the wall, and that's going to be a second kill. Go ahead and count him up, Mongoose. And Cornell up in the lead.
Yeah, and that's absolutely huge for Cornell. On this late game comp, they're getting ahead early, and that's just pretty much disastrous for Columbia. It's still early in the game, so they do have a lot of ways that they can come back. But if you're the side of Cornell, you're pretty happy with getting both of those kills and denying both Scuttle Crabs.
Yeah, that's just huge early advantages. And as I said, you know, getting Hecarim 2 kills early on is just going to expedite the scaling advantage that they are going to have, and especially RB's being able to influence the map a little bit more with that extra gold. We'll have to see how it works out, but it is looking a little bit rough early on, at least for Columbia, but they've still got some potentials when we get to that mid-game spike.
It's looking pretty rough. This wave is pushing into bot, so they are going to just be able to freeze this one and collect it, and Hecarim's already down here, so it might be even more disastrous for the side of Columbia if the Hecarim does come on down.
They're opting in for the trade here, and as you said, Arby's is right around the corner. There's the damage on the Kafir. He goes in. Sulgix gets the kill, but will die in return, and yet more gold going to be given to Arby's. 3 kills, a killing spree for the Cornell jungler.
And that's a 3-0 Hecarim at 5 minutes. It's very, very scary. This Morgana that was supposed to have all this prio in the early game to do really whatever she wanted is now down to the Hecarim and just going to have to keep power farming and hope that they can stabilize.
And You're hoping for stabilization. I gotta say that there's got to be a little bit of extra fire in the tank for Colombia, you'd think, because they did get knocked out of this losers bracket by UPenn. UPenn are waiting on the other side of this game for them to come back and try for that redemption arc, Mongoose. And I want to see that fire lit up here for Colombia. I want to see a little bit more action from themselves. As we talk about it, they're taking the Dragon.
Yeah, and I like to see when teams are behind, they're still making proactive plays. I hate when teams get behind and then they just sit back and do nothing and just basically lose the game off of basically doing nothing. As silly as it sounds. But seeing them go for the drag, seeing them know that Hecarim's going to be topside, his topside camps are up. They go for the drag, they get it, and it is going to be an Ocean Drake, or a Cloud Drake, so not super beneficial just yet.
Yeah, not just yet. A little bit of ulti cooldown reduction, but Gen.G kind of stopped the take here of his Krugs. Icecon has come over here. Pyfernix is right on the other side of the wall. Double level 6. That's the Onslaught of Shadows right onto them. The Stormbreakers follow it up, and there's the Wombo combo, just a little bit delayed. A double kill to Pyfernix.
And they just did not respect where the Volibear could be, and a beautiful ult there from Arby's. It was just so well set up.
Like, there was so much damage from that Onslaught of Shadows, and Icecon was not level 6 yet.
And the Black Shield also did not come out.
Or, I'm sorry, Gen.G was not level 6. I apologize.
Yeah. It was just a level discrepancy, as well as, you know, the 3-0 Hecarim.
True. That helps a little bit. I mean, just a little bit. Had a Hearthbound Axe there to help out. Sulgi trying to set up the gank down here as they were sending 4 members to try to take down Warmbed and Kafir, but unfortunately for Colombia, it's not going to come up for anything.
Yeah, and Solgi was just such low HP and got hit with the Q from Seraphine, so wasn't able to come in, and the play basically falls flat, and everything's just going to fall back into pretty much a lull state here. Bot waves coming in, and they're just gonna let the wave crash. Same with mid, and it's not looking too great for the side of Colombia.
See if they can pull some magic out of the hat in some way. Galaxis gets rooted up, but still that tanky Tom pinch. And I would like to see now maybe shift focus towards this top side for the side of Cornell. Maybe get this Rift Herald going for them. They already have this huge lead early on. See if they can propel that even further. Sulki's going to have to back here.
Yeah, and I don't even think they need to rotate people up towards this Rift Herald. They already have so much gold that they can pretty much just start it and win the 3v3 up top side. The Volibear and the Hecarim are so far ahead, and this Orianna is even winning this mid lane matchup, which is supposed to be a struggle for her.
Been doing really well at clearing the wave, getting poke damage down off the void. Pyfernix goes in for the all-in onto Icecon. A lot of damage to bite the chunk down. Haymaker's not going to do too much to Pyfernix at that point. And really good trades in the top line for Cornell, at least.
Yeah.
Oh, tries to go for the oh man, that was so close with the Dawning Shadow. My goodness.
Yeah, and they're going to lose a lot of this wave. Solgi can't even step up.
Oh, man, this is it. This is the turnaround. Okay, no, Galaxis eats him up, stops the damage from going down. The heals coming out from Kafir is a lot, as well as from Warmbed. They have caught Solgi. The root going to come down, but Warmbed realizes they've taken too many tower shots here. I'm pretty sure there was like 4 or 5 at that point. So they'll back off a little bit. Solgi will finally be able to get the back they were looking for.
Yeah, and Cornell getting a little bit greedy there. It almost turned back to bite them, but, you know, Senna and Seraphine are just going to heal all the way back up.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a really, really nice ult from Kafri to hit both Solgi and Galaxis, but Galaxis did have the W ready and was able to save the play. They just lost the wave and got their reset off. It wasn't ideal, but now they're going to be back on the map for this dragon coming up in about 40 seconds.
Yeah, it will be that mountain dragon setting us up for the second dragon. See if Cornell can even it up with that. At least Colombia have a stake to their claim rather. They have one dragon. It will be the Rift Herald spot at top lane though for Cornell, so they're looking to get even more objectives here. Going to take first tower as well. But boy, going all in on the Heppo. Dark Binding's not going to land. Shockwave is though, and that's the tower doing serious damage, and that's a double kill for Heppo.
That was such a good shockwave from Heppo. Got both of them underneath the tower and was just able to light them up for being a little bit too greedy there.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Sogi, you have no right to be in the lane anymore. Galaxus is here though, gonna shut down Heppo. Trying to at least, taking a lot of damage already. And Galaxus thinks better of it, not gonna make a meal out of Heppo today.
Yeah, didn't know where the Hecarim was, so had to pull out of that one. And this dragon will most likely be going over to Cornell unless Edgy Name comes in with a 6 steal, but I think they're happy to let this one go away. They do already have the 1 dragon, so dragon stacking not going to be a problem as early as it could have been.
Already have 52 stacks on Warm Bed. And really nice on that scaling aspect. Arby's is maybe caught Edgy. He's going for the steal here. Who's going to get the smite? It's going to be taken by Edgy, stolen just as you said, but are the lives going to be taken by Cornell? The answer is yes, Mongoose, as that's going to be a couple kills given over if the boy gets out. But still, with Cornell in a huge advantage, 10-1.
Yeah, 10-1, 8K gold lead at 12 minutes. It is such a big lead for the late game team.
They're just farming. They're proxying the wave in mid. It's fine.
Yeah,
everything is fine.
They do not need to fight Colombia for the rest of the game, and they will win. It's just such a bad spot to be in if you're Colombia. And it's super sad because we might not be able to get to see that rematch. But
I know.
A really, really good game here from Cornell.
That's looking really nice right now, at least from the execution standpoint for Cornell. They're also pressing up into the enemy jungle here, getting some of those camps away from Edgy. Going to make that lead even further ballooned, at least, as the KDAs are looking real good right now for everybody, except for Kaffer. You don't get to have the deathless moment on Seraphine, but it's fine. You're giving it up for the dub for your team. And the biggest thing I want to worry about here is that we do have this huge lead. We do have all these great plays coming out from Cornell, but it's also they're still scaled. They're still looking for the later parts of the game, as Solgi is actually going to go for the kills here on the bot lane. Might have bit off a little bit more than they could chew, as Warm Bed's getting low. Actually, going to be shut down by Galaxus. Caffrey is going to get the next kill, though, onto Solgi, and also gets taken out here eventually by the Catfish. Maybe not. The flash comes out, and Heppo's here. The shield's there. Galaxus struggling, can't get the kill, and it gives a killing spree to Heppo.
And that was so painful to watch. Galaxus could just do nothing, was trying to run around, was getting creep blocked, the TP came through. But that is the power of this bot lane that we said earlier.
Oh, no.
It just...
was waiting for it. Stormbringer comes out, and the boy gets double ultied and double dead. Arby's gets the kill. That was one command attack. That's all I'm gonna say. That was a quarter, or if not more, of Solgi's health. Holy cow!
Yeah, it's just this Oriana's ahead and still has the Seeker's arm guard, so not even full damage, or as full damage as she could be. Does complete the Ludens, and she's just gonna do more and more damage as the game progresses. So it's, if you're the side of Colombia, you need to start going for plays. You need to start creating pockets of vision and playing in that vision and trying to get Cornell to come into you and get some of these shutdowns onto your carries.
Yeah, if you can find some picks, I feel like that'll be the best avenue forward for Colombia, especially with Edgy having a lot of lockdown. They do still have double ADCs, which is very strong for single target focuses at least. They do need to get a handle on the map state though, because this last tower, the last outer tower, could be going down pretty soon. That would be just so much more pressure given to Cornell to be able to use.
And Cornell is already running everywhere on the map. They were proxying mid earlier, so this mid turret doesn't really mean that much.
Arby's with the stop, breaking some ankles there.
if you're the side of Columbia, you're looking to complete these first items before you take the next fight.
My God. All right. Galaxis has decided to go in on a warm bed. Warm bed has gotten away towards the top side of the map. Arby's is back around here. And for a while now, Heppo's just been pushing his bot lane. Going to be hitting the tower here pretty soon. That means Columbia needs to figure out how they're going to make these lane assignments work out.
They don't really have anyone that can deal with the bot wave. IceCon is kept in the top, and they don't have TP on Foboy. So it's really hard to send someone down there. Heppo doesn't have the TP either, but can get to his team a lot faster.
Oh, the shockwave combo. There's the shield bow already popped. Sulgi goes in, though. Looking for the outplay. Just gets obliterated by Heppo. Heppo's doing some serious damage. Onslaught of Shadows right back onto Edgy. As Edgy goes in, does get a decent amount of damage. They get the shutdown for Foboy, but Foboy's going to be taken out as well. A double kill over to Arby's, who's slowly going to be taken and eaten down by the hungry catfish. That's a big shutdown. Galaxis is getting all the gold at this point. TP's coming in now from IceCon. Going to eat the bear in the stomach of the catfish. But there's the Stormbringer to try to even the odds. Pyfernix taking the fight right now, taking the 1v2, gets Showstopper, flashes away. IceCon flashes over the wall and is going to walk into his death as Warm Bed claims the kill.
And that was looking so good for Columbia. If IceCon gets that kill there at the end on Pyfernix, gets the shutdown, then they pretty much gathered all the shutdowns that they could from Cornell, and they're on the path to get back into this game. The shutdowns all going on to Galaxis is a little bit unfortunate. You probably would have wanted it to go on probably the Tristana. The Tristana needs to get back into this game. Samira is not going to scale hard enough to match with the Senna anymore, but they are getting these dragons.
Shadow, the combos here, the smite away though, that's soul point achieved by Columbia. They're trying to take the fight on Warm Bet too, as Galaxis just gets melted down. Sulgi is in there, Edgy gets the kill, and Samir is kind of popping off right now. Foboy is going to get one of the kills at least, taken down by Arby's there, and there's the gold lead. There's the gold sack being thrown right at Columbia, as that is huge lead, huge gain, huge win for Cornell.
Yeah, Cornell up 13k gold now, or 12k gold, and there is still a possibility for Columbia to come back into this game. They are on Soul Point, and it is Infernal Soul, one of the stronger souls in the game, and it's just one smite fight away. If you lose this smite to Edgy, then the game could get flipped on its head. We're already seeing them start to win these fights more and more, and once they get that Infernal Soul, or if they get that Infernal Soul, it's going to be that much easier for the Samira and the Tristana to one-shot your backline.
It's all about the target calling, and they were able to get a couple of the key members. The only thing now is you've got to start dealing with the frontliners, because Arby's is a little strong. I don't know about what you think, Mongoose, but he can pretty much 1v1 anybody right now. But if they can find the combo to get both of the at least ADCs targeted onto this one carry, like that's where things succeed for Columbia.
Yeah, but Warm Bed just tearing up.
Yeah, there's nothing.
Oh boy.
Didn't want to go for it because the backup was there. The boy gets out by the skin of his teeth.
He could have gone for the ult, but probably a little bit greedy. Wants to save that for the fight. And they pick up that Herald, so they might just come mid and try to force an inhib off of it. Probably would have preferred to see them use it bot so that they create pressure for the Baron that will be coming up very soon.
They're going to spawn the second Rift Herald here. Shockwave is going to get literally everybody but Edgy Name, and the follow-up is just too much. Showstopper comes out, but the show has been stopped for Columbia. Cornell have dominated this entire game, and they will continue to do so. They will move forward. They will go up to face UPenn.
Yeah, and the Rift Herald there allowed them to end the game, and just a really, really good game from Cornell. It was another stomp, but it was a little bit closer than it was looking to be. Did end 26-6, but it was a lot closer than that. At least it looked a lot closer than that. But still, really good showing from both teams. Cornell just had the better draft, I think, in this game. And once they got ahead, it was just so hard for Colombia to come back.
It was a little bit difficult coming out of the gate, but still had some promise. I love it. Stuck with the objective control, the objective focus. We had double Rift Heralds taken by one team, all 3 dragons taken by the other team, even though Colombia lost. Still, props on the objective control. Mongoose, that does mean, though, that unfortunately for Colombia, they are going to be out. It will be Cornell moving forward to face the University of Pennsylvania. And adieu to Columbia. I think they had a pretty good run, being able to, win up against Harvard, lose to UPenn, as we said, trying to get to that grudge match, but we're unable to. But then also winning against Princeton, so you could still hold your heads high. As I think it's been a fun run so far for them.
And really appreciate Columbia being here and coming out.
Yep.
They, I believe, still are the highest donating
I believe so.
school. So really, really big shout out to them for helping raise money for the COVID fundraiser. And it was fun to watch them play. Even though this last game was a little bit one-sided, it was still a really, really good game.
Yeah, and hopefully, next time if we do one of these events, they'll be able to learn a lot and come back with even higher hopes. But again, thank you to everyone at Columbia College. Thank you so much for coming out and joining us for this tournament. It's been an awesome time. Had a good run, so appreciate everybody donating as well. Stick around, don't leave just yet, just to see who's at the end of the tournament. I know you want to. But really quick, we're gonna take a little break. We're gonna come back. We're gonna have Cornell up against that University of Pennsylvania matchup to see who goes on to face Yale in the finals, Mongoose. We'll be right back, everybody. Welcome back, everyone, to the Yale Esports 2021 Ivy League versus COVID-19 charity stream powered by Gen.G and Planet9. I am Mazel, joined by Mongoose. Got to give a quick shout out to our other sponsors as well, Predator and Acer. Thank you all so much for sponsoring this event and helping combat COVID-19 here. It's been a long ride, but at least we're making some progress here. Now, we've got to get to the losers finals, Mongoose, because we've had a long day of games already, but we're not quite done just yet. Cornell, coming off a dominating win over Columbia, is now going up against the University of Pennsylvania.
Yeah, and we have come a long way, and we still got a long way to go. The ASOL van coming out, a little bit of respect to Slindy, and the Evelyn van coming out again, as we saw from last game, and the Graves band from Cornell coming out, and the Senna finally taken away. Thank goodness.
Hey, at least a little bit of research done on the side of UPenn. No big deal, right?
They were watching the stream.
Yeah, for sure. I do want to see how the rest of these bands pair out, though. I do really like, seeing the consistency in the band, seeing what these teams are eyeing on the table, and the Relian Soul band coming away as well. Mordekaiser is actually the final phase 1 band there for Cornell.
They're going to R1 Hecarim, probably, if it's not banned away. They did pick it. Well, I don't even know what you pick here. Jinx, Udyr, one of the two?
Udyr, bet.
Udyr.
Let's see. Maybe we won't. Hey, maybe it'll be a first. I feel like that's all we've seen here recently.
Oh, Diana's up.
I was going to say that the combo can be available. Rel, Diana are still up. You love to see that combo come through. Ornn is actually the first. Throw all the notes out the wayside. We're going with Tank first pick, because why not?
Just blind and top. They're like, all right, the first pick, we're going to pick Ornn. What you got? This is where they pick Braum or Yasuo.
Yeah, for sure. See what happens. Although I would love it because Braum has been rising in priority here a lot recently. It's the
just
perfect
Braum
counter. But the thing is as I said, like I guess you could still go the Braum, but the Rel Diana combo I feel like is so ridiculously strong when you get to those team fights.
We'll see if it is the Rel, the Diana taken away from Arby's. And this pick probably going to be support or top laner, and then just get a counter matchup there in the top lane, and pick something that just scales really well.
Oh my god.
Okay.
I'm just gonna stop guessing because
I know
we're done.
They're hitting the random button. I'm convinced.
I wish I had a piece of paper to throw up in the air because just Tarek comes in. I know my roommate Kangas gonna be casting later. Would be very happy to see that. He's probably screaming, hooting, and hollering already, Mongoose. But
we love Tarek.
we stand Tarek.
Fantastic champion.
Oh man, I don't know about that. That's a little too much praise, I feel like. But hey, we'll see how it works out. See this Cosmic Radiance has come down clutch. Janna is the second pickup here for Cornell.
And I think Janna is a super underrated pick, especially in a melee matchups. She can get her Spell Thieves completed around 6 minutes and just have total vision priority for 3 to 4 minutes after that. And we'll just dominate the lane. And Jinx comes out. Fantastic pairing with Janna. And Janna's just going to keep the Jinx alive. Diana tries to hop in. Janna just monsoons everyone away. But the Vladimir coming through, just a matchup that can go into the Ornn, will farm, will come out strong, and just delete this Jinx and the Janna. If you kill both of them, they can't save each other. So
True.
That's the mindset.
Man, that's the big brain analysis. I like it. You gotta kill both of them. What I really like right now is that we're getting a lot of scaling, and so we can have a banger of a long game. We have a lot of avenues forward for both these teams already, and we're only through halfway in this pick and ban. So we are getting in that second phase of bans. We do have some solo lanes left up, so a lot of focus more than likely towards those. Orianna comes away for UPenn. Kaisa is actually the ban away by the side of Cornell because such a strong ADC can't let that into the game. I'm still looking at Tristana though, because Tristana is still very strong, and especially in the Tarek, like being able to get that Cosmic Radiance down to the combo at least with the rocket jump, saving the day if you want to be aggressive. You never know how that can work out.
Yeah, the Tristana is definitely a good pick. Might see it go away here, but might see other things that have been rising in priority, like the Vayne go away. If they're planning on picking another tank, I think the Vayne ban would be really good. But it will be the Tristana, and I suspect they'll probably pick their solo laner here and just leave their ADC for last pick, just to see if another tank comes in and see if they need someone to deal with those tankier members.
The
Or not.
Sivir is going to be the pick taking a quick right here. We're going to take
I'm
the
just
Sivir
wrong the whole time.
because every time we say a word, it's the exact opposite that comes out right afterwards. And that's how things work in League of Legends. But I'm really interested at what that last pick is going to be. They're saving the pick for the mid lane. They're trying to save that counter pick for the mid lane, being of very big importance to their playstyle potentially, and trying to get that communication going, that combination going with the Diana. But Lilia is the pickup for Cornell.
Yeah, the Lily coming through, giving them a little bit of magic damage so they can pick up something AD, or they can go for the Malzahar, be able to lock down the
I
Diana
just
or the
hear
Vladimir.
in your voice. I could just hear or they could go the Malzahar.
R5 Yone. I'm calling it.
Oh my god. They picked the Yone.
They did. And it's
As
still an
soon
R5
as
Yone.
you say
It's still an
something,
R5
as
Yone.
soon as you say something, Mongoose, the opposite happens. You have reached the next level of power at this point. I don't even know. Like
I'm
that was like
degrading
watching
myself.
lightning strike 3 times in a row.
And I hope we get another AD match. That's
exactly. Keep going, man. At this point,
tank tops.
I'm just leaving you
Tank
at
top.
it. You get to just
Or it could
decide
be
how
Diana
the game
mid.
goes.
Could be Diana mid.
Could be.
Mundo
I would
jungle.
be very interested at where this Dr. Mundo goes because I don't feel like necessarily it fits into the combo all that well.
I don't know what the Mundo is doing here.
It's
He
a
showed up
Mundo
just to make me look bad. That's what it was.
As soon as you were like, okay, what could we say? Oh, Dr. Mundo. No, all right. Oh man, this was an excellent experience, Mongoose. I absolutely appreciate you and your unlimited power that you have unlocked at this point. But we'll see what happens.
I'm gonna just guess everything wrong from here on out. That's gonna be the thing. I'm
Honestly,
gonna try to
you
guess
could just
wrong.
narrate the rest of the losers finals. You'll just know what happens.
I know.
But
I have the script pulled up.
Yeah. You have it all written down there. Make sure we're keeping on it. We do have some very interesting compositions here and some very interesting ways to play, right? Everything being locked in at this point. It's going to be the Diana v Lilia matchup. Lilia having a very good time at farming, keeping that pace up, the tempo up in the game. And then Diana trying to get the leads early, trying to be impactful in that mid-game spike as well. But then you look at the solo lanes, you look at some of these matchups, you have a Yone versus a Vladimir in mid lane. You've got this Jinx Sivir matchup at the bot lane that's going to be very contested and both trying to push up, both having a lot of wave clearing ability. So I like this matchup is going to be insane. There's going to be fireworks everywhere.
Yeah, and I'm very curious to see if we get the lethality Sivir or if we get attack speed Sivir. I think both would be good. I think lethality is potentially good here because you do have the quadruple magic damage threat on your team.
True.
So if you go lethality, they're not going to be building much armor, and if they do, the rest of your team's going to one-shot them. So I think lethality is a pretty decent option here, especially since you don't want to be getting anywhere near the Yone or the Lilia. They'll just put you to sleep one way or another, whether it's by sending you back to the fountain or actually making you go to sleep.
I've seen some nutty plays from Yone in my short time of being able to cast him because he's not played very often. But I do a high school event for Maryville, and Yone Yasuo are like 2 huge picks for them. And so seeing like people that actually are good at these champions like pop off on them is the next level, right? I love to see it. So I'm looking at Heppo this time. There's a lot of pressure for me on Heppo. I want to see this Yone pop off. He pick it for a reason, Mongoose.
I like Yone until he kills someone 2 screens away and then hops back to safety.
Or 1v5s, that's normal too. Like,
that's just Yon Yasuo things.
That's just insane. And we are going to be getting into this game here shortly. I do want to give a little shout out to what we got going on here today. You know, it is charity stream to combat COVID-19. If you have or want any more information, you can hit that exclamation point donate to figure out where you can donate for this stream. Try to get those numbers up. We're trying to hit that goal to give away one of these wonderful masks here today. Exclamation point Acer is going to give you a little bit more information as well. And then also the final piece of information, as we're going to be getting in this losers final, is the exclamation point bracket command, which is going to give you a little bit of insight of how we got here, where we're going, what the trip has been like. It's been fun. It's been fun so far. Also want to give a quick shout out though. Make sure you guys are submitting your League or Valorant gameplay clips to get them potentially featured during our breaks. We have a special guest, Nemesis Nikki in stands. Could be playing guess the rank with your clip or predict the play, if you will, and see how much of a shout out you get for some of your individual plays. Submit a YouTube link with your donation, and make sure you get those in there so we can have some fun things to look over.
And it's a lot of fun things to come. But most importantly, I am so excited for this game. There has been so many strange picks today. We got Heimerdinger in game 1. And now we're getting Yone. We're getting Dr. Mundo, I guess, and Tarek. What more could you want? You have the Strong Chin boys all on the same team.
The Strong Chin boys. Is it the Crimson Chin? If anybody gets that reference, yeah, no big deal, but we'll see. As I'm just really excited for what this early game is going to bring, because you have two very skirmish heavy champions, at least. Lilia liking to get up in your face, liking to take some of those chicken nuggets early on from your opponents. Make sure you dip into those. But the fact of the matter is, like, this jungle matchup is going to dictate so much of how the pace of the game is going to go. Who we're going to see, taking control of that pace as well, Monk.
Yeah, and Lilia wants to farm a lot. Diana wants to create chaos on the map. And one thing to note, the Vladimir does have Ghost, so going to be running in very, very quickly.
No big deal.
Not going to be flashing over walls or anything, but he will run around that wall very, very fast.
Yeah, it's going to be... You can already tell that Yupin want some kills through that mid lane, right? Like, it's going to happen eventually, and Cataract is definitely going to try and make that happen. But my biggest eye, I guess, is on this mid lane matchup, right? I was talking a lot about Heppo and the Yone. Did have a really good performance on the Orianna last game. A little bit of a different play coming in this time around. But also, I'm a fan of the bot lane, Mongoose. I'm an ADC player at heart. I dip into the jungle occasionally, but the ADC is where my heart lies. And you've got a very interesting matchup. One of my most hated matchups that I personally don't like to play into is the Janna. I've been trounced on by too many Jannas that are way too good at this game too many times. But the fact of the matter is you have scaling ADCs. You have late game potential coming out, and all they need is a little bit of nudge forward.
Yeah, it is going to be the lethality Sivir, so not as strong as she could have been in the late game.
Yeah.
However, is still going to be very impactful, going to have the poke to help her team, along with the Mundo applying some of that poke as well, for the Vladimir and Diana to just come in and clean up, along with the Tarek ult, which will allow them to stay in for a lot longer than they probably should. But they are going to have a lot of fun this game if they can maintain an even state with their laners.
Yeah, and we are getting a little bit of lag there for Caffrey, so taking a little bit of time. Just make sure everything's right. Make sure the run is set up to go. Because I do have to say, we were a little sad, right? We were a little sad that Colombia couldn't be here to get that revenge match against UPenn. But as it was in that storyline where they had to kind of leapfrog over Cornell to get to the opponent they really wanted to face, Cornell themselves are looking to do the same. They were knocked down in the losers bracket, Mongoose, by Yale. And they want to beat UPenn. They want to go through this losers final, and they want to get a revenge themselves. So maybe second time's the charm here.
Yeah, maybe it's a little bit better of a storyline. The writers had to think about it a little bit.
Ooh,
and really nice poke coming out.
Yeah. It's a lot of damage traded back. Oodles McNoodles, though, taking a lot of damage. Say that 10 times fast. It's taking a lot of damage itself. And Caffrey's doing exactly what you normally see a very good Janna doing in the bot lane, just poking and being a menace.
Yeah, and Janna can just keep throwing stuff out. And
I love the Jannas that walk straight up to your face and then throw the tornado. It's like, yeah, I don't have to do this, but I'm going to do it anyway.
it's just to assert dominance. And I feel like we're going to be watching a lot of bot lane. It's just going to be constant fighting with Janna just hitting them constantly and Tart getting a little mad and throwing out a little dazzling gleam every now and again.
Yeah, it is a lot of trading there. That back to the conversation though is the mid lane, and Heppo's doing a good amount of damage there to Slindy early on, but I expect that to be very volatile in the mid lane.
Yeah, and if Heppo oversteps once and Slindy is able to capitalize once he does get the ultimate, it's going to be a really good time for Slindy. Slindy's going to be able to run him down out of his W, his little leap, and just chase him down and kill him. So Heppo, as it gets later and later, he has to be a little bit careful.
That was a good combo. Warm bed, looking for the kill on Oodles McNoodles, but can't get it. The heal comes out, and Noodles is just fine and dandy.
And did have to burn the heal, and Kesty did use the ignite, and no summoners were used on the side of Cornell, so probably a win for them, and they're going to get this free back off. Sivir can shove kind of quickly, but does need those spells to be up, and the wave's going to come in, and they're not going to get the full crash, so this is actually really, really good for Cornell. They're going to be able to come back and pick up this whole wave.
Arby's is right on the backside of Dime Live, trying to get something there, but can't exactly do so, as Pyfernix was actually taken down pretty heavily. Cataract is right here coming up to the top side as well to try to respond to that early showing of Arby's up here. I would like to say we're going to get a little 2v2 action going on, and Arby's looks to go into Dime Live, but now Cataract has found him, flashes over the wall. No chance coming out that they're going to give over the early blood.
Yeah, things are going well for them. The Jinx is scaling up. The Jinx was able to just farm comfortably, and their Vladimir hasn't really been under much, or their Yone hasn't really been under much pressure, so they're fine with just sitting back and just scaling up.
He's taking a lot of damage right there. I don't know if that's necessarily what you wanted to do. The back's now going to come out from the support for you, Pen.
Yeah, and that's pretty bad for Kesty. This wave is just frozen there, and you can see Oodles McNoodles can't do anything. Just is trying to stay there, farm with Q, but it's Janna. Janna's just gonna walk up to you and auto you and throw her little.
This is so unfair. This is so unfair. That's just dirty. Dirty gameplay coming out there from Caffrey as a lot doing more damage, more trading than ADC as the Janna. Gotta appreciate it.
It's a 1v2 lane for the Janna.
Oh man, gotta appreciate it though. Heppo's still doing a pretty decent job in the mid lane. Ever since that early little tussle, we haven't seen too much from the skirmish heavy junglers that we were looking for. Not too much invade coming out from Arby's, but also Cataract not getting involved too much until that level 6 pops, until you can make sure, unless you can find an overextending Caffrey warm bed on the bot side, but it doesn't look like that's going to come true.
Yeah, Caffrey, just so much movement speed and just able just to run away. They're probably going to look to crash this wave. This is the most dangerous spot for them where they could potentially die to the gank, but they are playing very, very safe, and it's a really, really good play from them to know that Diana can be down here and to just kind of slowly push the wave and stay as far back as they can.
Cataract starting up the Scuttle Crab has 3 members popped up on there, and there's going to be the fate sealed. First blood. Guess who got it, Mongoose? It's Caffrey.
And that's just Caffrey's just gonna poke them so much harder now, bot.
I know.
And it's
so
just,
usually
like,
you'd be a little salty, you'd be like, oh man, come on. But nah. You know, at this point, I'll take it. And Heppo has to flash out. Almost still dies from the Hemo Plague, but Slindy has found an advantage in the mid lane. Meanwhile, Arby's has found an advantage in the objectives, taking the first one for Cornell. We do still have the 1v1 up here. Daimlai has a lot of healing. Pyfernix doesn't really have anything left after blowing the combo. but Dimelight able to heal back pretty heavily with that regeneration.
Yeah, and Caffrey is just bullying this Vladimir, the level 5 Janna, walking up to the level 6, almost level 7
no.
Vlad.
Oodles, McNoodles, and Kesty. They're going to go for some Alco gameplay. Kesty flashes forward and pops the Ignite trying to get Warm Bed. Not going to be able to get it. Oh, no, they don't have the vision, but there it goes. Arby's gets the kill on Oodles, and Warm Bed might go down to the minions. Okay, there's the level up. There's the heal. It's fine.
It was close. It was a really nice attempt from Kesty. Knew that they were probably dead, and they definitely were, but almost got Warm Bed. That was super close. And I appreciate the aggressive support plays this game.
Yeah, I love how much damage we're seeing out of these supports. We'll see what happens when they get back, though. Heppo goes all in on the Slindy, doing a decent amount of damage, but the healing's going to come out as well from Slindy. Very back and forth, though. Slindy getting a little bit low. Oh, it misses by just a hair. Heppo might have had that.
Yeah, I think he definitely would have had it if he hit that Q. The second charge would have come up with the dash. And if the Q didn't take it, then would have been able to clean it up. Cataract did counter jungle the Gromp away from Arby's. So getting a little bit on the opposite side for that play bottom, but I think if you're the side of Cornell, you're pretty happy with the 2 kills that you got.
And there's been no big advantages, right, besides the kills. Like the lane phase is still pretty in effect. There's not huge differences except for Warm Bed having a bit of a differential against Oodles, but the big lead has been these little skirmishes, these fights, and Kefri might have found himself on the worst end of that one. Gets out with the... Oh my god! No! No! Mongoose!
Hey, he's still going back in!
I'm not allowing that. Can we rewind?
We need a chrono break.
God.
What happened?
Oh, that was ridiculous. This is also ridiculous because you're getting the wet noodle fight up here. Pyfernix is a little bit low though. It's gonna pop the Ornhorn, but it's too late. Actually does get the activation, but the flash is too good from Dimelight, and the Dr. Mundo gets a kill.
Yeah, Dr. Mundo gets a kill, but Janna is still doing Janna things, walking up on him, poking him down, and Mundo might go down anyway.
Right, there's the watch out Eve with the Lilting Lullaby combo, but not a lot of sustain or a lot of follow-up damage, at least there from Arby's. Bot lane, though, they found Kesty. Gets him out of there. Heal's still available for Oodles, so just in case they had that insurance policy. Arby's was still looking for Dimelight. Pyfernix has flashed now, or at least TP'd, sorry. And Arby's is the one that flashes, gets the kill onto Dimelight. So after all is said and done, you know, committing up there to top lane is just fine. And then Warm Bed gets the kill on Oodles at bot lane.
And Kefri and Warm Bed are playing this bot lane so well. Kefri he's just doing so much. Just poking them down and being such a menace in this lane, and the Taric looks so sad.
Yeah, it's definitely a frowny face on Taric's face today, but very happy smiles on the side of Cornell, who have come up with a lot in this early game. I mean, they've gotten 5 kills, they've gotten a huge gold lead. Now they've also gotten all the objectives so far with that Rift Herald going down to Arby's. The Cataract needs to get involved, needs to get something going.
And they have to try to go for some plays. Just overload one side of the map, create a numbers advantage, and try to get some gold back in your pocket. You're 3k gold down, and it's just going to get worse. This Jinx is going to scale up. The Ornn is going to start giving people items, and that's just extra gold that the enemy team is going to have that you can't have and can never get back as UPenn.
Yeah, we're going to see Casper going in here for a gank, but that is the fate sealed. And Slindy actually gets out the... Oh, nope. The pull comes out, but the damage from the pullback's too much.
Yeah, the Janna ganks are just way too strong.
They're way too strong. That's it. It was all Caffrey, baby. It was all Caffrey.
Always has been.
Even know. Always has been. Always will be. As Rift Herald's going to get the charge in mid lane. They don't get the tower just yet. Heppo goes in for a lot of damage on Oodles and Noodles. But they've still got Warm Bed farming up in the bot side, Mongoose. That's definitely not what you want to hear when it's a Jinx who's just able to free farm.
Free Farmin is 30 CS up, is 2-0, has the first item, and Oodles McNoodles is still struggling to complete that first one.
Indeed, Oodles almost gets caught out by the Fed Janna. There, Caffrey doing a ton of damage. The Cataract back down on this bot side has been spotted out by the ward. Will get pinged out by the team of Cornell. And you can obviously tell that UPenn are trying to commit down to this bot side. They're trying to get some of these objectives, trying to get some of this map control back for themselves.
Yeah, and they are going to start up the dragon and try to force Cornell to come into them. But I don't think they win this fight if they take it.
I don't know if they do either. Cataract goes in, flashes away now as Arby's has joined the fight. Lilting Lullaby comes out to watch out. Eat is going to do it. Killing spree for Arby's. And you're eating good.
Yeah, and they only got 1 kill out of that, so I think it's a pretty decent play. They get the drag, they stop the stacking, and it is the Cloud Drake, so really good for people on their team. Mundo, Vladimir, going to be very, very happy to pick that one up. And if they keep getting more and more of these drags, it is the Mountain Drake, so they can get a lot tankier.
They definitely can. And you also have the Dr. Mundo, right? Like, I do feel like there's some tankiness there, some scaling potential on the side of UPenn too. And I'm just worried because you've given up so much gold to some crucial pieces, right? Like, you already have Warmbed, who's on that one item, has the Kraken Slayer, is going to be going for even more of those power scaling items, and especially hitting the spikes on Jinx when you're ahead. It's so nice because you can literally just force anything you want as a team fight. And as the team fight is coming to a head here, as we've seen what these competitions kind of do, you like the ease of execution on the side of Cornell.
Yeah, and it's just the team fights for Cornell seem a lot more, this is what's going to happen. But for the side of UPenn, the team fights look a little bit more chaotic with the Vladimir, with the Diana, and the Mundo. All these champions want to kind of play a disrupting role in the team fight. And Sivir doesn't really want to be in there with the team, can use the ultimate to speed them up, but it's just a very, very scattered team fight for them.
Caffrey can literally do whatever they want. Like, he's taking on a 1v4 here, and Cataract gets caught here by Heppo. It's just going to get taken out so cleanly by Heppo's Yone, and they could follow this up on the Slindy and Kesty, as this is turning into a 2v3, but they've got pressure on the bot side. They've got a pushing wave. They've got mid lane who's almost dead, at least as the tower, and they've got all the pressure they want on the bot side of the map. Caffrey and Arby's are about to step into a fight that's a bit one-sided, but there's the Cosmic Radiance. Kesty using it just in time. Caffrey flashes over the wall. Arby's pretty quick on the backside of it. Oodles McNoodles gets obliterated by Heppo, who's now on a killing spree. And they put themselves in that position. It started going wrong. It doesn't matter. They still pull out a kill.
And if you were watching this game, you would think Kefri's playing Mundo, because Kefri goes where Kefri pleases. Kefri is going everywhere, just running into things blind, and just is so fearless on this Janna. Is just tempting
it's the
fate.
Mental game. It, like, I swear that's all it. Like, it's not the champion. It's the mental. It's the players playing the champion itself. It's that mental edge that you get when you're playing the Janna in this situation. But my goodness, another tower taken. Pyfernix, though, maybe wish he could get some help from his teammates here, as this might be the second 1v1 as Pyfernix flashes, but still dies to Daimler.
And this top lane's not going too great, but I think if you're the side of UPenn and you're relying on Mundo to carry against Yone, Lilia, and Jinx, it's not going to go too hot. So this Mundo needs to start getting the carries back into the game. Staying in top lane is fine until you come back and it's like this, or is even worse than this with the 7k gold lead already for the side of Cornell. They've been really, really good at these early games, this game and the last game.
Yeah, they really have been. It's like how the push and pull happens around the map, especially Heppo having a lot of priority in the mid lane so far in both games, and on the Yone even more so, right? But like you can just control what objectives are going down, where the movements of the map are, and now we see new lane assignments coming out. We're getting the swap up here where Heppo goes top, takes that tower, and now you also have Typhernix on the bot side of the map, which can lead to more objective control around this dragon.
The dragon is coming up in 30 seconds. I think if you're the side of UPenn, you might want to fight this if your Mundo is actually down there.
I think Heppo loses it. I'm not 100% positive, but there's already the shield bow pop, and the Fate Sealed is gonna miss, and Dimebly is just gonna get another solo kill.
And he has TP.
My goodness, what a turnaround, and that's all 3 kills for UPenn so far on their top laner Dimebly.
Yeah, and the side of Cornell doesn't have any Grievous except for the Bramble that is on Typhernix, which is very easy to avoid. Just don't hit him, and you don't get that Grievous.
Arby's gets the dragon. There's the Cosmic Radiance right in the middle of everything. Monsoon is going to be huge, but can they get the re-engage? That's a 5-man Ornhorn from Typhernix, but it doesn't matter. The health bars just aren't there as Arby's trying to kite away the world, but Dimebly is on the back line here. Now you have the TP coming in as well from Heppo to rejoin the fight, and the bodies are falling, and it's falling in favor of Cornell as Dimebly, the saving grace for the team, the 4-kill menace, is the only one that's left and will eventually be dragged down to the dirt with the rest of the team.
But does get the execute, which is pretty big, denies the shutdown from going on to Heppo or onto Arby's. But the combo there from Typhernix and Arby's with the 5-man Ornhorn into the 5-man sleep. And they actually did stuff out of the sleep, which I know 5-man sleep, usually you leave it alone. But this game, they do capitalize on it, and they make a wonderful play. I think it was a good idea from UPenn to go for that play. They did get the solo kill from Dimebly onto Heppo, and the fight just lasted a little bit too long.
Arby's also got the dragon, so you get the fight, you get the dragon, you get the objective that you came there for as well. And I wonder what this means for this Rift Herald. You only have about 28 seconds left to despawn, so I don't think anybody's going to be able to grab it just yet. That does mean the Baron is coming up on the table. And with a fight that goes so one-sided like that and a huge gold lead circling around 8,000 right now for Cornell, you feel pretty comfortable trying to take some of these objectives a little bit maybe more eagerly.
And they do shred these objectives. They have the Yone and the Jinx.
But it's Caffrey. It doesn't matter. Don't matter. You got a Janna who's ahead, who's got gold, and Caffrey is a menace, a beast.
Just gonna run away. We'll just throw tornadoes and poke you out as she leaves, and we'll trade about the same amount of damage as you do to her on her way out.
What a world we live in. As a big focus coming towards the top side of the map here for Cornell. They have gotten a lot of this vision game down up here. No dragon for another 2 minutes and 40 seconds or so. So that's why we are seeing that focus up here. I would like to see a little bit more lane presence coming out. Heppo's coming towards this mid lane. And we'll see if they want to try to go for a tier 2 here, as they've already taken one of them at 4 towers to 0, Mongoose.
It's just, they've been playing such a clean game. They lost a few at the dragon. But...
Oh no, Oodles. Oodles is just dead to Warm Bed's rocket. That's not even going to be the Mega Death rocket either. The Monsoon comes out fully healing everybody. And now you have to rely on a 4v5 in this fight, as Cornell has brought everybody to this mid lane. They've already caught out Cataract and Dimebly on the side, and that's the Lilting Lullaby, but Typhernix gonna get the kill. Mundo, the only one that's really been able to keep a lead, been able to keep gold for his team, is trying to take on everybody right now, as Arby's getting very low. Dimebly's still kicking, still working, and still alive after everything.
And Dimebly living through a lot. I think they're going to finally get Grievous now. Yone did have it there, but I think you need it on this Lilia. Lilia can apply it to pretty much anyone she wants, just run around the team fight, as well as get that sleep off. And it's just, the healing is a bit of a problem right now for the Mundo, But if it's just the Mundo left alive, they don't really have to care about him. So it's really either kill the Mundo or you kill the rest of the team. It doesn't really matter which you do. And they've just been doing one of those most of this game.
Yeah, true. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how the rest of it plays out, though, and see where the advantages lie potentially for UPenn, because it's not looking like a straight and narrow path here for themselves, as Caffrey is no doubt gonna stop Daimler from backing.
Just walks up to him, completely fearless. 3 other people missing on the map. Doesn't care.
Does not care. Dragon up in 30 seconds, though, just about. We do see already members from Cornell heading down that way. This will be Soul Point, Mountain Soul, for Cornell if they can claim it. But 5 members strong coming down from UPenn for the answer, trying to get that priority in mid lane to start us off.
And they did miss the 1 ward in the river, so it could be pretty big.
Oh my god, they're just gonna go all in on the Warmbed. Warmbed's dead under tower. Cataract almost dies to the tower himself. As Daimler has now found the enemy team, the rest of the team. The back is actually coming out from Heppo. Does decide to stop it. They could just give up this dragon. It's not that big of a deal, but Arby's and the rest of the squad are here if they test it. There's the Lilting Lullaby, plus the Cosmic Radiance coming down now on the backside. Cataract almost just died to the Ornhorn there. Might die to the bird. And that's huge, as a team from UPenn are not going to survive for very long, as Slindy and Daimler actually staying alive for a lot longer than I would think. Heppo a little scared to take the engagement, and now the region is getting the better of them.
They did get Kafri in that fight. They got the shutdown. Janna has finally gone down this game. But it was super good from UPenn to get that kill onto Warmbed early. They saw everyone in the river on that ward and rushed down mid and got that kill. And they were able to find the fight off the back of that. But they are going to lose this dragon, which is a little bit unfortunate. If they picked it up there, it would have been really, really good for them to get back into this game. But they are still really, really far down.
They definitely are. Circling about 10,000 now. And Slindy, not getting in trouble. He's going to be able to pull out pretty nicely away from Heppo, but Baron's still up on the table. Not necessarily the moment for Cornell to start it, but they could just bait a fight over it. They still do have Warmbed available, still very strong on the Jinx as well. Heppo still, I feel like, is though the main carry right now. That and Arby's. Arby's is doing some serious work at almost 3 items on the Lilia, but it's all about the setup, right? Like if we see the right setup from the side of UPenn, like they can take these fights in certain fashions.
Yeah, that's all it is really, is setup and having the vision. Knowing where each player is on the enemy team can give you a huge advantage, especially when you have champions that can just run them down, which they have on both teams. And yeah, if they just see one advantage where they can get a pick, it can turn a fight completely.
Exactly that. But we've seen a trend for Cornell. They like to go for the wombo combos, and there's been some definite wombo combos in this game, especially with the layering rather of the Ornhorns with the Lilting Lullabies, with everything on top of it. And it's been so nice to watch the execution, at least mechanically, from Cornell. But I want to see a little bit of a step up here from UPenn after making it all the way here.
Yeah, it's still a closer game than we've had in some of the previous games, but I want to see more. I want them to come back into this game, and I want them to just put up a good fight, and I think they are. Daimler is doing their best to just try to hold his team in this game.
Yeah, it's the saving grace here. Now the saving grace comes to TP. Cosmic Radiance goes down, but not with the team. Slindy is in the back line, but has left the rest of the squad. The healing's going to be a lot, but Warmbed is still there. Warmbed is still strong, and you've got to be careful. Look at that damage coming out from Heppo, though. He has taken on 3 members while everybody else cleans up the rest of the team. as UPenn have already lost 2. They're running away with their tail between their legs, and Heppo does not want to let that happen. They are trying to keep tempo up here for Cornell. They do not want to let them go by any margin.
Yeah, none of the
Heppo on the back, almost gets Oodles. Doesn't have enough damage to follow it up, but Daimler has been caught out. That damage is not enough, though. Daimler is healing so much, can't catch him. And once again, the great escape. Daimler is back at half health.
And Daimler is just walking it out.
Getting some exercise today. It's leg day. It's leg day.
It is. It's leg day for Mundo. He's walking everywhere, and not a care in the world. But they did not get any of the shutdowns that they needed to from the side of Cornell. So UPenn still not in a fantastic position, still 10k gold down, but the Baron did not go over. And I think if you're the side of Cornell, you can just keep baiting them into Baron and trying to get a better team fight. You went 1 for 2 there, I believe. So if you just keep doing that over and over and not giving over these shutdowns, then it's a really good spot for you to be.
Yeah, I think so as well. I like this vision game coming out from UPenn, just trying to make sure they can know where the enemy team is. I think that's one thing in these kinds of moments when you're down so far. If you lose track or you lose that vision control, at least around the map, can be really hard because then you also have to deal with surprises potentially. Heppo dealing with a bit of a surprise though, as Slindy, Kesty, and Cataract are trying to come down here. There's gonna be a nicely timed Fate Seal to get out of there, and Arby's might be looking for the comeback at least on this one, the re-engage. Warm Bed is right there as well, but that's 5 members strong of UPenn. I don't think this is necessarily a fight that Cornell want to go for.
Yeah, they had to use the Yone ultimate, so probably just gonna wait for that one to come up. It's not that long of a cooldown, and they can just wait for the Ornn to push out top lane, but he is TPing now.
TP's coming in now. You got the Ornhorn available, the Wombo combo that we've been alluding to, that we've seen so many times before as well. And it's Dragon still like 12 seconds out. And they actually popped a lilting lullaby here. They thought that maybe this is the time, this is the place, this is the damage they wanted. Daimler is getting very low to Heppo. The fight's taking a couple different turns here. Monsoon comes out, but Warm Bed's already dead. And have UPenn found the combo, or have they not? Heppo's still alive, but there's a ton of damage from Slindy, and he's found the backline. UPenn has found the fight, and Fernix is the only one left. Can he take on 3 members? Can he use this gold lead to his advantage? And that is an ace from UPenn.
And that's just exactly what they needed. They're going to get this dragon. They might even get the Baron out of this. If they can go over there, I think they're just going to reset, spend their gold, come out, push out their waves, and then set up vision for this Baron that they probably will be able to take. They're coming back into this game. Their champions are scaling up. You have the Vladimir, you have the Sivir, and Diana found a beautiful engage there. So the game is really turning around, and I think it's going to be a very exciting one. The fight will be over Baron most likely. I think UPenn really, really wants to go for it. I think they are in a position to be able to go for it with the Cosmic Radiance, with the Vladimir ult, just everything piling onto the backline, and there's not much that Cornell can really do about it.
Yeah, we talked about the Wombo combo, the AoE potential there for Cornell, but the true AoE potential lies in that Moonfall comboed with all the AoE that they have, the Cosmic Radiance, the On the Hunt. They also have Slindy, who's putting up some serious numbers right now on this Vladimir, was able to get to the backline, was able to take that 2v1 back there and come out in an advantageous position. And these are the fights that you're looking for. These are the moments you're looking for. Although Daimler might be in some trouble here himself, has 4 members committed, and 4 members are going to get that kill. Shutdown going over to Heppo.
And the healing from the ult just didn't come through fast enough. I think he needed to ult before all the CC came through, and just wasn't able to heal enough. And they do get him down. They are going to start this Baron. Probably they can just force UPenn to come into them and kill them as they come through that choke.
Oh man, Heppo's found Cataract. Heppo's done a ton of damage here, but there's the Moonfall, and Slindy has found Caffrey. Now Slindy's back here onto Warmbed. Warmbed's gonna get taken out here as well. Goes Golden, and can the member stay alive? Oodles McNoodles goes down, but Slindy is taking the team on his back. Does he have it? No. A triple kill for Arby's. It's a quadra, actually. Sorry.
Oh my! And Ari's played that fight so well. Got the Baron, secured the smite, and they're just going to push down for an inhib now. And getting the pick on Daimler was huge there. They didn't have the front line to be able to tank it up, and Pyfernix just tanked everything, was huge in that fight, and just allowed Arby's to do the damage and keep him safe, even though Warmbed and Kefri got blown up at the beginning.
Honestly, it was so back and forth. Slindy was so close to pulling out another miracle, but just not enough. The target focus, I felt like, was a lot better for Cornell in this fight, where it was a little bit all over the place last time around. They knew exactly who to target in this moment.
Yeah, and Heppo went huge there, did so much damage to Cataracts into Oodles, and it just made the fight so much harder. Oodles pretty much died from the one Lilia Q, and Cataracts died as soon as they came out of their Zanyas.
Yeah.
And so it was just a really, really good angle that Heppo saw and got.
Jesse has to pass the Righteous. He's going to get Lilton Lullaby. Arby's does so much damage right now, too. And now the TP was coming in from Daimler, who just gets ulted immediately. And Daimler's help. You don't got no regeneration anymore. They have found the ticket. They have found Daimler. And the saving grace for UPenn is no longer that.
Yeah, and the Lilia has the Mortal Reminder now, so Mundo needs to pop that ultimate a lot sooner to prevent that 60% Grievous from kicking in. And they are just finding picks left and right, and it looks like UPenn is falling apart again.
Just a bit as the gold lead starting to stack up. We had gotten a little bit more even. It was circling 10,000. We had that comeback. We had that fight won by UPenn, and they got back to about 6K. But now slamming home the win potentially are Cornell. We're at 12,000 gold in the lead and have found the money onto the right members here. Here comes the re-engage. Here comes the last ditch effort. Slindy's already down. That's a major piece for UPenn. Cataract on the backline just gets taken out as well. And those are two key fixtures for UPenn who are no longer on the playing field. And the Nexus towers are the site. There's Kesty going in with a huge stun, but it's not enough to take him down. Daimler is gone. Oodles is gone, and Oodles, McNoodles, and Kesty are no longer there to save the day for UPenn either. As Cornell want that revenge, they want that rematch, they want to go on to the grand finals to face Yale.
And they will face Yale in the grand finals. It was such a good game. UPenn started coming back, but unfortunately, Cornell did find a couple of good picks near the end, and were able to close that game out. It was a little sloppier of a close than you would have liked with that lead, but Arby's played it really well, Kefri played it really well, and just really good performance from both of those guys to bring home the win. Slindy, a little unfortunate on that last engage.
Yeah.
The Cosmic Radiance was so close to touching down, and if it had touched down, would have gotten the healing back from the Hemo Plague as well as the red Q that was coming up.
It was so close. So close. So close, but so far. Unfortunately for UPenn, they made a good run, getting knocked down here into losers bracket, but coming back to try to face Yale again after getting knocked down, not going to happen. Cornell come in, slammed the door open, then slammed the door shut immediately afterwards with some great performances back-to-back in both these games that we've seen. And I just have to appreciate what this finals is going to mean. It's going to be a great series between the two, and get some pop-off moments potentially, as that's going to be casted by a couple other pair mongoose as we know them well. Kangas and XT are going to be taking over there. But I just want to give a huge shout out to all of our sponsors one last time. Gen.G, Planet9, thank you so much for powering up this stream, powering up this Ivy League versus COVID-19 charity marathon. And also give a huge shout out to Predator and Acer for helping us as well. On the other side of this break, we get Nikki Taylor and Stans predict the play. You're not going to want to miss it, as your plays will be on screen. We'll be right back.
Thank you to everyone for tuning into the stream and for all the donations. I'd like to give a shout out to Lucy for winning another Gen.G article of clothing, which I think is the sweatshirt. So I just want to say next, Nikki Taylor and Stans will be predicting your plays. This is your last chance to donate and submit a YouTube link of your proudest or most shameful Valorant and League of Legends highlights for a chance to be reviewed by them. Turning it over now to Nikki and Stans for some spicy commentary and Smurf gameplay. Sorry for the delay, everyone. Thanks for all the support and for staying on. We'll unfortunately be skipping this segment due to technical difficulties, but things will hopefully be working by Nemesis segment. At the top of the hour, we'll head straight into our grand finals, so stay tuned.
Hello, everybody. We're back with more League of Legends games for the grand finals here today. I cannot wait to get going. I will be your play-by-play slash host slash colorcaster. We got 2 play-by-play, so it's going to get a little messy, but you can call me Kangas. I'm joined by the one. I don't know what he's doing right now. But
I'm getting pumped up for today, Kangas. Come on, man.
Pumped up for today.
We're
I
in the
like it.
grand finals, bro.
Welcome to the 2021 Ivy League Charity Invitational, brought to you, of course, by Gen.G and Planet9. Also, shout outs to Acer and Predator. Thank you so much for helping us put on this event. Thank you, everybody who's been donating throughout the day. We're raising money to help combat COVID, and I got to call them out. There's a couple schools right now that are really struggling, really not putting forward anything. So I got my own mission. I haven't donated yet today. I've been in chat lurking a little bit, so I just got to say, any teams that win, this is a best of 3 in the grand final. So any teams that win, I'll be donating $50 in that team's name. So I'm looking at you right now, Cornell. If you want that number to go up, you got to start putting in some work right now.
A match you right there as well. Whoever team loses, I will donate $50 in their name. So it's a win-win.
Wait a minute, that's not how the script is supposed to go, XT.
I don't know, man. I don't know. We'll see.
All right, fair enough. Everyone's a giver today, and you can also give as well in chat right now. If you want to donate, just do !donate to figure out the rules for that. But yeah, let's raise some money, y'all. Let's raise some money. Let's also talk about the teams. XT. We got Yale versus Cornell for the grand finals. This is gonna be a pretty fun match. We've had a lot of quick games today, but I'm expecting these ones to go a little bit longer.
All right, the last 2 these teams fought, it was a little bit back and forth, but Yale was the one to come on top. The more interesting thing about this tournament so far is that both these teams, whenever they hit blue side, they're actually sticking with 100% win rate on there. And we are actually getting into picks and bans so far. Cornell has selected blue side. They are going to go ahead and ban away the Echo, which, was a priority pick for Yale's jungler. And we're really going to have to see on how Cornell really kind of adapts to the draft so far. Anivia has also been banned away from Yale every single game so far, and it's going to be no different here. Lipsion isn't really going to get that pick for himself, and Yale, no surprises here. I think right now the jungler for Cornell, Arbus, has been performing super well, and it's kind of a no-brainer here. You kind of want to take away his champion, thin it out, especially since Yale's jungler, Void Owl, hasn't really been playing a lot of meta jungler so far. So really, both these teams, Cornell's looking to take away a lot of comfort. Yale's just looking to take away what is currently good in the meta.
In the meta, but also, like you said, comfort, because Cornell's jungler, we do know, play the Hecarim, does play the Lilia, so that makes a lot of sense. I love that when it comes to collegiate tournaments like this, there's so much focus on those comfort picks when it comes to pick and ban phase, so we get to learn a lot about the players. Looks like on Pro Draft that there was a missed ban right there, but in chat, they're saying Yone, so that should be a Yone ban. So a heavy focus on the mid lane ban here for Yale. Their mid laner really banned out. And if that Diana ban is locked in, this is another jungler with the recent changes on this patch. Diana has moved into the jungle role, has been strong. Another notable jungler, though, is Morgana. So we'll see if Cornell wants to pull that one out instead.
Right, Morgana is actually quite a terrifying pick right now. She is able to flex into technically 4 different roles if you want. But something else I kind of want to see from Cornell, some priority towards that bot lane. They've been very successful with the Tahm Kench and Senna picks so far. I would love to see a Senna B1 and maybe, kind of pressure Yale to take away the Tahm Kench, or maybe even, have Yale have to counterpick that bot lane first as well. But no, they're going to lock into Tristana instead. So far, Warmbed has really been playing a lot of the passive scaling picks, but Tristana has a lot more presence in lane and is quite terrifying. Not to mention as well, she is also a viable flex pick. But now Yale gets to answer. I think over here, they're probably looking to pick bot lane as well. Thresh is up, Varus is up, a lot of strong bot laners, but no, they're going to prowl their mid lane instead. Ellipsian so far has had a wonderful game on Aurelia when he started off the tournament 4-1-4 there, and he's going to go ahead and lock it in, and it is still technically a flex pick as well. I low-key kind of want to see a Morgana pick here from Yale be pretty scary with Aurelia.
That would be terrifying. Yeah, Black Shielded Aurelia is a nightmare, but specifically Aurelia on a mid laner who is currently Grandmasters. When we look at the skill disparity between these two teams, you want to trust your Grandmaster player on something that they're comfortable on. There's already 3 mid lane bans, so just grabbing the mid laner right away, that final pick, does make some sense. If that Lee Sin's locked in, that's an aggressive jungler for their Master tier jungler, and they do lock it in. So a lot of focus on the early game from that pick.
Yeah, you get the mid jungle synergy here as well, and Evelyn is going to get hovered here. I believe Evelyn has been banned a couple of times away from Cornell's jungler. So really going to have to see if this is going to be lock-in. This would be the first time he would be able to play on stream if he does. But into a Lee Sin, it's quite a hard matchup. If you get caught out in the early game, you're in a lot of trouble. Evelyn, though, will get locked in. And that does mean I need to see strong lane picks here for Cornell. They need to be able to support this Evelyn, because if I'm this Lee Sin right now, I see Evelyn locked in, I'm looking to invade after I get like my red buff or something, or even be the first one to get to that Scuttle contest to make sure this Evelyn has a poor day, while Cornell also looking to round out their bot lane here. Nami was hovered a little bit, but Rel, a little bit more meta here and there, does have to engage, is able to support the Evelyn a little bit if she ever gets in trouble, is going to get locked in, and now you kind of have that submarine type of engage where, you know, the Rel can just bind to you, and you could just show up on someone's face, and you can immediately get stunned, just like kind of like pre-rework Evelyn.
Yeah, I mean, Evelyn's invisible. She runs at you. You don't know. Do you actually see the binding? I've never seen that interaction before.
Would you think so.
You
I don't think
probably
so
wouldn't,
until you
because
see
on Taric, you don't see that either until she shows up. So it's cool to see that locked in. I didn't realize we were actually commentating a Wild Rift game right now, XT, because these are the top two junglers in that game. But okay, I guess we got more junglers coming in here. That's the Kazakhs locked in. But in chat, they are saying that's Samira. So. So Samir for the AD carry position, actually showing the bot laner here for Yale right now. And I'm not necessarily convinced that we have seen the bot lane for Cornell yet, XT. Keep in mind, Tristana still can be flexed around, and I don't hate it into an Aurelia matchup in particular. So I think that if you're Cornell, you still want to hold on to that till the very end and see maybe if Yale shows their support along with their AD carry before you know if you want to put Tristana down there. But let's catch up on the rest of the bans. Viego, Morgana, more focus on junglers.
Yep. Viego, actually a mid lane pick here for Heppel and Cornell. So they're really just making sure Heppel doesn't really get anything, you know, comfortable where, you know, there's an indirect extra ban that Cornell did where Yone, that's another pick that he was able to get. And now the pool of 80 mid laners kind of shrunk. So if I'm Yale, maybe I'm looking to make sure this Tristana is forced mid. And I thin out the mid AD pool, but we'll really have to see on how that all really works. Leona hover as well. However, we do have to keep in mind with Samira, there are still picks like the Brahma Veil, Lock the Alistar available. So either way, you're just kind of taking away which one you don't want to deal with the most, because there's still a lot of good answers here for Yale in the support pool. I wouldn't be surprised they pick in their support here as Project picks another pick.
You gotta lock them in. You gotta actually log in on the bans.
Leona, Braum, Leona, Braum, Nautilus, all still available and open if that's something you want. But no, Yale hovered a Sona. They've actually been playing the Sona 2 games so far. They've won with both, but no, it's just a for fun hover. It's going to be a Galio lock.
Sona with a Samira. That sounds like a really rough lane.
Yeah, it's experimental, you know? It's like an improvisational
into
jazz,
a Rel, you really want to play Sona in
they
the Rel?
Played it once and they won with it,
Taric locked into a Janna today, so anything's possible. But the Galio makes a lot more sense. You know, it follows up the Lee Sin, follows up the Aurelia too, pairs well with the Samira, it can peel away the Rel. But here we go. Kai'Sa hover, this makes sense. Tristana, I still like it in the mid lane. Yeah, it's dangerous because Lee Sin and Aurelia can blow you up. You're squishy, but you got that rocket jump. Really hard for Aurelia to actually lock you down when you have Buster Shot and rocket jump available. You can jump away, you can knock her away. You have defensive options to prevent them from getting on top of you. So as long as we see Heppo play this safely, I like it, but you're gonna have to play it safe because the rest of the team, not that tanky. Rel is really the only frontline engage that they have right now. The rest of them looking squishy.
Ooh, Shen gonna get locked in here as the blind pick. There's actually a fun little build that's popping out for Shen right now. I don't know if you've seen it before, but it's called Redemption.
Yeah,
believe it or not.
I have seen that on Twitter.
Redemption item. So you get that fast level second item power spike after getting your chem tank. So really wondering if that's something like Cornell wants to do. Also, you get that submarine Shen as well with the Evelyn engage because of invincibility. But the problem is that unfortunately that does leave vulnerable to counter pick. Mordekaiser is going to get locked in here for Mango Stalker. And although it's not necessarily a hard counter, it is still going to be a little bit of a tough match for Shen in the early levels, as you know, Mordekaiser is going to be able to out trade him in certain cases if Shen's not careful. And we have our drafts here. Really interesting. That's not a Cosmic spot, by the way. That is a Samira as usual. Yep. I'm really liking what I'm seeing for both teams, but right now Yale has more of the snowballing composition, which is how they've been playing out throughout this whole entire tournament.
I like the drafts coming in here from Yale. I feel like it's a very solo queue-esque, right? Like you look across the board, you're like, these are every single one of these lanes wants resources. Every single one of them wants to carry. But then you look at the players, you're like, they got a Diamond 1 top laner, Grandmaster mid laner, Diamond 2 AD carry, not even to mention the Challenger support and Master jungler. So they have the elo to pull off a comp like this. Whereas then you look over at the side of Cornell, more team focused, right? It's more about the team fight. It's more about, okay, try and keep Kai'Sa and Tristana alive with Thrall as your engaged frontline, Shen as your, follow-up ulting. Maybe Evelyn can blow people up because, again, there's a lot of squishy members also on the side of Yale. Lee Sin, Aurelia, Samira can get blown up quickly if Evelyn is ahead. But we're tracking Lee Sin in the jungle, right? Because this is Void Owl Master Tier jungler on the Lee Sin, and you said it yourself as soon as that was locked in, if Lee Sin can invade the Evelyn, can actually get on top of her, it's really hard for her to actually get through the jungle and hit that level 6 power spike.
Right. Unfortunately, Evelyn, not exactly as comfortable as she is in Wild Rift. I've been watching your pro guides. She is quite strong on the phone, but on the PC, it's a struggle. There's a lot of things you have to really be careful. Unfortunately, the game isn't as fast paced, right, as opposed to the phone. And because of that, Lee Sin has a lot of windows of opportunities to really punish this Evelyn. I mean, especially looking at this mid lane matchup right now, Irelia, sure, there are a lot of different ways for Tristana to kind of zone her away from from the Irelia. But, one of the more infamous matchups that Irelia has been really strong in, is the Orianna matchup. And, I feel the same way with the Tristana, right? Orianna does have a little bit of advantage when she gets that ultimate, but before level 6, it's really just, you're on a nice edge if you are the opposing player, because one bad play, and if she's fully stacked, she just dives in on you with her Q and is just able to kind of just wombo combo you, burst you down all the way low health, and you don't really have that tools just yet until you get that ultimate, or you try to time your rocket jump, which, by the way, can get interrupted if this Irelia is able to time her E correctly. So literally, it's just comes down to mechanics and how you're able to play the matchup. And, you don't know really what happens these days with most Irelias. I think right now, Epsilon, we're coming in, we see the lobby. He is looking like the strongest player in this tournament right now. And I'm not really too sure if he's going to be, I'm not really too sure if he is going to be having any issues with this Tristana matchup.
I mean, it just comes down to that rocket jump usage. You have to respect the ability for Aurelia to go all in, because if she's stacking up on the wave, you just preemptively rocket jump out of there. You say, no, I'm not dealing with any of that. And I mean, I guess we haven't seen Heppo on the Tristana at this tournament, have we?
Yeah, that is correct. Heppo hasn't really been able to play it.
We'll get a chance to see if this is something that he's very comfortable on and can actually pilot correctly here. Because if you're right, if Aurelia gets rolling, gets a couple kills, gets very fast out of control. So keeping our eyes on the jungle, then keeping our eyes on the mid lane in particular. And I mean, honestly, again, every single lane could blow up in this game. This is going to be very, very solo queue-esque from the side of Yale. And hey, that makes for some exciting League of Legends, especially for the final game, final series of the day. A reminder to everybody in case you didn't catch it before. I see in chat, Alan Kazam doing the donate already. Thank you, everybody else. ! Donate if you want to donate towards the cause. I see a lot of the teams are still lagging behind. So XT and I will be matching $50. I will be matching for the winning team and you for the losing team. So I guess they wash even. Hey, they both made it to the grand finals, so I guess they both deserve it a little bit.
Top 2 is great, but do you want the XG participation trophy or the Kangas? We won the Kangas Swole Award, right? Is that the way you want to put it?
The Kangas Swole. Yeah. Not only that, not only will I donate $50, I'll also tweet at the esports club a workout routine. So they can get
let's go.
Fit. Also, specifically, just want to call out Harvard. I was talking to production before the show. They say that donation that's on Harvard was not actually from the Harvard Esports Club. It's from the Harvard Korean Association. So thank you. Thank you, Harvard Korean Association. Well, come on, Esports Club. Let's get some donations rolling through here. You got to represent the school and raise some money to help combat COVID. We're also really close to the next goal, which, by the way, will be some more Gen.G merch. So let's see if we can push past that. We're really close. We're only like $240 away. Very, very close.
Yep, so close, but some would say maybe yet so far. So you know what to do, folks. You got the command to chat. You know what to send that money, and you know where this is all going to. We need to fight against COVID, and we are going to do everything we can. But either way, right now in the tournament, another thing that I kind of want to note out: Gen.G on that Samira has been an absolute beast so far on this champion, and this bot lane matchup. Isn't really too bad for the Samira, because Kaisa, again, she's not one of those champions where she's going to be looking to dominate you in lane and absolutely run the floor with you if you make a mistake. And that mostly comes from Rel. When it comes to a one-on-one scenario, right now, Kaisa is just looking to kind of build up her items, get those evolutions until she's able to fight. So both these ADCs actually are going to be looking to kind of chill out and kind of just farm up until they get to that point in that dragon fight. While Rel and Galio, that's where a lot of that engagement will come from. And I think Caffrey right now has done a lot, has had a lot of success with this Cornell squad.
I just got to say, you're highlighting Galaxy, but on the opposite side of the rift, he's got the stiffest competition possibly in the entire tournament in Warm Bed. And the reason why, on this form submission for all the teams where we as casters get information on their rank, their positions, all that fun stuff, there's also a slight little segment that says questions or comments. And most of the players left that blank. Most of the players didn't want to say anything, didn't want to give us anything. But Warm Bed had one word. Nerds. You can't come into a series with mentality like that and not be favorited to win. So I gotta say, I know that they lost last time around. I know Yale's got the Grandmasters and the Masters and the Challenger players, but I don't know. I feel like the mentality, I gotta give it to Cornell. They got an edge right here, Elton.
Odds looking a little bit stacked, but either way, it's looking pretty great. And again, we're looking at two very different play styles. Well, again, Yale, super aggressive, wants to be in your face, wants to pop off, wants to snowball early. While Cornell, they're more about the scaling. They're more about kind of catching you off guard, getting those picks and getting those like 44 3v3 skirmishes where they get the little victories and slowly build it up. So, again, it's really going to be on Cornell's performance to make as little mistakes as possible so that Yale isn't able to capitalize. And we already talked about it already. I need to highlight again, this mid lane matchup, Tristana into Irelia, can either go super well for the Tristana or super well for the Irelia. I don't see a world where we see something in between.
The problem is that Tristana usually has lane priority, right? You're able to shove waves very easily, but you don't necessarily want to shove the waves against Aurelia because then you're too far forward and you're now in a dangerous position. And Aurelia can also clear waves fairly fast. So we talked about the importance of lane pressure to protect the jungler, to protect RBs on this Evelynn. And I'm looking across the board. You're not going to have prior top lane. I feel like Mordekaiser should be able to shove out a Shen. Will be difficult to get priority mid lane. That leaves bot lane. This puts all of our eyes onto Warm Bed and Caffrey. Can they keep priority so that at least Arby's has one strong side of the map that he can play around and play defensively with to say, maybe I can give bot scuttle, maybe I can actually go for one of those or at least get my bot lane camps in a more safe manner because across the board, it just seems like Yale, they have the more aggressive comp, and that means that Void Isle has more opportunities to invade because of that.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a lot of bot lane focus this game. Even though Evelynn could have some setup on the top lane with the Shen, either way, I think Mordekaiser can do some really cheesy stuff to kind of outplay in a lot of 1v2 scenarios. And again, he's also a very hard target to kill. So, this Evelynn will probably be looking to, start off the top side and maybe find a way to have the Relic set up some kills and whatnot. The problem really, it just comes down to pathing. Void Owl on this, Lee Sin. And low key, I really want, he's probably not going to take it. We're already seeing summoners here, but I really wanted to see the Ignite Smite Lee Sin. It's really aggressive, but it's
that would have been
actually
cheesy.
Lee Sin, doesn't necessarily use the flash all too much, depending on how you build, especially with the introduction to Prowler's Claw, to really have that gap close. So if you want to actually burst for that early game potential, you should give it a try. I think Ignite Smite is actually quite fun, but we really have to see it. Folks, I think we are heading into game here, and I'm really excited to see how both these teams perform. And again, I think if you're on the side of Cornell right now, you just want to play it safe. You don't really want to push anything, and I think Arbes probably just going to be looking to start topside and trying to see if she can avoid Lee Sin, especially if, the best case scenario, I think, for this Evelynn is that if they start in opposite sides so they don't match each other's pathing, because if they do, Lee Sin will always have that edge, even if there is this little bit of a farm advantage for Evelyn. She isn't really going to be able to farm that fast, and she really gets some of her items. While Lee Sin only really needs like 1 or 2 camps, and when he hits that level 3, he's going to be bursting down from 100 to 0.
All right. Well, I can confirm already we're loaded in, but it looks like the stream might be a little ahead of me. My toaster PC might have loaded slightly slower, so we might have to do a quick little sync here. Maybe I can just fast forward. I don't know. Let's see. Can I speed it up? All right, I'll catch up. I'll catch up to you, production. Don't worry, everybody. It's fine. Actually, how you doing?
Really caught up. I see 3 people in the bush right now.
I see 3 people too. I think we're on the same page then. All right, perfect.
Yep,
perfect.
They're looking for the early invade. They're looking to punch Evelyn, and this is actually one of the worst cases scenario here. You are going to deny this bot lane where this Evelyn wants to play towards, and if this Evelyn doesn't have a successful gank on the bot side, what does she have to clear? Are you going to try to go into the jungle of the Lee Sin? That's super risky unless Evelyn just decides to path herself into the jungle, but they will have vision, and I wouldn't be surprised if I'm Lee Sin, I just path to his mid, and I go straight to the red, because, again, you're not a farming jungle of Lee Sin.
You might even catch Heppo here. Epsilon's 1v1ing. There's the exhaust. They both have exhaust, so Heppo's going to die here. He's going to have to at least flash to try and stay alive. He's got to get over to his Evelyn, but Epsilon just follows him up. First blood already. That's the power of the Aurelia, everybody.
Yep. Again, your Q, when you stack that passive, you're just so strong. And when you are in that melee range, you don't have that advantage if you're playing, as Tristana. So really greedy trade there from Heppo, and Yale already off to a great start. And, we see the Evelyn right now trying to counter jungle here, but may run into Lee Sin if she's not careful. Is going to do Raptors. It's super risky. Lee Sin's looking for it, and this could be super bad.
This is way too greedy from Arby's right now. He's going to spot him out. Okay. The spectator has not jumped up there yet, but we do see the health bar going down. It's a 1v1 early in the game. You do not win this as Evelyn, but Heppo is here. Maybe they can turn this one around. Void Owl's taking a lot of damage, and the burst is there. Arby's actually gets the turnaround kill.
If the Lee Sin had Ignite there, he would have been able to get to Evelyn. Just putting it out there. Just putting it out there.
Just want to be a little salty on the cast.
Maybe a little bit too greedy from both the teams here, but I think Void Hour, I definitely see where he was going for. He really wanted to get that kill for himself. Unfortunately, though, Heppo was the first one to get back into lane. As a result, that's going to be quite useful for the Evelyn. And, that kind of takes a lot of pressure away from this jungle matchup here. While, we see the bot lane right now, they're just going to be trading farming here and there. And also top lane too, just kind of chilling. Now that this Lee Sin is going to be forced to go to this bot side here, we're really going to have to see if, mid-top are going to give away too much, or if they're going to be able to continuously play safe and play towards Cornell's win condition where they want to win towards that mid-lane game team fights.
I would have liked to see Void Owl go for that immediate roam up to the top side, but the fact that it was Heppo getting there faster meant that they were able to turn that one around. But regardless, our points from earlier still stand, right? It still is a position where even though, Arby's got a kill, Arby's is doing match with the Lee Sin, there's still a window here where Void Owl can put the pressure on and can actually continue to invade and try and fight her 1v1. And as long as the mid laner doesn't roam and help out. So we'll have to keep our eyes on that. Epsilon's actually taking a lot of damage. Arby's is here. Has flash available. Just going to go for it. There we go. Flash in immediately. Epsilon's going down. Who gets the kill? No, he turns one around. He actually trades the kill. He's got Conqueror stacked up. He's healing with every auto. Arby's doesn't have the damage. Epsilon's out. I thought maybe he could actually go back in with the Conqueror healing, but Void Owl's here. Jumps over the wall. There we go. The Q connects. Arby's goes down. What a play from Epsilon.
There's that high outplay potential I was talking about. Irelia, you always got to be careful. It's either the Irelia is super behind or super ahead, because she has so many tools to kind of catch her opponents off guard. And we saw just there, she gets the fully stacked passive one more time. Heppo not able to do any damage at all, instantly gets popped. And now what do you do with a no item Evelyn? Rest of Yale comes to collapse and they take out the Evelyn. And now Epsilon basically has his mid lane unlocked, already has a Vampiric Scepter, is going to be building towards that, Blade of the Rune King. Or it could also be, some Irelias have been building out the Shield Bow as well, so we don't really know just yet, but the double
I like the Shield Bow against Evelyn in particular, because it's just anti-burst, right?
Yeah, I like it too, but the double daggers kind of tell me it's probably going to be a Blade of Rune King. So really have to wait and see. But unfortunately, that does mean now this mid lane is kind of a no-play zone because you look at Heppel, he's playing up so scared. If he makes another mistake, he does have Flash, he does have Exhaust, but Epsilon's going to hit that level 6 number first, and you have to really worry if you are this Tristan, because now your window opportunity to win this lane is pretty much gone.
Yeah, you're now up against a 201 Aurelia that's up 13 CS. That's 2 full waves on you right now. And you're expected to still try and scale. I mean, you do have the scaling option, right? But the early game's gone at this point. Now it's just damage control. It's try to not give any more leads. Hope that you can make some team plays, because that was the composition that we saw drafted from Cornell to begin with, right? They have the Shen, they have the Rel, they have more frontliners, more engage options, and more kind of sneaky plays that they can go for with the Evelynn. So I think they just need to cool it down in this early game. You're only 1K behind right now. You lost the first dragon. Okay, just sacrifice some of these early objectives, maybe around the 15-minute mark, 20-minute mark. That's when you can actually start fighting, because you'll have scaled up just from catching these waves and these minions coming in.
Yeah, but you also got to remember, right? This game gets harder and harder for this Evelynn, because you got to remember, these are 5 extremely tanky members, excluding the Samira, right? Because her general build, getting the shield bow and also being able to have a massive amount of life steal just means she's a lot harder to take down if you are this assassin. So, you know, you really run out of your options to really burst out and really catch off guard as an assassin. And now, again, look at this, really well played from Yale, constantly denying the win condition from this Evelynn, not letting her have any farm. And now Epsilon does have to jump onto Heppel, gets a stun there, but
Watch bot.
We'll go for
Watch
the
bot's
entire
NXT
dive.
right now. Okay, actually mid lane ultimate's used, but bot lane there's a
action.
game coming in. Watch how forward Warm Bed is right now. Suffix running in, Void Owl running in. That's gonna be a 1080 carry. It's a bouncy castle. And with no flash, or flash used rather, Warm Bed will go down. Easy ganks coming in here from Yale.
Yep, again, the hyper-aggressive early game comes through for Yale. Not only do they get the red buff, they also get a nice bot lane engage, and that vision control allowed them to realize that they have no, Cornell had no information that the invader was happening. So, it's 2 birds with one stone. Not only do we deny this Evelynn from getting more farm that she desperately needs to have a presence in this early game, we are also going to be able to deny, again, another win condition where this Kaisa really weak in the early game, trying to scale on up. When she split up in the route, there's not really a lot of directions to go, and especially because she didn't have any resistance at all. Shen ultimate not going to be able to do anything either.
Rough to see every lane struggling right now here for Cornell. How are they going to turn it back around? It was a 1,000 difference just moments ago, XT, and now that's creeping up to 2,000. So Yale really taking advantage of their powerful picks here in the early game. The powerful jungler who can make the early plays. Is it going to be enough for them to actually get through the scaling options? Because so far today, it seems like a lot of the teams, it's been the answer of, early game versus scaling. But I haven't really seen any of the scaling comps come online. Like, I feel like early game just consistently is winning throughout this event.
Again, a lot of it comes down, if you want to play scaling, you need to have that safety net. You need to have that ease of execution, and unfortunately...
Void Owl. Cornell does not even know the Void Owl is over there. They catch out the Evelynn. Oh, but miss there from Suffix. Unfortunate, but we'll just pretend we didn't see that one. Now Epsilon's over the wall. Pyphonix is here trying to help him out. Void Owl didn't actually get that much done. No one's dead. I don't think anyone's going to die. What a strange little scuffle right there in the jungle. Missed skill shots meant that no one was actually locked down long enough to get blown up.
Ooh, but they are going to go ahead and start this Rift Herald, and no ultimate on Evelynn could be really bad here, but Evelynn already caught out.
Yeah, it's just a lot of damage right now, but there we go. Flash forward. Kurabasi says, you can't go anywhere, buddy. Bop. I get the kill, but now here we go. Oh, Epsilon is exhausted, doing a lot of damage still, though, but Coffrey, Sacrificial Lamb. The support had no backup there. Heppo just running away.
Yeah, again, it's that ease of execution, and again, Yale's goal is super simple. Go in and just fight. Just beat each other up, and they want to be in the melee age. They want to be in your face. And what do you do with, on the side of Cornell? Unfortunately, you have to realize that this is a composition that takes time. They can't really deal with any early game engage, and this is just Yale completely playing to their advantage and really coming out away with it. And unfortunately, while, if you're Cornell, generally with scaling compositions, you want to have that safety. You know, you want to have an avenue where you can feel that you can just keep farming, you can just keep going towards your iders, your timers, and whatnot. But none of that has been given because Arbez's best chance of getting what he wants is in the bot side, and what Yale has been doing is doing a fantastic job attacking this bot side, and now that the bot side is nullified for that Rift Herald play, again, Yale sends 4 people up top, and they're just able to run away because of how far Epsilon is, especially the fact you look at his items right now, already hasn't played a Rune King. It's just going to be so hard on the side of Cornell to really just do anything with the competition.
You know what, actually, I'm going to call it right now. If this is how the series is looking, I mean, we already saw Yale take game number 1 against Cornell. We might need to change things up. Rather than donations based on wins, maybe we should do donations based on kills or something. Just yeah, for every kill that Yale gets, $5. $5 as a donation. Then what? They only got to get 10 for it to be as much as a win. I actually kind of like that. I might have to change my one up, but we'll see. We'll see what happens at the end of the day here. As the dragon is spawning right now, so Yale have rotated multiple members down. Epsilon with 3 kills on that Aurelia. They're going for the play right now at a Caffrey. The horsey lady's caught out, but that's a huge knockup to JCC with the Evelyn, but I don't know if it's enough. Galaxy is still alive. Void Owl's coming in to clean up. Epsilon full health, chasing down the poor AD carry who has no more peel, and that's going to be another kill to the mid laner. It looks so good for Cornell, but they just don't have the items or the stats to back up the engage.
Oh man, really nicely done there. Looked really bad because you kicked back to Rel, who is able to set up fights really easily and is super tanky, but doesn't really matter. Epsilon is just so ahead, even though they lose to bot lane, they're able to clean up that 2v4, and they basically run away with the fight there. And unfortunately, you know, again, we see the Shen all trying to channel and trying to save the bot lane there for, you know, Cornell, but isn't able to make it in time or is interrupted by the Mordekaiser. And again, we're just in another scenario where they can't fight again. They can't fight yet. Look at Tristana's items. You know, she has to pay the unfortunate Executioner's Calling tax because she's just struggling so much against Epsilon, and not even that is going to be able to help.
That's called the I'm helping build right there, XC. Yeah. It's like, hey guys, I autoed Aurelia. Now she's got grievous wounds. I'm
doing my best, I swear.
But I am doing my job. When in
rough.
actuality, the job was to kill the Aurelia. But oh, there we go. Rocket jump away. See, that's how Appa should have been playing that early game. Instead, he was rocket jumping.
You know, you don't really get that rocket job level 1. You know.
Yeah, fair enough. But now we see, ultimate used by Epsilon does miss, but the Rift Herald's pop mid lane. So turret plates over to the side of Yale. They're getting more gold into their pockets, and that gold lead is continually growing right now. XT, it's now 4,500.
I don't want to be all doom and gloom just yet, you know.
Okay, you're saying there's a chance. I like it.
Shutdown gold does exist, right? You get that shutdown going onto the Evelyn or the Kaisa. I don't know about Tristana here because their build path is a little bit behind right now, but if they're able to get that big chunk of gold, at least they are able to kind of catch out the Lee Sin or the Smear out by surprise, hitting the weak points of Yale's composition. But, you know, again, it's just a slim chance. We'll have to wait while the top lane here.
Diving under the turret right now. This is dangerous. Pipe dodges out the Q. This is going to be an outplay. Look at that for 5-6. Oh, Koro. Trying to go for the turret dive. It just doesn't work.
Yep, tried to hit that Q, but that Q doesn't hit, and unfortunately,
maybe he's got. Nice flash away from Void Owl.
Yeah, it's just the top diff. I have nothing else to say. I think Mordekaiser just played that really badly, and unfortunately, that does give Shen a little bit of hope there. But this bot lane could be a play for it.
Oh, well played from Suffix right there, buffering the engage there from Caffrey so he doesn't get knocked up. Does not go down. Don't know if he would have died anyway. Honestly, I think Galaxy could have probably taken a 1v3 if everything's used on Suffix. But still, I mean, yeah, you'd take that if you're the side of Cornell, right? Like, that's the first play that's really gone their way in quite a while. Pyphronix surviving the dive and then also the gank top side. So maybe this Shen...
Don't do it, Arbez.
Still a monster, right? Oh, here we go, Arby's. Okay, can we get Epsilon right now? They don't get the char, but the flash forward, the execute, the shutdown. That's the gold you're talking about, XD. All onto the carry assassin jungler.
Yeah, that exhaust went to the Tristana, and don't think the Tristana doesn't really do anything right now. So Evelyn able to kind of just burst her down thanks to...
She hit him with grievous wounds, baby. What are you talking about? This Tristana's putting in work.
I'll give her some credit. And, again, that's where the comeback starts. Getting that shutdown load into your win condition is Evelyn. Arbez's basically comfort champion has been banned away from him pretty much every single game so far in this tournament. And now he's able to get his hands on this champion. I think the most important trademark or the mark of knowing your champion and how it works is playing when you're behind as opposed in inclusion to knowing when you're ahead. And Arbez just being able to be super patient, again, waiting his time, buying his opportunities to be able to come back into this game. This mid lane kill is the first step. I think the second kill will have to come from this Lee Sin to really make this game even. But again, they are 2 dragons down, and they are probably going to be losing this Rift Herald as well. So again, window opportunity, very small, but it's the little things that count in life, Genghis.
The objective control from Yale is pretty impressive so far. They've got both dragons. This would be both Rift Heralds on the map as well. They haven't cracked that first turret yet, though. So I'm waiting for when that will finally go down. Yeah, I mean, they got options, right? The mid lane's taking damage from that first initial Rift Herald charge. Bot lane right now getting some work in from Koro, but nothing's fallen as of yet. This allows key moments, key time for the side of Cornell to actually get vision around this dragon. It will be spawning soon, and you do see 2 control wards plus a regular ward down there. Even a Farsight put pretty deep. Actually, no, that's got to be a zombie ward. Never mind. No one's got a Farsight right now. But regardless, the zombie ward. So they got vision. They'll see if Yale is walking into that dragon fight, because maybe they can get a chance to go for that. If they have vision priority, it's kind of dangerous to walk into an Evelyn.
And another thing that really does help too is that, I've been highlighting a lot of Yale's strengths, but let's talk about the weaknesses as well. Where's the wave clear, right? How do they siege? They don't really have a lot of opportunities to be able to do that. While, you give an advantage to Cornell, they're going to take away your base. They have the Tristana and...
They're just going to engage onto your AD carry. Galaxy uses the dash, tries to get away. Now teleport coming in. Maybe they could just go in onto Koro instead. He uses the ultimate in a 1v1 against Warm Bed. He found the AD carry. Can he take her out? The ultimate used, but Koro's still doing damage. He gets him, flashes away from the turret to stay alive. They took out the AD carry, and now it's a 4v5. Can Cornell turn this one around? They actually have pretty low health bars, but Void Owl goes in. Can he get the insect? He does, but he goes down in the process. It's a trade of jungler for top laner. Now it's a 3v4. I think Cornell's got to get this up. There's the dive coming in. A 3-man top from Suffix. They get the knock-up. Turret goes down. Team fight won by Yale.
Oh, man. Why are you trying to go for that fight, Cornell? Again, they need to play slow and steady. It wins race to end, right? It's all of our childhood stories right there. But no, they jump the gun. They try to get the fight. Great engage, sure, from Kafri. But what happens when the enemy team responds? They deathball you. Where do you go? They're in your face. They're punching you back and forth, Genghis. And as a result, they get the dragon and they get to, get that one more dragon away from Soul Plane. Again, I don't even get to talk about Yale's weaknesses because it always gets hidden by the fact that Cornell tries to play a comp that they're not designed to do, which is forcing unfavorable fights when you're in a position where you're wide out and everyone can see you. So again, really greedy fight there from Cornell, but really nicely played from Yale. It looked a little bit bad at first, but they're able to bounce back thanks to the lead.
Yeah, my only guess is maybe they thought that they were catching Galaxy and Suffix alone. Because I don't know if they had vision of Void Owl or Epsilon to realize that they were both right there too. Koro teleporting in. So yeah, I mean, Yale just ready to answer that one. They get the mid turret. Finally, they broke down that first one, and they still have the Rift Herald to play around. So they can most likely take a second turret for their troubles. The answer here from Cornell is to try and get some more gold into their pockets, specifically onto Heppo on the top lane. They're trying to catch out Void Owl, who was ganking Heppo, but well read by Arby's to realize I gotta back up my mid laner who's pushing in deep. So we have come to a slight state of kind of a reset right now where the teams are reassigning their lanes and trying to decide who's getting gold from where.
Yep, and if you are on the side of Cornell right now, you're basically your highest priority is again getting this Tristana her first mythic item. Otherwise, she's just applying grievous wounds and just tickling your opponents in the fights here. So sure, it's a strong buff in here, but you really at the end of the day want this Tristana to really be outputting a lot of damage. She finally gets that mythic items 20 minutes into the game, but slowly but surely, again, Yale doesn't have the best wave clear. They don't have the best siege, but they're working their way slowly into the base here of Cornell. While, again, you give a fight win to Cornell, and they can probably pop off by taking away a lot because they got that double marksman for the siege. So We really have to see on how Cornell really performs.
If they can win something, but they're not winning anything right now, XP. They just lost 2 turrets top lane. The Rift Herald was used to great effect right there. Oftentimes the second Rift Herald, you don't see it like get as much as the first, right? Because the first you at least get plates if you drop it down fast enough. But that second one, full value here for Yale. Look at the vision that they invested topside too. Now they're going to reset, probably look to go into either mid or bot lane now because they're on Dragon Soul Point. If they get Prio around the bottom half of the map next with all that vision, similar to the top side, that's going to be Dragon Soul, and it's going to be pretty much impossible for Cornell to come back at that point. They are 7K in the hole. They're looking for a miracle right now to actually get back into this game. Maybe they can find a pick onto somebody, because again, they still have Arby's, Caffrey, Pyphrenix. The Evelyn, Rel plus Shen combo is pretty strong if you can catch somebody alone.
Yeah, and again, some people might say, these ward positions are, are excessive. You don't need that many wards. Nah, you're wrong. Evelyn, unfortunately, does reveal herself when she's taking these camps. So these ward positions here from Yale, actually really, really smart. You're going to be always able to track these.
She's top lane right now, trying to get Koro, but Koro ults in the 1v1 against Arby's. Ooh, really good use of that ultimate, but that Q cooldown is still pretty short. You're going to go down. Heppo's here, exhaust use. They'll at least get the trade kill, you have to think, but Koro's, he's a big boy. Okay, will go down. Pyphrenix in a lot of trouble on the bot half, though. Epsilon will pick up that kill. Well executed. Now Void Owl misses that initial Q, but I think he can still follow up right here. Ult forward. Galaxy donated the kill. And it's just plays happening top, bot, mid, everything going Yale's way.
That's an alley-oop if I've ever seen one from the Lee Sin and Samir. Really well done from both of them there. And, you got the top laner, but at what cost? Cost you everything there. So just unfortunate, game state here for Cornell. And, I'm trying to be optimistic. I'm trying to be, glass half full here, but unfortunately, I think I have to be a little bit pessimistic.
Yeah, I was gonna say we're on different fronts right now, XT. I'm saying go next. I'm saying Cornell.
I'm saying go next as well, man.
Game number 2.
It's not looking good at all. I think across the board, the opponents on the respective side of the field they're just so ahead, and sometimes yes, there's the outplay potential, but there are times where someone is so freakishly ahead where it doesn't really matter if they outplay them. You fail to stat check, and you just can't do anything about it.
But Cornell, they're not giving up. They're still grouping together. Dragon might just decide this next the entire game. Honestly, if this team fight is lost and Dragon goes over to the side of Yale, if they have enough members up, there's only inhibitor turrets left alive and lane priority in every single lane, save for top lane, I suppose, for the side of Yale. So they can choose which lane they want to push through. And yeah, Cornell's backing off. They're just going to give over the Dragon's Soul. Okay, no, they're just catching mid. But well, look at these wards. Yale's going to see anytime they walk forward. Yeah, they cannot get through this. So will just be Dragon Soul going over for free to Yale. They get the big objective. They have that nice shields on top of them. This is going to be... I'm going to spell it out. This is how Cornell can possibly still turn this one around. Miracle engage from Caffrey.
Yep.
Knocking up 4 members. He locks them down. Actually, no, it's got to start with a catch, right? They got to catch Galaxy first. Kill Galaxy. Then the 4-man engage coming in from Caffrey, followed up by a 4-man execute from
everything. Throw everything you're about to say out of the water here, King. This is looking pretty bad here.
Maybe
I think
that's it. We'll see. Arby's, he just goes right in onto Void Owl. Maybe they can take out the Lee Sin. They actually can't. Not quite, but Hobble jumps in. They actually do get him down. Pyphrenix picks up that one, but it's going to be a 1-for-2 trade. Jungler's out, and oh no, Epsilon flashes the wall. Easy pickup there now onto the mid laner. Warbed yet again says, why me? Every single time. Cora just doesn't want Warbed to have a fun time. Nerd. Didn't pay your taxes with that QSS, so that will be a Baron picked up here for the side of Yale. And that's got to be the straw that breaks the camel's back right there, XT, because that is Dragon Soul, that is Baron buff, that is everything going to Yale.
Yeah, at this point, you got to go back to the drawing board. You got to wonder, where did it all go wrong? And I would argue it kind of went wrong in the level 1, unfortunately. I don't want to blame anyone here, but Epsilion's quite fed. And a lot of it was able to stem from the fact that he was able to get that level 1 jump onto the Tristana. Granted, the Tristana got one back for the team, but at that point, Temple was favoring Temple was favoring Yale and allowed them to get the confidence to kind of do whatever they wanted on the map here. And unfortunately, Yale kind of pulled, or unfortunately for Cornell, Yale kind of pulled the lucky draw here in the Dragon Roulette. They got the Mountain Soul, and now that just makes the stat check even harder, right? When your optimal goal is to burst someone from 100 to 0, you want to make sure they don't have any resist or any extra shielding. So Mountain Drake unfortunately kind of nullifies any chance of getting picked off here. And speaking of being picked off, I think Heppel's in trouble.
I think Heppel could be in some trouble right now. He's got the rocket jump. Oh, okay. Actually, dodges the Sonic Wave, so he's good. Actually, I also just want to point out, I don't think it's any surprise that the team that has actually donated more is also ahead in gold. So I feel like if Cornell, their strategy in this next game, maybe they got to get the donations rolling. And if you want to donate too in chat, if you want to help out Cornell, if you're a fan, you can also donate in their name, so you can !donate in the chat to get that rolling in. We would love it if you did. We're close to another milestone. Actually, we passed it. We did pass the 7K milestone. Look at that. All right, so we do have another giveaway. Gen.G merch. We'll see if we can continue those rolling in here in the grand finals. We want to get to that 10K for the day. I think we can still make it happen. But let's catch up on the game. Inhibitor short falls in the mid lane. Inhibitor should fall low as Suffix misses the engage. They don't actually find the fight, but I don't think that they needed it. They saw Baron for a couple more minutes. They can reset, go top wave, and just keep taking down these inhibs.
Yep, they're just going to go to slow bleed victory. You don't have to rush anything here if you're Yale. You have everything you could possibly want, and you are playing right now with your weakness, which is you don't really have the best siege here, but it's totally fine if you take your time, take down the turrets here. Eventually, you're going to be able to break into the base here. And, even if Cornell is able to go in, unless you're able to get some weak spell crit, which doesn't exist here, they're not really going to be able to get much, but they get the time. But
under turret. Oh, that's already so much damage in the coffer. He's got to jump away. Unfortunately, you're the engage for the team. You're supposed to be going in, so now they got to reset, heal up under the turret. Yeah, I think you just give this inhibitor at this point, but no, Suffix goes in. That's already the 80 carry down. This is the team fight wipe. No one falls from Yale. 5 for 0 here. Actually, Arby's is still alive, so 4 for 0. We'll see if Arby's can do anything, but I don't think so. Your health bar's too low. There's super minions mid. There's Baron-empowered minions everywhere, and that will be game going over to Yale here. They will take game 1 in this best of 3 series. Okay, Arby's. Maybe he can get the ego kill. Maybe he can actually take down Koro. 1 kill before the game ends. Let's go, baby! No! Oh, there we go. He got one. All right. He shut down Epsilon. He gets the gold for that. Congratulations. All right. That's going to be a donation from me for the side of Yale XT. You're donating in the name of Cornell. Yale find themselves up 1-0 in the series.
Nice try, Cornell. You did your best, but unfortunately, I don't think... sorry, Cornell. Yeah. Nice try, Cornell.
Yes.
I believe in you,
tried their best. They never stopped fighting, man. They kept in the game until the very end. And Arby's in particular, he still had some pretty cool plays as the Evelyn. It was just really hard to play that game based on how that early game went, especially as the Evelyn. You really need to look to scale at that point. And I mean, the snowball started rolling for Epsilon, and it did not stop rolling. So adaptations XT for game number 2. I think there's a lot to think about. We'll save that for coming back for draft for that show. We're actually going to be sending it to a short break here in a bit. But before we send it to break, again, another reminder to everybody. First off, thank you to our sponsors, Gen.G, PLANET9, Acer, and Predator for helping us put this whole thing on. We could not do this without our sponsors. We also could not do this without you watching at home. We're doing this for you. We're doing this to raise money to help combat COVID. So if you have anything that you are able to donate, !donate in the chat to get that rolling along. I gotta log in and do the same so that I can get some rolling for Yale, who's about to go up even more. So if you're a Cornell fans, you gotta start donating. See if you can get them ahead. We're gonna send it over a short break before we're back for game number 2 in the grand finals. You won't want to miss it, so don't go anywhere. Hello and welcome back, everybody, to the 2021 Ivy League Charity Invitational, brought to you by, of course, Gen.G and PLANET9. Also, special shout outs to Acer and Predator for helping us put this all together. Once again, I'm Kangas, joined by XT. We got Yale versus Cornell in the grand finals right now in this best of 3, and you'll find themselves up with a very, very quick game 1 victory, sub 30 minutes. XT, walk me through what exactly happened in game 1. Just in case anybody didn't catch it.
They just ran at me and I died. Yeah, that's basically what happened.
Wow, that's very very descriptive. I like it. What's the word? Onomatopoeia or something like that? Where
something like that. Literally, what Yale did was that they went the most aggressive they possibly could in their early game and just beat the other team up. That's the best way I can describe it. Now, as we are heading into this draft, both sides have swapped, and unfortunately for Cornell, Yale is rocking that 100% win rate on the blue side, and ban's looking like basically the same so far. Yale banning away junglers, so that's going
to be fair. Yale's also rocking 100% win rate overall.
This is true. I will not correct you for that one, but I'm just spinning the facts here. You know, I'm doing my best. Our best, unfortunately, going to get his champ pool a little bit scrunched up. But Cornell will go ahead and ban away the Irelia, but this leaves the Yone open. But I wouldn't really be one to Yone. Udyr is open. I would definitely go for Udyr. Or Morgana, man. Just do something else. There it is.
There we go. We've seen a lot of the Morgana so far in this tournament throughout the day. So if you've been watching throughout, you shouldn't be surprised. It's a flex pick, but we've primarily seen it in the jungle role just because of how fast the clear speed is right now. So I like it. Makes a lot of sense for Yale. But what's the answer from Cornell? Going to be Senna Tom Kench. Warmbed, you called everybody nerds going into this show. And you're going to play some Senna Tom Kench lane right now? All right.
Yeah, this is Warmbed's comfort here, but unfortunately, one of the biggest weaknesses to this bot lane is locking in the Varus, you know? And the Varus is just one of the most versatile champions in the meta right now. You know, Kangas, you've experienced it firsthand. We've seen a lot of Varus games, you know, even beyond collegiate, where it's built on hit AP, lethality, or just traditional ADC. He can do basically everything, and he provides probably some of the most lane power in the game so far. Is going to be looking to really bully out this Tom Kench and really make his day miserable. And I wouldn't be surprised if Yale looks for something like Sona as well. Sona is actually a pretty great answer to the Tom Kench, believe it or not, because Tom Kench is basically a sandbag, right? And Yale have shown they are able to play the Sona before. You're going to be able to get tier stacks super easily. You're able to get a lot of harass, but no, Zoe is going to be the lock-in instead. Ipsilion is going to be playing that. No, it's the Kali. I stand corrected. Kali going to be locked in for Yale. So,
man,
yeah.
We're using Pro Draft, and nobody understands how to use Pro Draft. Come on, what's going on with these teams? Let's not get the right picks here. That's okay. I'm not tilted. Akali for the mid lane here for Epsilon. I mean, after that Aurelia performance, Akali really goes into the wheelhouse as something that you'd expect him to be able to pilot. But I always like OP.GG and the players just to make sure. Wow, Akali's actually not even in the top, 7 champs, at least in this season. So,
Well,
might just
really
be flexing on him.
Yeah. Who knows where this Akali could go so far, but LeBlanc will be the answer to the
it is Yone. That is not a LeBlanc.
It's Yone. Okay,
everyone's just
getting pro draft diff today. So Yone is going to get locked in here. Does directly counter into Morgana mid if Morgana wants to go mid, but so far we don't know where everyone's really going yet. It could still be an Akali top, Morgana mid, or Morgana jungle, Akali mid. A lot of different possibilities. Cornell, though, is going to go ahead and ban away the Mordekaiser from Mango Stalker. That tells me,
that was
Cornell
nuts, yeah.
Probably going to be looking for a blind top lane pick again, while Yale still going to be punching this jungle pool. Udyr is still open if Cornell wants to pick it. It's still a strong champion, still one of the fastest clears in the game. However, unfortunately, Morgana will have a 257 clear if played correctly, and that does mean, Morgana is generally going to be the first one to really get into these, Skullcrest skirmishes. So that's the best jungler I could think of right now that can match the Morgana. Otherwise, I'm out of options.
I really hope Cornell do not lock in their top laner. You said maybe they go for blind pick. I don't want to see it. Okay, they're saying Camille is what that ban was supposed to be. They hovered Thresh before the Camille got locked in.
Okay.
Or rather, didn't get locked in. But okay, so Camille's off the table. So 2 top lane ban focuses against Koro.
Vlad.
You gotta ban you pick a jungler here, Cornell. Save your top lane pick to be a counter pick. if you want a chance right now, because I feel like if you allow Korra to get another counter pick top lane, we saw what happened last time. Even if you ban away Mordekaiser Camille, gotta expect that this player will have something in his wheelhouse.
It's tough because you're now in a scenario where you could be looking at the jungle match, but you don't. Karthus gets locked in, Lee Sin's still open.
Let's wait. Let's wait to see if they say anything in the chat. I don't see anything. That might actually be a Karthus jungle.
Before. They played the Karthus Yoni before, Cornell, and they have had great success with it. Gnar is going to get locked in. However, Wukong picks like the Wukong is still available if they want to punish the Gnar or the Malphite, so we really have to see. And Graves hover here. Morgana would go to the bot lane. Karthus is one of the few junglers that can actually match the Morgana. And how do we counter farming junglers? Oh no, Pyke gets locked in. Okay, so they're just gonna match farm. So
I
Morgana
like this
and
though. You talked about Tahm Kench being just kind of a meatball that Varus can try and pepper down. Yeah, you can pair a poke support with that, but you can also pair something like the Pyke, who can, Varus pokes down Tahm Kench, Pyke pulls him in. If Tahm Kench eats a Sen, it's kind of similar to the Blitzcrank counter, right? But then also has a lot more roam potential, so you can get around lane and help out Epsilon in the mid lane, help out Void Owl in the jungle too, because you are very, very speedy on the Pyke.
Yeah, Wukong is also going to get locked in, closes the distance against Gnar, is able to provide a lot of burst damage, and is able to get that free getaway thanks to the decoy. Something I kind of want to note, though, this kind of tells me that it's probably going to be a poke Varus bot lane, because that will probably mean Pyke is just going to be roaming the whole entire game, not really going to be looking to get this bot lane 2v2. Instead, maybe leaving the Varus alone, letting the Varus farm safely because of the lethality build and the distance you're able to cover with the piercing arrow, and as well as being able to support this Akali in the mid lane, which you want to get ahead early. While Morgana does a great job of roaming supports, she clears super fast, so she's able to kind of just support junglers a lot, or supports a lot better than most junglers would. While Cornell, they're picking a really greedy composition that needs a lot of resources in the top lane, but bot lane is going to be that pillar of consistency. It's that foundation where they're going to do well. They have, really safe laning. They aren't really going to be losing to 2v2 at all. So we could be seeing a win condition really come from that, but I'm really keeping my eyes here on our Bez on this Karthus. Needs a lot of farm in order to do well.
Basically, what I see from Cornell's comp, they got double counter pick. They picked Yone into the Zoe. They picked Wukong into the Gnar. They got Karthus, who just presses R. They got Senna, who can ult from bot lane. This is the solo lane carry show right now from Cornell. Right. It still can take a little bit of time to scale, but basically, it's just going to say, track Morgana, track Void Owl. Is he nearby? No? Go in. Try and outplay your lane opponent. Try and get an aggressive trade, because in Karthus ults, Senna ults, you get a shield, you get extra damage on your lane opponent, and that's how they win these fights. And then when it comes down to the team fight stage, they still have Tahm Kench Senna, which is just fantastic in team fights. So I actually don't hate the draft from Cornell. It's just the question is, can they pull it off, and will it work?
It concerns me again because you got to remember where the Yale excel in. They excelled in punishing mistakes. And if I'm Cornell, I'm trying to reduce the room of error, right? The window of opportunity for my opponent to punish me. And unfortunately, I will agree with the Tahm Kench. That's as safe as you're going to get with this bot lane. Next best being lethality Sivir, lethality Varus. But you're playing Karthus and Yone, two of basically, I think, the most coin flip champions you can have, because you either farm really hard, you win your lane really hard, or you're just a stat stick that isn't really able to take anyone down. So there's a lot of pressure on this jungle matchup. But do my eyes deceive me? Do you see what you're seeing right now on the Champ Select screen, Kingus? You want to tell me what exactly I'm seeing on the screen of Yale?
Oh, right, I forgot about that. Wait, yeah, it was Akali, not the Zoe.
Yeah. Not that though.
Because I kept thinking about
I'm looking at something else though. Do you see that?
I do see that. Wait a minute. What's going on here?
I'm gonna wait.
What's going on here, XP?
I'm gonna wait until it's.
They're gonna switch it around. There's no way.
Yeah, it has to be a meme.
Because what we're reacting to, for everybody, by the way, is the Pyke currently sitting in the jungle. Is this LCS rules?
Could be a role swap. I don't know.
Check with the tournament organizers. How much time do they have to actually make a swap here? 20 seconds is the typical timer, so.
Yeah,
we might be seeing a Pyke jungle.
The timer's going down, sir. It's Yale. Come on, man. Come on, Yale. I really want to talk about Morgana jungle, but I guess you're gonna do this for me now.
Also, I'm looking at Twitch chat right now. It looks like Lucy's sister Michelle donated $500. That is insane. Thank you so much, Lucy's sister
Let's go, Michelle.
Fantastic stuff. 500 big ones in the chat. Everybody give a round of applause. If you want to donate, !donate in the chat. The more we raise, the more giveaways we have, the more donations we have, or the more stuff we have to celebrate. So keep them rolling in, everybody. I'll be giving another 50 for the team that wins here. XC, you'll be giving 50 for the team that loses.
Correct.
Never punished for the teams that don't perform. It's like the best participation trophy, right?
Yeah.
Pike jungle, man. We're seeing it locked in. This is crazy. Unless maybe we have some weird like role swap going on and Suffolk is gonna jungle.
I have a theory, right? We talked about it already. Karthus's biggest weakness is his early game. Much like Mundo jungle, much like Alvin jungle, like a lot of these farming junglers that don't exactly have the best level 1 stats, they can get bursted down really quickly. So what Yale might do, they get that level 1 early invade onto the blue buff because that's where Karthus is going to start, guaranteed. He starts red. What are you doing? You know, you're gonna run out of mana. What are you doing? A full? What do you want to run out of mana? You don't want to run out of mana, so you start blue. So instead, what Yale do? They start Q on Pike. They start Q on Morgana. They catch Karthus off guard. They Q him. They Q him again. Karthus is crying. Ignite on the Pike. What's going on? I'm telling you, man. There's a high meme potential here for the side of Yale. Or the other
calls his
direction.
parents. Karthus needs to come home from school.
Other
Karthus
direction.
needs a vacation.
That
would be awful.
You can also have the sickest leash of your life because of Morgana W. And
I'm just gonna say I'm still holding off. It could be a role swap. It could be Suffix going to the jungle and Void Owl going into the support role. But at the same time, one of my favorite part about collegiate tournaments is sometimes players will just do crazy stuff like this. This is the grand finals. This is a best of 3. They're already 1 game up, so maybe have some fun with it. It could go either way. Chat's saying that it's going to be a role swap. I think maybe we will, but I'm not fully convinced. But
I'm also convinced it's a role swap. But at the same time, there's a lot of potential, you know, of
that would be very funny. We've seen Pike jungle before. I know it's gotten nerfed, so I'm not sure how valid it is currently. But we talked about the composition coming in here from Cornell. We talked about kind of what they expect or what we expect from them, what they want to do as a team. Let's talk about kind of the team identity here from Yale XT, because they got a lot of range, right? With the Varus, Morgana, even Gnar, and then a couple assassins. So what's their comp realistically trying to accomplish here?
You know, there's a word that everyone enjoys hearing every once in a while when you're behind, and that word is pick. This team wants to pick you apart by catching you off guard. You saw the vision control that Yale had last game, right? This pick comp actually may just do that, right? You got the Morgana Q, you got the Varus Chains of Corruption, his ultimate, you got the Q from the Pike, and who's there to follow up and take out your opponents? Akali and Gnar, more or less, mainly the Akali. There's the Ignite TP. Let's go, Akali. I'm so happy, man.
All right. And we do see the role swap. We do see Smite on Suffix as the Morgana jungle, Ignite on Void Owl as the Pike. So questions have been answered. We do not have the Pike jungle coming back into the meta. Thank God. But I guess we still have to deal with Morgana jungle.
I could still be in the jungle. It doesn't mean he's actually jungling, Mr. King.
True.
If I'm Pike right now, I want to take out this Karthus. I want to shut down this guy before he's able to use his ultimate and burst down my team. Because again, we didn't get to talk about it last game, but we want to highlight it this game. What is weaknesses of the Yale composition? And the best thing I could say, 4 of the champions right now are super squishy, potentially 5, right? 1 really fed Karthus ultimate, this Akali, this Varus, they're not going to have a good time. This is Morgana especially too, you know what? Black Shield not exactly going to be doing much here, but something I also kind of do want to highlight, Arbez actually looking to start on his red.
Good, smart move there, though. Checking to see if Suffix had invaded. I like that.
Yeah, really, really nice stuff there, and I kind of like that. Read there from Arbez, and now we'll have to really see if he does path towards his blue or if he's just going to start on his Raptors. He's probably going to be starting on his Raptors. I think that's totally fair. Maybe expecting that blue buff invade. No, pings are currently going down, and we're just going to be seeing the jungles kind of match each other. So unfortunately, my predictions do not come true. I'm very sorry, everyone. Satch.
But we do actually see here the jungle and support from the side of Yale getting some wards down early, then going back, getting the sweeper lenses. So they'll have a little more information. They know that Arbez is not starting on the top half of the map. And interesting to note, Khafre does not have, he says in chat, wrong item. He got a rejuvenation bead.
Yeah,
to
this ain't
start the
ARAM.
laning phase.
So that's pretty bad.
Interesting call. I definitely don't think it's correct. The remake was offered, but he says, no, we're good. I mean, you're still going to be, you don't need a support item. It's not like anything that awful. You're still going to be CSing, right? And, you know, the health regen's probably fine.
Something also to note, right? I just noticed it. Morgana not actually going for a full clear, actually going for a semi-full clear here. But look
Void
at this.
Owl trying to outplay Warm Bed right there with the flash, but now they turn it back on a Void Owl. He's got it ignited. Khafre flashing forward. One more auto attack. He should get it, but he's in the bush. He's going to heal up. Another Q. Khafre's over the wall. I think he's out. No, Galaxy's there. A little bit of heal, but Galaxy walks forward. He's trying to get down Khafre. He's trying to do damage. I don't think he's got enough. What an exchange right there. If this hook lands, no, it's not going to. Wow, Khafre and Warm Bed almost turned that around level 1.
Almost a rejuve diff. Man, so close. But I will say another win that did happen was that I think, you know, Suffix actually going for the mid lane gank, but he did ignore the Krugs. But he's not going to hit that level 4.
Epsilon's getting damage onto Heppo. Heppo's in a really rough spot. He's trying to play around his minions right now. He goes in onto Suffix, but the Q is still there. Suffix hasn't even thrown it out yet. The Dark Binding being saved to the last second. First blood yet again to Epsilon, but now a gank on the top half of the map. Core in a lot of trouble. RB's Pyphernix there. Pyphernix gets that kill, so immediate answer here from the side of Cornell.
Teleport coming out from Heppo now, and Morgana starting the Rift Scuddler here, but actually it's going to get contested here and smited away by Arbez. It looks like really nicely jumped from Arbez right now, and I think Suffix, unfortunately, I would have preferred him to get that Krugs as well. You could take it quite fast with the Morgana, and again, she has a lot, basically one of the fastest clear in the game, so this Karth is always going to be ahead here, while Suffix, interesting pathing here, not going to go for the bot lane scuttle. It's going to go on over to the Vars here, and Suffix just actually trying to, I guess, try to get the Karthus out of...
Nothing to get.
Yeah, he's going to get
he
gone.
saw Arby's back, so maybe he went to check the Krugs, but no. Arby's had cleared every single camp, so now just going to go for the camp resets, clear them on spawn, basically. This is a fantastic early game for Arby's compared to last time around. Gold State dead even right now. Yeah, first blood went over to Epsilon, and we saw what he was able to do with that last time around, but the immediate answer from Pyphernix. We might actually have a series on our hands here, XT. I don't want to jinx it, but Cornell having a much stronger early game than last time around is promising for them so far in this Grand Finals.
Yeah, we're really going to have to see on how that plays out. I really want to see Void Hour be able to roam out of the bot lane and really kind of execute on just making sure this mid lane continues to stay ahead, which is where their win condition lies, right? Epsilon is the main damage of this team at the moment, unless Vars really is able to kind of come out on top of this bot lane, which unfortunately, you know, with Sen and Tom Kench, they aren't really looking to win the lane. They're just looking to farm up and just get what they can thanks to Farm Senna. And they're guaranteed like 2 carries, right? Something else I kind of want to note, right? At the end of the day, Arbez now is just going to be significantly more ahead, you know, just a tiny bit more ahead than Morgana, but he is going to be able to hit that level 6 first. He's already full clearing his jungle one more time, while unfortunately Suffix not able to get that second spawn of his Krugs, right? You got to remember, he didn't take it into early game, so that is really going to make, that's going to send back, you know, a little bit of XP, but that will kind of require him to take a little longer to expect it to be able to get that level 6 power spec, and that also could to me maybe, you know, level 1, or not level 1, sorry, Cornell get that early Drake, so we'll have to really wait and see.
Yeah, Arby's getting level 6 first. Good spell trouble here for the side of Yale, but now gank on the top side. Ooh, gets flashed out of Pyphernix. Good flash, but does have to burn the summoner spell. Koro can take advantage of that now as he's approaching level 6. And can hit that Mega soon. But with Suffix showing topside, that means a free dragon potentially over to the side of Cornell. Heppo staying alive. Kind of avoiding that from Void Owl. And now Void Owl is walking back through the jungle, but he's going to walk right into Arby's. Ooh, right into the pain wall, taking a lot of damage. those hurt when that magic resist gets shredded. So he does have to limp away. And now full river control right now belongs to Cornell. This is a much different game than we saw last time around.
Yeah, really nicely done there. And this Karthus right now is pretty strong here. Also going to be hitting that level 6 thanks to that Scuttle Crab there. So, you got to be feeling really nice if you're Arbez right now. You're quite farmed. You're able to kind of out-tempo the Morgana here. And, you really have to wonder if that's going to be enough for him to kind of take over this game with this Yone. So we'll have to wait and see. Right now, Arbez is going to be doing his third rotation of being able to do that full clear, while Suffix is going to be on his third rotation as well. But unfortunately, he's still going to be permanently one camp behind because he took that Krugs a little bit late. So we'll have to see how that really impacts the levels. But also, Cornell not taking the Dragon kind of tells me that they're being a little bit more patient. They don't really want to rush things, right? Like they did last game, which I'm not really blaming them for. The last time they tried to rush things, unfortunately, didn't really work out for Cornell. So now they're taking their time. They're waiting to see if they can get Arbez some items here. Arbez may be looking to get, either Everfrost, or I don't think he can get Everfrost now that he has built Phoenix Codex. So that's probably going to be Leandri's, right? Getting the extra CDR so he's able to use that ult more. So,
and also just
waiting for those power types.
I kind of like that. Here we go, Epsilon and Heppo.
Oh, wow.
But Epsilon with the execute damage. Perfect execution indeed. Gets the solo kill.
Yep. I talked a little bit too long there, but I failed to ignore the fact, or I failed to highlight the fact there that Akali fully online with the Ignite there, and also the Hextech Alternator. So able to get that solo kill. Epsilon again looking to take over this game.
Yeah, Epsilon with 2 kills under his belt. We saw what happened last time around, and this is looking rough. Here we go, Epsilon. Can you carry the team? The only kills on his squad so far, and they do find themselves with a 1k gold lead. But again, the compositional difference is still important to note here. There is still that, Karthus in the jungle that can just press R, and Warmbed, once he gets level 6, can still look to make these global plays as well. I'm looking topside right now because Pyphronix could be in trouble, but can still turn this one around if he's got the help of this new level 6 Senna.
Well, unfortunately, because the Morgana revealed her position, that means this dragon is going to go on over to the side of Cornell. I believe that's going to be the first dragon of the series, but look at this.
Top side, yeah, he's going to look for this on ultimate, and Suffix is on himself. Coral has to flash away. Suffix taking a lot of damage. Oh, no. The binding shot Pyphronix, and there's no combo of Arby's and Warmbed ultimates to try and get onto Suffix. So it's just the flash out of the Gnar.
Yep. Really nicely done there for the top play. Hebo really desperate to try to get something going for him, so he's able to kind of match the amount of gold that Akali has. Fortunately, he's going to be walking back in the lane with nothing in. Now this Morgana is going to start this Rift Code, looking to break some plates early. While bot lane, still seeing some trades. Really nice trade there for Epsilon.
He's taking so much damage. Epsilon did not expect Arby's to be here. Now Heppo's in trouble. He's going to go back. Epsilon's just waiting for a 5-point strike. Will seal his fate. Epsilon now says, where are you going, Arby's? You're trying to help out your mid laner. You're just giving me another one. Epsilon takes some damage here from Karthus ultimate, but it is not nearly enough. And he will get out with a 1-for-2, or 1v2.
Very well be the nail in the coffin there. That's just not what you want at all if you were the side of Cornell. Karthus ran out of mana. There's no other way I could say it. In a 1v1 scenario, there's no way Heppo is going to be able to win that fight, especially when he already blew his ultimate in the top lane fight. So really nice job, Epsilon, taking advantage of the timers there. Well communicated from Yale. And
Arbez needed to ult earlier. If he had ulted earlier and gotten damage on Epsilon, the shield onto Heppo, that might have been the difference maker right there. But the ult was used on Arby's and didn't actually do damage to Epsilon. I think if that had hit, that Karthus ult, I think would have gotten enough damage. But unfortunately, at the end of the day,
yeah, there's just, I think, so many other things that could have went down for the play. But the biggest thing is that, you're absolutely tilted when you're having a great game at Karthus. You're trying to support your team, but you're just out of money. You can't do anything, and now you're just a walking meat stick. I don't know what else is really saying. You're just a pile of gold for the Akali at that point. And now Epsilon building Magic Pen with that Hextech Rocket Belt, looking to just annihilate anyone who's not building any stats right now. So we have to really be careful of that. While Galaxy.
Here we go. Ultimate used by Galaxy. Heppo trying to force the fight still, but now he's in a 1v2 situation. But look at Epsilon. Teleports in. Just destroys Warmbed. nothing that he could do. Warmbed just blinks and he's seeing gray now. Epsilon's so fed, but actually maybe he's too far forward. They're taking a lot of damage from Arby's. Maybe he gets faced down by Godfrey, who could flash follow with the tongue lash. Not going to actually happen, though. Here we go. Void Owl actually pulls Godfrey over the wall, but now he says, okay, I'll just chase down your AD carry. One more tongue lash. Actually, he gobbles him up. He chases or throws him onto Arby's. Oh, Godfrey actually avoids the ultimate from Void Owl. Can they get out? Can they actually make the escape now? Because they're kind of stuck here. Void Owl, oh, he misses another Q.
Here comes the Kali.
Oh, this is pretty rough. There we go. Epsilon, he misses the shuriken flip. And now he's got no more mobility. He's got to run. Flash forward by Godfrey. He gets the tongue lash. Void Owl flashes away. He's trying to just buy time for Epsilon to get in here and back him up. Now Arby's turns his attention onto Epsilon. Suffix just says no more. None of this. A double kill in for the Morgana. And now Warmbed shows up again. It's a little too late. At least there's a shutdown for Arby's, who in his death will take down Epsilon.
Man, what a crazy fight in the bot lane. It starts off with, Galaxy just getting caught out, right, by a lurking Heppel. Unfortunately, Epsilon able to kind of teleport in, instantly bursts down.
Oh, they're trying to get Koro. Koro's in a lot of trouble. The JCC, the double AD damage, he will go down.
Great pick there from Cornell. And again, they don't have the pick comp, but they are still going to be doing the best to catch people off guard and surprise them. And really nicely done there from Heppel and Pyraphoenix. But on the other hand, I have to talk about kind of the elephant in the room. Epsilon's an issue, He absolutely annihilated Warmbed and followed up by taking out Epsilon or Heppel, and Heppel's down again.
Yeah, Heppo's about to die right here. Okay, maybe the Sun of Shield will keep him alive. No. Who gets the kill? Is Void Owl? Is it Suffix? Is it traded back? Heppo actually makes it a 1-for-1. That's what happens when you're indecisive as a support. He's trying to be a good guy, everybody. He's trying to give the gold to his jungler.
No mercy, man. Just take the kill. You really do be like that in the mid lane. Just so many kills going back and forth. But I really like this scrappy playstyle, but unfortunately at the end, who does that all benefit? Benefits to Kali. More than happy to take any more free kills she could get. And now she has double magic pen. That basically means she's going to be doing true damage to basically everyone but this Tom Kench on the side of Cornell. So if an Akali sees you and she's able to land at E, gotta remember, her E got Giga buffed the other day. Now basically doing close to like 450 total damage when you max out that E second. You're just goner if you get tapped. You get one tapped if you're just by yourself against this Akali. So you have to be really careful if you're on the side of Cornell.
Cornell, they find a couple kills for themselves, but they're still in a rough position. Epsilon roaming around here right now. Doesn't have that flash. He got the ignite. Doesn't even need it. Just destroys Arby's. Ults away to safety.
That's him right there.
What happens when there's a fed Akali.
That's him right there, Kangas. That's him. That's the one who murdered me. That's the one who 100-0'd me while I was in the bush, man. Like, what do you do? What do you do at that point? Like, she has so much magic pen. She's just so ahead. Like, any single one mistake, and you're just feeling pain. But there's Chains of Corruption, but not going to be able to take down the Senna. Thankfully, there's a Devour from the Senna, or the Tom Kench, sorry. So that's nice.
They're both supports. It's easy to get them confused, right? But the waves still push under the turret, and look at where Epsilon is. He's roaming to the bot side right now. I think that they might go for a dive here. They don't really have a tank to actually go for it, but I don't think that's going to stop them. They actually take down the turret mid lane. They will pay for it with their life. Well played by Heppo, but now Epsilon is here on Takafri, trying to get the damage. Actually, it's Void Owl. He gets the damage. Heppo resets to Arby's in a lot of trouble. Flashes away, still goes down. Epsilon picks up that one. Requiem's used, but look at that damage! Epsilon is just way too fast.
Waiting on his E cooldown. He's waiting on his E cooldown.
Up, people. Heppo's walking forward. He actually goes in on the Void Owl instead of Epsilon. That might have been a mistake. Epsilon lands the shuriken, puts the 5-point strike, does so much damage. He ignites down. He gets the kill. It's at least traded back by Pyraphoenix, but Epsilon, the absolute insane player, carrying the team, winning these fights single-handedly. Finally goes down, but what a play.
Kangas.
Not much more to say after that one, XT.
This is bad, Kangas.
So when is Yale gonna win the CLOL? When is Yale going to Riot Games Studio in person? We got to see Epsilon on the LCS stage, man. This guy's
He's just
absolutely
absolutely rolling the floor right now, and
this is my steal! He got it! Oh!
Here comes Epsilon.
Epsilon's in. Okay, wait, this might have been a little in. This might have been a little in. He is invisible, but he's getting the damage. Doesn't actually take down Arby's, but he's out. He's not going to die. Koro's now about to go Mega. He jumps in. The two-man ultimate. He's just carrying the fight himself.
Pretty good.
I will do it myself. He says Galaxy's over the wall, but now he's in trouble because there we go. Eppo actually does still do damage, but Epsilon, they forgot about him. He got all the way around the wall again, but now he doesn't have the ultimate. How's he going to get out of this one? Oh,
he's going back in. He's going back in, is he?
No, there's no way. There's no way he goes back in. He doesn't have the Omni Vamp. He doesn't have any way to heal up. Once he's low, so... Okay, wow. There's a lot going on right now. I see a lot of emotions to process. Heppo trying to 1v1 Void Owl under the turret. Doesn't quite find him. Void Owl does get out of that one. Man, these gamers want to fight.
Yeah, everyone's just decided that we're in Fight Club today. There's only one rule. You just got to beat your other opponents up, and that's exactly what both teams are doing. Really nice job by Suffix, getting that skill, getting the Ocean Drake, and now Cloud Drake is the name of the game here for both these teams, which both these teams really want. Before we even get to that, Epsilon and Koro's being just teleport in a pretty unfortunate manner. Epsilon taking a little bit too much damage, right? Because he becomes immediate focus of everyone, because he's teleporting right in the middle of 4 people. And then Apple teleports in, and we're just in a fist fight. But look at this, another fight happening already.
Action bot side. I think that Heppo might go down here. Actually, it's Arbiz that goes down first. Koro just jumps in. He gets another double kill. Absolutely insane. I mean, we're talking about Epsilon. We're hyping up the mid laner. Koro just casually comes in, gets 2 double kills in a row as the Gnar absolutely popping off.
Yeah, Koro's Bane again. I believe he's coming in as a sub here from Yale, so he's really making a name for himself this game as well. While the rest of Yale, you know, Galaxy just being that consistent bot laner he wants to be, but could be dead here.
He's dead. Heppo gets the kill. Easy enough.
Unlucky.
Okay, I mean, Heppo is really the saving grace right now.
Really?
For Cornell. He's actually still putting in work, getting some damage in. Teleport used by Pyphronix. I guess we're going for a base race at 19 minutes into the game. Maybe they try and walk these waves in, but Koro's still topside. He's still getting damage down. Heppo's just going to get blown up. Ignite's taking down. Does he die? No, Guardian saves him. No!
Oh!
Flashing it. Actually doesn't even flash. Just uses that E for the gap closer, but Epsilon chasing down Godfrey. That's so much damage. That 5-point strike is nuts. Koro in a 1v2 topside almost takes out Arby's by himself. And now Void Owl trying to chase down Pyphronix. Doesn't quite get onto him. Ooh, Suffix doing damage though. There onto Arby's. Almost takes him out. Not quite. Warmbed is enough to keep him alive, but wow, Yale is really putting the pedal to the metal right now, trying to accelerate this game.
That's a lot of fighting.
That's a lot of fighting.
A lot of fighting happening.
Getting a little tired. I made the mistake of drinking coffee instead of tea.
We need to chill out, guys.
To cast some collegiate games. Drink tea.
All right, drink tea, everyone. Here, let's calm ourselves down. Let's have some meditation, all right? So, folks, let's stretch our arms as high as we can in the air. Take a deep breath. And out. And we have more fighting.
All right, we're right back into it. Thank you. I needed that, though. Now I'm ready for the fighting. As Galaxy, it's not going to be a fight. He just ults to get away. And the rest of distracted by a ward. Understandably so. Godfrey's like, wait, where's my team? I thought we were all coming for it. They said there was a shiny ward, dude. We got him anyway. It's fine. It's fine. We still pick up the kill of the Galaxies. It only took flash from Arby's. Maybe that's going to be enough. Now they got a 5v4 as the Dragon's going to be spotted here shortly. But Epsilon honestly counts for like 5 jams by himself right now. So kind of tough to say if they actually win this, but they're going to go for it. Void Owl is still back in base. Heppo, if he can make something happen right here, right now, maybe it's going to work, but I don't know if that was the play. Got to ult out to safety. Now they don't have the ult from Yone. He's going to back to base to heal. And by the time he gets back, I mean, Galaxy's is spawning right now, so he's going to walk the same distance in the same time. They no longer have that man advantage for this Dragon.
I was to say, Cornell should probably chill out, relax. You don't have to keep fighting. You want to scale, you want to take it easy, but they're gonna ignore all that, unfortunately. And now looks like Free is dead. Maybe not.
Probably. Maybe. Void Owl. Oh, he's just CC'd for days right now. But he's still tanky.
He's pretty tanky, yeah.
Takes a lot to kill him. Suffix, meanwhile, is actually the one who will probably die here. Yep, there we go. Pyphronix trying to jump onto him. He is CC'd himself. They can't quite get him, but the Requiem will be enough. Suffix goes down. Arby's picks up that kill. Galaxies falls as well. Pyphronix trying to play hero right now on this Wukong. Ooh!
That's huge!
Shuriken misses, but he still has the ultimate. One more cast of it. Doesn't even need it. The 5-point strike does way too much damage. A flash from Koro! Quadra kill for Epsilon! The Wombo combo! Yeah, can't be stopped right as I say it, Epsilon. Why you gotta do it to me? He does go down. Koro to 1-1 against Heppo right now, taking a lot of damage. Heppo might just turn this one. Can he actually get him? He's got the shield. Not enough damage. Void Owl with the ace! Yale take the fight!
This game's all just a highlight reel for Yale right now because they're just doing every single way to beat Cornell in these team fights, and a quadra kill from Epsilon. He's just so ahead right now. He's building more penetration. This 10% penetration with the Void Staff. He's doing so much damage right now. Okay, there's just nothing you can do to stop this guy, especially when he has Morgana. You being able to use that Black Shield and Corpsby, just setting up so many good fights. Like, this team is just playing around Epsilon so well.
That 5-point strike does half of Caffrey's health, and Caffrey, hate to break it to you, is the tank. So things are looking dire for Cornell. They need to lock down Epsilon, but even if they do, they still got to deal with Void Owl. Silently 3-1-4 on this Pike. Very scary. They got to deal with Koro. Also doing very well. Arby's. This isn't how you want to start off the fight. He might just go down immediately. Epsilon gets that kill, but now he's taking a lot of damage himself. They actually trade.
Oh, Epsilon's
trade
down.
the mid laner for the jungler. Absolutely worth if you're Cornell. Maybe they even get Suffix for this too. He goes golden with the Zonias. Hits that. Oh, Void Owl. He actually gets the trade back.
Koro's
so it's 1 for 2. They get flashes, but now Koro's coming in here. He's about to hit Mega. Can he hit the insane ultimate again? He is stopped there by the ultimate from Pyphronix, so not meant to be. Okay, Cornell, they get out, but they still lose 2 members for it, and Yale just cannot lose right now. XT, you good? You good there, buddy?
I'm just in awe at how much action you're casting around on Kangas. You doing all right, buddy?
I'm doing all right. I'm holding in there.
There's for Kangas
from Heppo. And Galaxies every time. Every single time. It's just Galaxies. They're like, dogpile on the 0-6 Varus. Make this guy uninstall League of Legends. He's never going to play for Yale again. But unfortunately, he's not actually the answer. Epsilon is the one that is still fed, but they don't even find him that time. Those double TPs coming in from Heppo and Pyphronix, and they don't find him. Oh man, Cornell, they really want these plays. Epsilon, what's happening? What's going on? I'm just gonna stop talking. Just say something. You got to get some words in here.
Man, this is some bloody League of Legends. Back to you, Kangas.
Well, thank you for that one, friend. I was about to take a sip of my coffee, but.
There's not really much else I can really say in this game. Like, Cornell is just constantly trying to find ways to get back into the game, but every single time they try, it's the same story. Epsilon goes in and cleans up.
Start the fight, throw Arby's in, let him die, and then in the middle of everybody just keep doing damage. Because if you keep getting poked out, okay, the 0-6 Varus is actually packing a punch right now. I did not expect that. But here we go. Koro's in there. They just ult on the Caffrey, push it away so they don't lock him down. Heppo with the double knockup. They're going in. There's the Requiem. Can they get the damage? Epsilon goes golden. He's still alive. He's still safe. Pyphronix knocks him up. Can they get the shutdown? They just got to take down the mid laner. They do. It's a 1 for 2 in favor of Cornell. XT, I cannot believe it. 10,000 gold down. They don't even care. They're chasing down Galaxies. They'll take him down. 1-7, the dream, baby. Cornell, make it happen. They win the team fight somehow, and they might just get themselves a Baron.
Apple, after just getting bullied by Epsilon this whole entire game, finally gets to ult, where he puts both Epsilon and Coruscant in an extremely unfavorable position. But now Suffix maybe
he can get the steal if he's alive for it. Though he's taking a lot of damage. He's gonna go down right here. Heppo and Warmbed are there. Okay, the ultimate might have gone the wrong way there, Warmbed. I'm not sure about that one. But the Baron's still the focus right now. Can they take it down? They will secure the Baron, right? You got to imagine they do. Did they smite it? I don't know if they smited it. Suffix should fall here. Coffrey can chase him down, right? Heppo, warm bed, you got him. That's another kill. Cornell somehow, some way coming back into the game.
Yep, and action isn't over just yet. Void Hour still overstaying his welcome here, and this is the start of the comeback that Cornell wanted. Senna, one of the best scaling ADCs in the game because of her ability to just constantly rack up souls and gain extra range. That's going to allow her to get that safety against Epsilon. You get Karthus, who is constantly going to be a looming threat. The more APE builds, just going to be able to melt both Galaxy, Epsilon, and Suffix since they're not really building resistance, and also the Pike. And Heppel, you know, is at that point where he's starting to damage. He's starting to hurt. He has sustain now, and if he's left unchecked, these fights are going to go extremely poorly if the side of, you know, Yale are just not able to get their initial engage. So now, you know, now that Cornell has some momentum going for them, they gotta get this standing goal. They gotta find a way to catch up before Epsilon's able to catch up again. Because again, you know, the problem with this competition is that you take out Epsilon, boom, that goal lead is gone. You know, that's 18 of 29 kills that he has right now. He is the team right now for Yale. And you can take down Epsilon, you're gonna win these fights, which is what happened last time.
I'm looking at top lane. I'm looking at Korra, who's unanswered right now in the split push. Yeah, Baron, you'll crash that mid wave. Finally break open that turret, but you're losing a lot top for it. Now Koro actually could be in some trouble right here. Everybody from Cornell is trying to collapse, and Pyphronix is falling for time. Actually, Coffrees, he was trying to ult right there, but Void Owl catches him out. Now he's all alone. He's got Arby's there, but this fight is just completely split. Teleports went top lane there from Epsilon. They pick up 2 members. Yale are actually going to win this fight. I can't believe it. Actually, Suffix does go down. Heppo picks that one, but Epsilon takes down Warm Bed. It's just Heppo left alive. It's just Heppo who's going to watch as he just leaves his top laner alone now. It actually does get a kill. Maybe he can turn this one. He's doing a lot of damage. Oh, flashed away just barely to safety, but Koro says you're not going to escape from this one. I got the range, I got the hyper stacks, and Yale win the fight.
Death timers are long enough here if they could try to go for a gank or a push to end. 10 seconds on to Tom Kench, but honestly, I think they just get inhibitor and just back off here and just start setting up for the next fight there. I think the problem was that everyone for Cornell just started tunnel visioning onto, you know, the Nard, the top side, but as a result, everyone just got picked off one by one, which is absolutely not what you want. That's the strength of Yale here. They want to be able to get you off guard one by one, and they don't want these full team fights. So again, Cornell getting punished for another mistake.
Kobo Bobby in the top lane is just an insane player, man. I gotta say, calling him out right now. This guy is a threat in the side lane, a threat in the team fights, and we keep saying it's the Epsilon show, but this Gnar is showing up too. We'll see what happens here as the dragon is on the table. Keep in mind, we're 29 minutes in. No one's full point right now. Godfrey's taking some damage, but you gotta imagine this dragon will go over to the side of Yale.
Yep, this dragon's going to get started up by Epsilon there, and he is going to go ahead and get his team to get more cooldown reduction on their ultimates and some, you know, getting them closer and closer to that extra movement speed whenever they ult. So, again, that's going to mean more opportunities for Yale to start these fights because of the low cooldown timers, unless you're, you know, Gnar, who is currently getting 1v1.
Okay, get some good damage onto Cora Benedict Cumberbatch, but he does not actually take him down. So Gnar player does get out of that one just fine. About half health, but should be able to heal that one up, no problem. Super still pushing the mid wave. The rest of Yale pushing in on the bot half of the map right now. Just pushing with these waves, trying to get some damage here. Can they actually take him down? Turret's in trouble.
Korobaba is currently in the top side right now and doing his best to not get taken down, but Korobaba, he's gonna get popped.
He's alive! Koro's alive! Survives the engage. What a player! Oh, Void Owl coming in here, clutch for his top laner. Wow! Cornell was not expecting that one.
Coral Bali. Very ballsy play there from him. I'm running out of ways to say his name, but
I was just reading Twitch chat and just
I'm reading Twitch chat as well. That's pretty hilarious.
They've stopped giving us content, so we'll see what happens here. But either way, Arby's goes down. They did not get a trade kill, so it's gonna be a 5 versus 4, and the rest of Yale just keep pushing in this wave. They get the turret, they get the inhibitor. Do they get the game? Keep in mind, supers are still pushing too. They have a wave here as well. they might just look to end the game, but they could also go for the easier play. That top turret is about to break anyway, so they can just go for the very safe triple inhibitor, get double supers in every wave. But Heppo, man, he's just playing aggressive. He is not deterred by the fact that that is a 19 and he took it! No!
That's a no-no. That's a no-no, Epsilon. You don't do that.
You know what? He just earned my respect for that, but he also earned my disdain, because that means that the game's going to go a little bit longer and my voice actually might die here. Because this... We're at what?
I can play for you if you want.
59 kills and 32 minutes into the game. Epsilon's a mad lad.
He is quite crazy indeed, Mr. Kangas, and this game's gonna get crazier here. Now Baron's gonna be on the board, 2 inhibitors are currently down, and we're gonna have to wonder how much more fighting can Cornell take before Kangas' voice is lost to the depths of
I think I still got a couple more team fights in me, and I'm sure that there will be a couple more team fights in this game too. We're not
well,
even close.
speaking of which, the prize, Suffix in trouble
right now. He's got the black shield, but he's just surrounded right now by Cornell members. He almost turns it around, and Voidal actually gets the trade kill. Absolutely insane. Now Korobasny is in here. He's trying to get the flank. He's just buying time for the rest of his team. He actually ults everybody away from himself, not into a wall, so the CC's not there, but he's just trying to run. Look at the super minions also. They are pushing into the base here, so Cornell need to make this fast. Look at that. Epsilon's into the fight. Can he actually take anybody down? He's not doing as much damage as he expected, but he does get the execute. And with the help of Heppo, he's actually shut down. Heppo's doing so much damage, but he goes back into the waiting arms of Galaxy and Void Owl. Can they take him down? He's healing so much off those Krugs.
Oh, Void Owl wants more. He's hungry.
Void Owl wants to get onto Arby's right here. Oh, that hook missed it, but the arrow does it. Double kill the Galaxy.
Man, that's what I call some good fighting right there. Epsilon not going to be the one to take anyone down. No, this time it's the tag team of Galaxy and Void Owl, as they're going to be competing for the tag team titles here for the best duo in this game so far. And they've been doing a pretty good job. Korobasny and Epsilon were not there to fight.
That is a lethality Varus and a Pike. Get out of there. You're not going to take this Baron. Okay,
no,
actually, they do have Suffix coming. Never mind. All right, I didn't look at the mini-map. I should have seen the jungler. My bad.
Come on, Kangas. Map awareness.
Yeah, map awareness. I need to work on it, man. I'm a support main, too. You think that'd be, like, my strong suit? But, okay. There we go. Baron is taken here by Yale. All 5 members are up. Spawned when they take it. Actually, somehow this is going to go to a Dragon Soul fight, despite how far ahead it seemed Yale were. They just needed to push for that top turret, get the triple inhibitors, but get a little greedy, and they keep getting caught out here by Cornell.
Yeah, I think the great part about Cornell is that they're playing like they're not behind at all. They are playing like they are going on toe-to-toe with these guys, and they are putting up a fight, and they are in even footing, even the gold lead might seem a little bit different. Again, you take out Epsilon, it's even, right? You are in equal fighting ground, and that's what's been happening every single fight. Epsilon just gets taken down because he's a little bit too greedy, and now, you know, I think everyone's a little bit tanky enough that they can sustain the burst damage that Epsilon's been taking out, right? You know, we see the QSS, we see, you know, the Zhonya's are, sorry, not the Zhonya's, the Zhonya's and the Banshee's Veil, but Soul Point is going to get given on over to Yale. That's going to be more ultimates for basically everyone on their team and extra movement speed. But Korobasny, I'm going to start something.
The Cloud Soul picked up here from the side of Yale, and I got to say, this is an insane ultimate for this team. Akali, Pike, Morgana, a lot of big guys. There's the engage coming in from Koro. That might just be the game. Heppo's already out of the game. Kill goes over to Galaxies. Epsilon's traded though, so no mid laner here, but can the rest of Yale carry the fight? Arby's has got to die. He's actually got to go down right here. There we go. Now he can actually get some damage out here. Pyphronix, the last remaining member, he's got to stay alive. He's got to keep fighting here. Can't actually take down Galaxies. He tries to jump into it. He takes him down, but the Nexus, he's not able to get in and defend the push. Void Owl and Suffix. Kind of backdoor, kind of just doing their job. Either way, Yale will take the series 2-0 and an explosive game number 2. Wow.
That did not feel like a 2-0, but man, that last game was exciting. What a way to end it. What a way to end it, King. It's like, non-stop action for both these teams, constantly just fighting and fighting and fighting. But unfortunately, Cornell, that last fight, I think the odds were just too stacked against them, right? You're fighting against a Baron empowered team with Soul Point. It's just, at that point, the lead was a little bit too much. They got stat checked, unfortunately, and Epsilon, a little bit crazy play there, but, sheesh.
I thought I started to believe, man. I started seeing the bees spammed in the chat for Arby's. I saw the bell spammed for Cornell. I thought maybe it would happen. But at the end of the day, Yale are just too good, man. Off the back of some insane carries, Epsilon, Void Owl, Koro having incredible performances. Galaxy getting absolutely hard focus that entire game, still coming back with an insane lethality Varus build. Yeah, Yale just edge it out just barely at the end right there. I mean, maybe we're painting a little closer than it was. It was still like a 10K gold lead that they had at the end, but it felt like the faith was there for Cornell. Well played by Cornell, though. And still, that will be $50 donated by myself, $50 donated by yourself. Looking at the number, we're currently at $8,278.65. That is so close to our final goal of 10K by the end of the day. We gotta make it, man. That's like 1,000 over the course of one game.
Yeah, it's crazy. So many, just honestly, so many things happening on, so many great things happening for everything in general in this tournament. I think one of the biggest things I enjoyed definitely was just seeing how much support there are for both these teams, and really nicely done by Yale. They played a flawless tournament, but also a great job from Cornell as well. They put up one hell of a fight, if I could ever say. So myself and Genghis, I have definitely had a lot of fun watching you just lose your mind after every single time Yale is just trying to go in. They're just doing something, doing some ballsy stuff, man. It was great.
That was a fun game for sure. A fun series overall. Yale undefeated in the whole event. Come on, when are we going to see these guys in Academy Epsilon? I'm looking at you, man. You got to start talking. Talk to me. I'll get you the contacts you need to get into the Academy scene, because I want to see this player up against some of the top competition in North America. That would be fun to see. Thank you, everybody, for welcoming us to the stream. Thank you for the production, for bringing us on, and for running the whole show. We could not do it without them. So everybody give a shout out. Here, I'm trying to figure out the production member. Ben Thonic is the producer, and then of course Azuka. Sorry, I'm sorry, I'm butchering that name.
Good try, April.
On the show the whole day. She's lovely, fantastic, hosting the entire event. And man, this has been a long event. Also, special shout outs to everybody who's helped us put this together: Gen.G, PLANET9, Acer, and Predator. We could not have done this without you. We still got more coming up after this, though, I believe. So this is it for the League of Legends tournament. XT, any final closing words from your end before we close out here?
Lots of fun stuff from League of Legends, but folks, you guys got a TFT tournament coming up here on the stream, so really looking forward to that. But thanks for having me on. Really awesome to cast with you again, King. It was a pleasure as always, but also really nicely done by all the 10 players on the Rift here today on the Yale Esports Twitch channel. And folks, thanks for having me. I really love being here. It was great.
Also, follow him on Twitter. Which Twitter account do you want to link?
They could do the roulette. They'll figure it out. You put in an XT, just follow the first XT that pops up. XT Esports, XT on Elton Mock.
Yeah.
Not too many accounts.
All right. Well, thank you everyone for tuning in. That's it for us today. We're going to send it to a short break before the rest of the show continues. Keep those donations rolling in. We're close. See you next time.
Hi everyone, so it's Jeffrey, and I'm back here with Mango Stalker, your favorite Yale esports top laner, and we will be hosting the Ivy League TFT tournament that's about to start. And so we're in lobby now, and we will get started as soon as Jagged Lightning is ready to hit that ready button.
Looks like we're gonna have an interesting match.
Yeah, we have a pretty wide range of ranks in the lobby right now, ranging from unranked players all the way to challenger. So it's really interesting to see how this goes. So just in regards to the players and the schools they're representing, we have Jagged Light representing Princeton, Galaxis representing Columbia, Golf Cart representing Dartmouth, Arfelia representing Yale, I think that's Slimmy1 representing Brown, and Lindell representing Cornell, Lindy representing UPenn, and then Harvard was actually unable to send a player to our TFT tournament, so I will be an honorary Harvard student today and represent them. I'm pretty bad, so it should be pretty fitting.
All right, go Crimsons.
Yeah. So, Michael, what have your favorite TFT comps been as of late? I know it's like just ending. We're just about to end off set 4.5, so I'm curious just to see what you thought about this set.
Yeah, I think I climbed the hardest during the Cancer 1-star reroll comp.
Oh man.
And I felt like it wasn't because I was playing the reroll comps though, because whenever everyone was just trying to get all those 1-star chosens, I would just say, hey, free Talon. So I would just get the Talon comps and be able to scrape my way to 3rd place. So, but recently I have been playing a lot of Mage and the Vanguard Mystic stuff, because I feel like Vanguard Mystic is really easy to transition into with like an early chosen Garen or something. You just sell that and then look for another chosen Vanguard or a Mystic.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
you can have like just some random Mage hold the Nico items and then just transfer them over. Let's see. Oh, everyone opting to get those gloves, bows.
We got ourselves a sword, not bad. But yeah, I definitely agree with you. Vanguard Mystic is one of my favorite comps to play right now. It's pretty simple to transition into, although recently it's become a bit more contested. Yeah, so I guess how this will go is if you have any ideas, just let me know, and I will try and execute as best as I can. And we'll kind of just be partner playing. Let's see what the other player's up to.
Yeah. Saw someone grabbed a Giant Spell, which is an interesting choice over, like, say, a Cloak, which was also available. I feel like Giant Spell's not that strong of a start this patch.
Yeah, let's be real, they probably didn't intend to get it. I'm just a Carousel God, so I got the sword that I wanted. Do you think we should take that Mage Twisted Fate chosen or not?
Honestly, 7 Mage comp is pretty strong. And
true. We have a GA, which is a good item, so let's just roll with it.
Yeah, see if we can decide on whether or not to keep the comp based upon the next few items.
Right. So Cornell has a chosen Enlightened Fiora. Somebody has a pair of Wukongs. Arfelia has nothing really. Vanguards too. Someone has a Diana too already. Okay.
That's pretty good. That's the Spirit Assassin comp. I also like that comp. It's pretty weak if you can't get a Kali carry, but
I think they might be going Spirit Sharpshooters actually, or they're holding on to a couple of Nidalee, but could just be playing Flex for now.
Probably transition to one or the other, keep things flexible.
Okay, this is not bad. We just really need another Mage, 4-3 Mage, otherwise our early game is screwed. Honestly, playing early game Mage has never been something I'm a big fan of, but we'll see how this goes.
I've had pretty good success with it, but we'll see what you got. Ooh. 2 pikes.
Yeah, I'll hold on to those for now.
Interesting.
Could also play Cultist 3 with an Elise here.
Yeah, if you get an Elise, that could be a good.
Ooh, okay. We have this. We have 2 Elises. We also have a Brand. Okay.
An Annie. Wow. All right.
This is pretty good.
That's a That's a pretty strong mage start if I don't save so myself.
I almost want to level to 4, but we do not have the gold to do that right now. If we level to 4, we can put in 3 cultists and 3 mage, so
yeah,
that's something to look forward to. I'm gonna put the GA on.
Annie is strong. You can just slam the GA on.
Oh
you
yeah,
don't want to sell him
actually,
later,
you're right.
though.
We probably are not
Yeah.
going to be selling Twisted Fate. Yeah, this is really not a comp that I am familiar with, so
Yeah,
hopefully he can help me out.
You should probably just slammed it onto the Nautilus for now.
True.
But it's okay. Oh, rest in peace, Savannah. I still think you'll lose this though. That dragon.
No, I don't think so. We have Twisted Fate 2 still with GA up.
That's true. That's true. That's true.
Okay, so we got our first win against Columbia. Okay, here I'll level.
Galactus taking a little bit of damage.
Put in our 3 cultists.
Alright.
Get the mage.
There is...
This is looking good. I like this early game comp.
Mm-hmm.
Belt on Elise, I'm guessing?
Yeah, probably for now.
Okay.
Or on Annie. But let's put on Elise for now, I would say. So you definitely want to swap that GA over to ASOL at some point if you're going to stick with the mage comp.
Hopefully you get like a magnetic remover. Otherwise, you might have to end up selling Twisted Fate.
Yeah, what you could do is sell Twisted Fate at 7 and look for Chosen Lulu or Vigar instead. That's something. That's what you could do.
Oh, this guy has a Blista.
There's even a chance.
A notoriously strong early game unit. Our Twisted Fate kind of trolled his wild card, so I guess Calista will just be running through our team some more.
Oh, and both Gallios.
Oh, finally Twisted Fate. Thank you.
I have a little bit of delay. So. Wait, I'm looking on the stream. My bad. Is it? Are we supposed to be streaming through Discord?
Oh, yeah. One sec. Let me do that.
I've been watching the stream itself.
Okay. How's that working?
That's perfect.
Okay, great. We have a pair of Annies now, a pair of Brands. We're in pretty good shape to play mages. Yeah, we just need some rods, really.
Mm-hmm. And that bow, if you get any stray bows, which is the item that you least want, you can just turn that into a easy rock for the giant spell.
Sounds good.
I find that mages doesn't do very well against the Vanguard Mystic comp though, so like it's not really it's not an easy first place, but it's definitely.
I think it's okay if your Aurelion Soul manages to kill the Nico, but if they have a GA or something, it's kind of hard.
Yeah, and if they have the Vanguard item on Nico, it's also pretty hard. Vanguard gives the additional magic resist. And also it loses to the spam 5 cost units. The Jeff Bezos comp, as some people like to call it.
Okay, so we're actually tied for third place. There's 3 people with 100 HP. It's looking like we are in last pick, unfortunately. I guess that's just how the RNG goes.
Yeah.
Hopefully no one is stream sniping us, but I really want that rod. Doesn't seem like people are contesting mages right
rod
now.
or tier, either way.
Ooh, we get the rod.
I think you want all of these items are good for you. There you go, nice rod.
Okay, we have an enlightened player. We have this cultist player. I'm pretty sure that's one of the ones we beat. Oh, a fortune player. Oh man, of course the challenger player is gonna try and pull some fortune shenanigans. Ooh, a lucky lantern. Please be magnetic remover. Oh no.
Nope, it's your little Timo hat.
Okay, I will sell this.
You could actually level. I think you should level here and then sell your Italy and stuff for.
Yeah. A keeper would have been nice here, but just putting another mage works too. I'll put this here.
Just best not to put those items on him, but it is what it is.
I mean, we'll have to get them off Twisted Fate eventually, so no matter how we do it, it's fine to have the rod on there now. Negatron Cloak is probably fine on Annie.
No. Oh. I was gonna say keep it off of her because you want to say like if it's on if you want to make Chalice with that. So put Chalice on Lulu and then put it next to Asol.
Okay, my idea is just to go for defensive items. Right?
Yeah. It's okay. If you get a second cloak, you can turn that into a Dragon's Claw, which is super strong on her as well.
This man is level 6 already. What the hell?
Yeah, all the top comps right now do a lot of magic damage. So.
What about Slayers? Don't people play that a lot still?
That's also true. You get kind of crapped on by Slayers because Tryndamere just spins into Aesol and then like 2 shots him. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
An Enlighten and a Flare, Fortune player in the lead.
Yeah, with Slayers, like even getting Annie super tanky doesn't help that much because they get into your backline with Samira / Tryndamere. So with those, you just kind of have to try your best with Zephyr for your mage. Ooh, yeah.
If we win against this guy, I'm going to sell these 2 units for our Econ. And I think we might... They are undefeated right now, but I do think our comp will be able to push through.
Looks like Lindell's going for the Slayer. Because he's building a Samir items right there.
Yeah, this guy's definitely going Slayers.
Alright, with the creep round coming up. Got the 2-star guy.
Yeah,
Police.
Things are looking pretty good right now, I think.
Yeah, we'll see what you pull up with those. Yeah, I think perfect items on Annie would be ZZ Rot, Titan's Resolve, and Dragon Claw or Bramble Vest, depending on the
For Annie?
Yeah.
Okay. So as a quick rundown of the rankings right now, we have Yale and Cornell tied for first, followed closely by Brown. Oh wait, no, it's not Yale and Cornell actually. Okay, it's Cornell in first, Dartmouth in second. Shit.
Hitting that win streak.
Yeah, Brown in third, Yale in fourth, us, Harvard in fifth, Princeton in sixth, and then Columbia and UPenn right now at the bottom 2. I think I should probably get this Vi pair, right? We can just put it in as a 6th unit next round.
Yeah, probably. And you got a Lulu in the shop.
Actually, yeah, I mean, like, this might be the stronger comp right now.
Swap out Lulu for Brand. Yeah, there you go. 5 mages.
Is Gunblade worth building?
Gunblade is I think you just in case you don't get another Raw, you might want to save that for Gauntlet.
Okay.
But Gunblade is definitely a strong item on Aesol because it allows him to survive much longer. But you don't. It's not mandatory because you already have pretty good survivability with.
Do you think I should toss this Elise?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Toss him for Econ.
Should I build a ZZ route on Annie, do you think?
Yeah, you can go ahead and do that right now.
Ooh, okay.
Looks like trouble.
I kind of wish we kept our Elise now, but
yeah.
Just go here and put this in. You think we should swap this out? We're not gonna have 5 mages though with that.
Yeah, no, I completely forgot about that.
Ooh, maybe I shouldn't have gotten the Pike 2. I think Cho'Gath might be stronger here. Probably not. Okay, let's keep that Pike in. Okay, once we hit Annie 2, it's over. Yeah, that ZZ Route put in a lot of work already, pulling those assassins away from our backline.
Yeah, it's a great item.
Yeah, that cat, it really didn't hit much there.
Big hit onto Slim.
Cornell is still undefeated, and they have a pretty decent transition here, I think.
They are going. I think they are in it to win it because with those items, they just need another sword, and then they have perfect Samira items right there.
Mm-hmm. I'll put the sword on. I don't know. I put it on Pike for now. Yeah, why not?
Yeah, you're probably
what
gonna
the hell? This man has a chosen Cho'Gath already. Oh my gosh. Yeah, or if Ellie is really just pushing levels. Yeah, it's chosen Brawler.
Christ, Brawlers. Yeah, pushing levels this patch is also strong ever since they reworked the percentages on level 8. Rushing fast 8 is really strong as well. Fortune into fast 8. Chosen Brawler, Jesus. Alright. Yeah, another reason why Gunblade isn't like super necessary is because you typically also run Siphoners in the form of Morgana / Swain in the mage comp. Ooh. Wow. You got some. The potential. If you can get a spatula, Mage Swain is the dream. Ah, but it's not to be. I would say go for the tier or the cloak. Up to you. Tier is fine. Because you can either you can put that cloak onto Annie for that Dragon Claw, or
oh, true. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
There's so many carousels now. I haven't played much on this patch.
Lucky Lantern.
Ooh.
Wow, you got an okay. So
Okay.
wait. Oh, and a magnetic remover. Wow.
Yeah. So we can keep that Twisted Fate actually.
Yeah, you make that. I think you turn that sword into a gunblade then.
Yeah.
That'll make your ace. That'll make your ace soul into like a machine gun because he won't die.
It's a little awkward on Pike right now, but we can maybe transition that into Brawler soon.
Yeah, I would say sell him at a.
Oh, everyone also got Nico's help. Oh my gosh, you got matched against the Chosen Cho'Gath. Sometimes it'd be like that, I guess. Gunblade's already kind of putting in work on Pike. Really good amount from that, but I don't think it's enough for us to win this round.
Olaf is popping off?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we don't take a huge loss here.
Okay.
It's not bad.
Yeah, wow. Lucky magnetic remover there.
Really, yeah. Made up for me trolling our items.
Yeah, I would say push to 7.
Right now?
That's when you start.
Or like 4-1?
Or like yeah.
Probably 4-1, right? Okay.
Yeah. You want that, and then you slow roll at 7 to hit Lulu and Vigar too, and then.
People typically play 7 mages plus 2 Siphoner at 8 now, right?
Yeah, that's usually what they do.
Okay.
You could also do the 5 mage variant though, but that usually requires you to get to like have a chosen Vigar or Lulu because you don't typically run the 1-star mage.
Right. Oh yeah, we have the components for a tier actually, but I do have that cloak on Lulu, which is pretty annoying. Okay, we beat the first place guy. It looks like him swapping his items to Kali didn't really work out for him.
Yeah, probably was still better on that Fiora.
So now Galaxis of Columbia is win streaking. They have they're playing what seems to be a Sharpshooter reroll comp, but surprisingly without Spirit, which is typically the more popular choice, I think. Let's swap these around a little bit. We still haven't bound our last Annie. Kind of sad. Another sword. Okay.
Another sword, which you can turn into a Shojin later, I would say, but or another GA. You can also put the blue buff on Vigar, which is kind of troll, but still.
Yeah, I'm not sure I like that. Okay, so the ZZ Rot in the second row here, I think, should kind of confuse the enemy's AI if there's anything around here. Our Pele is pushing levels to 8. Very aggressive. Okay. I'll put this on here for now as well. But yeah, any spare cloaks, we can turn into Chalice really easily. Oh, you said here I should roll for 2-star units, right?
Because like 1-star Lulu ain't doing much here.
Right, makes sense.
And honestly, if you were win streaking at this point, I would say slow roll to get that Lulu 3 because this comp is like with Lulu 3, like your units just turn huge over and over again.
Got pretty lucky with this set here. I'm a big fan of that.
Yeah, that's pretty good. 1% chance. Oh, there's your Vigar. Brand 2.
Ooh.
Oh, Ace Soul. There you go.
I do like this.
You have 7 mages.
Oh, I cannot count. Okay, I'll put in my 7 mages then.
Yeah, use the magnetic remover.
Is it worth it to do an ASL 1 right now? I think TF might do more damage.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
No, ASL 1 is... you can't do it in combat though.
Yeah. We'll have to wait.
Yeah, even with ASL 1, it's kind of ridiculous.
Oh, you're right. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, you see that?
He doesn't have any items and he's still healed.
You got that 7... It's 7 mages. Is there a reason why you're holding the Talon? Is it to deny it from other people, or?
Not really. Just to increase our roll chances of like other units a little bit. We're almost at yeah, so we're almost at TF3 actually. So let's.
TF3 is not really.
Oh, that is not what I meant to do. I meant to use the magnetic remover.
If you wanted to do that.
That was pretty cool, but it's okay. Okay, we have an ASL or TF3 now.
I think you should roll for Annie too.
Yeah. Okay.
Nope.
Oh, it's too late for that.
Oh, there's your Lulu.
Oh, our dummy putting in good work there, taking that Zephyr.
Alright, do the...
Go ASL, go!
The
Oh no, I got interrupted by his ear. Big sad.
Unlucky.
See, our 3-star Twisted Fate is putting in work though.
Yeah, but... I think Set's the MVP here.
True. Set tanked so much damage there.
Yeah, Set Annie.
Okay, I really want that glove. We're at 3rd pick right now, so we're probably not gonna get it actually. Maybe I'll just get a cloak and build a chalice.
Yeah, that's a good option. Yeah, there it goes. Or you could take the Ornn and just let him marinate.
Yeah.
Yeah, nah.
We're getting stream sniped.
Damn. Yeah, and even if you don't get Jeweled Gauntlet, it's not the end of the world. You can still slap that Illudens on ASL. It'll just help him ult a little sooner. Oh, okay, another
lantern. Okay.
What did we get?
Another dummy.
And
oh my gosh, this is huge.
A glove. All right.
Okay.
Looks like Lady Luck is smiling. Yeah, there you go. Put that on.
Should I just make the other chalice here? I don't know what I'm gonna do with those items.
Yeah, you can honestly sell Annie and then. You have one more creep round though.
Oh, that was bad. Actually, okay. Oh, we have so much gold. Okay. I'm actually just gonna level up soon. I don't think we need to roll right now. ASL odds are better at 3 anyways. And I don't think like Annie 2 is that important.
Boom! Cleaning commercial right there.
Okay, we're in good shape.
Yeah. That early set find was huge.
Yeah, it's huge. Why do we have so much gold though? Like, did we get really lucky? Oh, I think it was just the lanterns, right? Okay. I guess everyone has that much
those
gold.
Lanterns give you quite a bit of gold.
What should we put in here? A 3rd Dragon Soul or... Oh yeah, we should just put this in.
I would say, yeah, just put
two.
the Shyvana in, because, yeah.
I'm not sure how to position here. Let's see. Oh my gosh, Samira 2.
Samira 2.
Okay, I'll try and block the assassin players here. I have a feeling we're gonna match. Oh wait, I don't need to block assassins. Forgot we had ZZ Rot.
Yeah, you had the ZZ Rot to think of.
That's a pretty clean ZZ Rot though. Got them all in a line for ASL. Boom.
Goes down.
Wait, our ASL just casted while dead. Okay.
ASL.
Okay.
That's in
Didn't
the
know you could do that.
Animation, the famous auto attack from the grave. Yone.
Vigor
And you
too.
get Vigor too. Ooh, there's that Morgana.
I shall show them what it is to fall.
And Samira.
Okay, so we probably just roll here. Slow roll for ASL 2.
Yep.
Okay.
Pretty much. And then keep your eyes peeled for a swing.
I guess we can make Sunfire with that. It's pretty bad this late into the game, I think.
See what else you get? Oh, a glove.
Can make Trap Claw, Shroud of Shojin. I think Shroud is probably better.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, there's a set. And an Orn.
Lose out on Dragon Soul, but I think it's worth it.
Yeah, Dragon Soul doesn't do much in this comp. So.
Like the Shroud, I think.
Yeah, Shroud is good, I would say. Yeah, just slap everything on there. See if it sticks.
So instead of that, we could also run Orn with Rom. Not well is the answer.
Yeesh, that's Samira.
Oh my gosh. I have to roll a bit faster.
Takes the dummy. Oh,
okay. So just taking a look at the standings, we have Cornell still in first, followed by Yale, us, Harvard, UPenn, Columbia, Dartmouth, and Brown. Okay.
Like those, looks like last 7th and 8th place are in danger of getting knocked out this round. So we'll see what happens if they're able to scrape a win.
My shield is my sword.
Yeah, I don't think the Braum is super helpful. Oh, there's the ace.
Yeah. We'll hold on to this Yone pair for now. We'll see how it goes.
You get a Yone 2, you could set.
Yeah. I think we should win this round. Oh, actually, Acel has Dragon's Claw. Never mind. Can I set 1v2 here? Probably not.
Nope.
Okay.
Win,
I think I'm gonna roll a bit more. We're at holding a lot of pairs right now.
Recent. Oh,
okay, that's Acel.
That's pretty big. From 2, I don't think that's worth it though.
Yeah, you don't think it's worth replacing set right now? We do get Vanguard 2 and Dragon Soul out of that, but...
Yeah, but Dragon Soul doesn't really do much in this comp because you're not autoing that often.
Okay.
The only...
It does give AP though.
Dragon Soul and Swain is... It does? Oh, that's true. Yeah. I don't know, I feel like Set is just such a strong unit.
Our Set hasn't been able to get off his, like, actual... He hasn't been able to, like, do push-ups back to full health though. Okay, go Acel. Acel 2. Pop off. Okay. I think we will be the ones to knock Brown out.
Fortunately.
Oh wait, actually no. We might lose this. Oh, never mind. We're good to go.
No.
Forgot we still had set too.
No.
But yeah, looks like
Good night, sweet prince.
Dartmouth will come in last, unfortunately, followed by Brown. What do we want from here? The Chalice is always nice, but we don't have a great place to put it right now.
I would say that Zephyr looks kind of juicy.
Okay, yeah, sounds good. We already have an Orn 2, so we have... we're just one Orn off of Orn 2, and if we get that before set 2, I think it's definitely worth it to put that and Braum in there. We have so many pairs, I'm gonna roll. Ooh, I want the Acel.
Get rid of Shyvana if you're not going to use him.
I shall show them what it is to
Morgana.
Also just need a Swain. Oh man, okay. Our rolling luck has been pretty bad. Yeah, you're right, but holding the pairs was kind of nice.
Yeah. It's the thought that counts, you know?
Oh my gosh, we're against the Slayer's player. This guy has the sets. Yeah. He's already gotten 2-star set.
Good old Ophelia, 1000 bell peak challenger.
Okay, our Acel's about to cast. I only got one cast off though.
That did nothing.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. The Samir's GA's down.
Well, oh my gosh, it's a goal!
And he takes it down. Oh, but it's not enough.
It was so close.
That fully charged set was too much, set 2.
It's like Princeton and Columbia have also been knocked out. But so yeah, we're almost done here. Oops. What do we want to Zephyr? Okay.
Off is always good to Zephyr, so that it takes a little bit longer for him to pop off, you know. Ooh, there's the Swain.
Wait, why do we? Oh my gosh. Switching Orns like reset our Orn items. I forgot.
Oh, that is unlucky.
Oh my god. That might have been game losing actually. Okay. Our Acel is game winning though, so we have that going.
And he breathed on them a little bit too hard, and Tryndamere goes down.
Okay. Let's see where each of our Orns are at. I think they might be 2 and 2, which is probably the worst thing that could happen. Oh my gosh. Okay, we'll just keep this one in for now then.
That just reset it? Why is it 1?
No.
Oh, it's just a visual bug.
Wait a minute. Is it a visual bug? You never know with Riot Games, really.
Honestly, hard to tell.
I'm gonna take out our sets.
Yeah, it's a little bit hard to find sets with War Healer like having set 2.
Okay, I'm gonna roll here, I think.
Triple items though, GA.
Yeah, these are all really helpful for us actually. Nothing we can't use.
I shall show them what it is to fall.
Oh my gosh.
Acel 2.
Okay. Stocking items on Swain is good too.
Yeah, that GA, and I think put that one on Orn.
Yeah. After this round, we can get rid of our Orn probably.
Yeah.
Unless we find an Orn next round, and then we just need one more round for a second Orn item. Zero Annie put in a lot of work against this Talon.
That 3-star Kindred is a little bit scary.
Yeah, but unfortunately it's single target, so... Oh!
And Acel.
Oh my gosh, our Acel trolled us.
Smart placement by the dummy.
Yeah. Should I go for Morgana? It's probably not.
Nah, you want that.
Pretty close. Manazine.
Manazine on Lulu, I guess.
Oh, I put it on Morgana.
That's fine.
Acel. No, we were unable to get it. Okay.
Good try.
Oh my gosh, against Arthelia too. Oh.
Yep. Oh, the dummy.
I trolled that.
Oh man, the shroud, and the dummy in the back lives with 1
Yeah.
HP. Good try.
I hope we don't lose here. Oh.
I think you might.
No. Yeah. Okay, looks like Harvard will be coming in 4th place. Okay, we can focus our attention now.
Crimsons. Go Crimsons.
Yeah. They rose up in donations, and it looks like they're not too bad at TFT either.
Yeah.
So that lets
we
us
just see the 3-star Katarina from the Assassin.
Yeah.
That Assassin Kindred puts in quite a bit of work. So.
Yeah, they have 7 assassins, which is a bit awkward. I wonder if it would be better just to like take out Pike or yeah, probably Pike at this point. I don't know.
Say take out that Jano.
I mean, they need assassins on something. But yeah, Arthelia's comp just has looked stacked for the past like 10 minutes already, so.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's gonna beat that thing.
Yeah.
Everything is level 2. All tier 2 5 cost units. It's pretty ridiculous. Samir's just
his comp is basically Lindell's, but better. So.
Jeff Bezos. The rich get richer.
Indeed. Okay, so it looks like with that, our 7 Assassins player is gone. So we're really just left with a Slayers player and a better Slayers player. So I don't think it's really going to be that surprising what the outcome of this match is going to be. Oh yeah, we're in Carousel right now. So it looks like Lindell grabs his easy route portal. Arfelia, I could not tell what they got, but I think a shroud.
Looks like it was a shroud.
Yeah.
It was on the Lee Sin.
Yeah, they have double shrouds now, so Lindell's team is gonna take a long time to cast.
Double set with a chosen set. Looks like Orphelia's going for the set 3.
Yeah, Lindell though, Lindell does have the blue buff Lee Sin, and if that thing gets a few lucky kicks, that could potentially swing the match.
Yeah, but I think you're forgetting about one thing, which is Beyblade. So
true, but that oh no, Aatrox kind of trolled Lindell's team there, pulling the set 2 away from Lee Sin.
Oh. Where did Samira go? Oh, her GA has gone off.
But yeah.
She is healing.
Orfelia takes the win. Our challenger player proves that he is indeed a challenger player, and with that, Yale takes the win in the TFT tournament as well. So yeah, that concludes our TFT tournament. I'm gonna pass it back to our tech team to set up the stream for our last event, which will be an event featuring Nemesis. So stay tuned.
We're coming to the last stretch of our stream. Thank you to everyone who's played, watched, donated, casted, and participated throughout this day. Grand finals were pretty spicy, but we know this next segment will be just as fun. Nemesis will actually be joining us for a Guess Your Rank. So this is your last call to donate and submit a YouTube link of your spiciest League of Legends plays for Nemesis to review. All yours, Nemesis. Take it away.
Hello, everyone. I guess we can begin watching the first clip. So we have a Darius and a Gragas. Okay. Okay, that was very standard. Just snuck back into tower. I guess if I look at the rest of the things, I think it's Aphelios has PTA. There's not much really going on in this clip. It's kind of hard to guess, really. I would probably assume it's. I'll say gold. Yeah, gold would be my guess. So I'm gonna take a look now. The spoiler. Masters 94 LP. Okay, I completely missed it. Never mind. We can go to the next one. Alright, so I assume it's gonna be a Jake still. Yeah, ult's out instead of Ink. That's really bad. And now he's running away with a cloud soul. Flashes it. And that was it. Well, that has to be... That cannot be masters. I do not believe that can be mastered here. I'm gonna go... I'm gonna go... I'll go platinum, but I think this is not a very good play. Bronze 1 is the answer. Okay. I didn't know bronze players are so good at choosing runes. Like, everything just seems good and everything. I don't know. I guess I'm bad at this game. We can go next clip. Right, we have a Renekton dashing in. W's when Jax is on. Now he's running into Jax. There's a Karma and a Tryndamere there. 4 people. Kills one with flash. He's gonna get his Ian ult. Oh god. Okay. What the hell is going on this clip? He's 10-0 after this 2 kills, I guess. This is like... I'm gonna go gold again. I just don't think this is high elo, but it's not too low either. I'll do gold. The answer is diamond 3. I am not hitting any of the clips. Alright, next clip. Alright. Okay. Okay. It's gonna get ganked. Can she 1v2 this? Tristana jump is really bad. Flashes the hook. This Tristana is just... Oof. I think this will be a 1v2, right? Yeah, he's lifestealing up. Very close fight. Okay. Oh god. I'll say diamond. My diamond will be my guess on this one. And it is plat 4. Okay. A bit closer this time. Next clip. Face checking a Jax. Stun spear just completely whips, even though she could wait. So a random fight. Cho'Gath still not queuing. I don't know what he's waiting for. There's reinforcements coming from mid lane as well. Oh god. Okay, flash is away. Flash was very unnecessary. Now the fight is still going on. Doesn't blue team just hard lose this now that Alistar is there? Alistar flash W's. What the hell is going on? This is not a high elo game. Oh my god. Okay, I'm not gonna take a long time to guess this one. I'll just go with silver. And the answer is gold 1. Damn. Just the feeling of runes and just the play gave me a feeling it's a very low elo game. We can go now next clip. So we have a sieging. We're sieging a tier 3. Okay. So we have a POV this time. That's good. She's not really mashing really well. Ooh, she was slow, really slow. Okay. He misses, doesn't matter. 5-stack Aurelia, that's all you need. Quadra kill, right? Okay, she's 10-3. Okay, so that's why she's not doing too well. Build wise, she's okay. Just the mechanical standpoint is not high elo. And now a gold player could probably do this, but for some reason I have a feeling it's a plat. So last one was gold, so I'm just gonna go with plat this one. And the answer is plat 4. This is my first point, I guess. Nice. Alright, next clip. Okay, we have a Thrash. Whips the hook. To be honest, he's griefing really hard right now. Oof! Damn, that's like the clip where like the yellow starting comes. Now he survives for 1 HP somehow. But please don't tell me that's the whole clip. That would be very hard to guess. So the Caitlyn dies. He's healing up right now. Gets the Home Guard. He's running into the Timo now. Okay. Oh, and that's it. Wow. Okay, that one's gonna be hard. So he's building a Mikael. 1-8-13 score-wise. I have no idea what to do with this clip. He has like Aftershock. Man, I'll just do. Honestly, I'll just do silver. I'll just go with silver. Let's see. The answer is Diamond 4. I don't know. Yeah, this is bad. This is bad. Like, no. Maybe it's autofill. I hope it's autofill. Okay, next clip. Lee Sim walking into jungle level 3 gets spotted by a ward. Gromp Q. That's really bad. Udyr is just not gonna fight him? What? His both spells are on cooldown. Actually, all three, to be honest. Okay, so he's gonna smite the Gromp and then hits a blind Q and kills the Udyr. Right? Red buff? Yeah. Okay. This is silver. Silver is my guess. This is silver. Has to be. The answer is Master 20 LP. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I think this is not real. Okay, next clip. Alright. Have an Ezreal here. Fighting, gets hit by the Q. Oh, maybe we're watching the Lux actually, not the Ezreal. So he is preemptively and Lux basically predicts it. Okay, so I'm gonna have to... Okay, Electrocute on Wukong. Little Tempo Twitch. Okay, that's not a Halo game. Just based on like also... This is a bit of an old replay also, it seems. These are the old items actually. My guess would be silver again. I'm gonna go with silver again. I have a feeling this is not a Halo game. The answer is silver 3. Nice. Second point. We can go next. Alright, we have Ash support versus Morgana, Lux, Elise, Urgot, okay. We're watching a Viego, I guess? Gets one... No, that was it. Wait. Okay. Wait, what? Bit confused what's going on here. Okay, so Needle is just... Oh, so it's just a Drake still highlight and a Baron still. So she flashes in and smites it. Okay. Alright. So there's not much really going on. Like, pretty much any elo could just flash in and smite. Have to really judge by the other champions' runes mainly here. And champion picks. So, like, you know, normally, logically, I would just say it's like bronze or something, but the thing is, this cannot be bronze. So I'm gonna go with like diamond, actually. I just think this is like a trick. And the answer is gold 2. Okay. Not... I was a bit far. Alright, next clip. We have a Tia porting into bot lane, gets hooked by Nautilus into stunned, he stuns the wrong target, and he dies. Jesus Christ. This has to be a bait. I'll go with diamond again. There's not much really going on in this clip. Let's see. And Grandmaster 301 LP. Jesus Christ. Okay, next one. Okay. So we have a Lux double I guess I'll go with. Okay. Like I'll just guess. I'll just guess like. I'm gonna hate myself for this. I guess platinum. I think it's like probably plat. And the answer is silver too. Alright. I did say it's between silver, gold, and plat mainly. I mean, that's the feeling I got, but it was close. We can go to the next one. Alright, clip starting off with Gwen, the new champion. So she's 1v2ing, she's obviously hitting a lot. People don't know that she hits a lot. And she kills both of them. She played fine, but judging on like the way other champs are, this seems to be a very I wouldn't call it such a high elo game. Like I wouldn't go with like Grandmaster or something. I think I go with something standard. Probably not iron, because I think iron would have like different runes and maybe even champion. I'll go with gold. I think gold is like, yeah, gold is my guess. The answer is plat free. All right, we can go to the next one. Caitlyn versus Kennen. Oh, he does the Flash Gale Force combo with the E, and he kills. Okay. So I guess there's a lane swap at me at 10, because obviously Caitlyn is not the top laner here. Is she? No, I think it's Luxmeat and Caitlyn bot, right? With our support, yeah. So it's just like a lane swap scenario. And Yon is like pushing the bot tower, so I guess she's kind of fat because she has like early Gale Force. This game, I would, I'm gonna go with, I think this is like kind of high up. So probably diamond would be my guess. And the answer is diamond 4, yeah. It's pretty obvious, I guess, that it's like kind of a high elo game. We can go next now. Alright, POV. I love those the most. Okay, he's trying really hard, dodges an Ezra Q. He has Navori. Okay, so he's gonna get E back up really fast right now. Jesus, and the Hurricane, so much value. Okay, this wasn't too bad. So I think the build is kind of weird, and I don't usually see a build like this, but just the clicks and everything, I think, again, it's probably like a higher up elo. The thing is, like, sometimes you underestimate the mechanics of like even like a plat or a gold player, so I think I'll go with plat, but this could be like many elos, I think. It's very hard to guess it. The answer is plat 4. Okay. Yeah. Justifiable. We can go next. Man, that's rough. That's really rough. So, problem here is that there's nothing really in the clip that gives me any information. And a play like this honestly could probably happen to anyone. The only people I would trust a play like this not to happen is like Master or Challenger. I think this can happen in Diamond, Plat, Gold, or anything below. This is really hard. Now, if you look at the other champs really in the game, gives me like a feeling that it's higher than at least silver. It's probably like gold or plat. That's the feeling I get. But which one is the question? I'll do gold, I suppose. Yeah, I'll go with gold. The answer is plat 1. All right. Yeah. All right. We can go next. Master Yi running away, Alistair flashing in, Azir completely fails. What the hell is going on? He ults, now he's getting like killed, I guess? Azir shuffles, Herald's coming in. They're failing everything. Yasuo hits a nice tornado. He's gonna dash through Herald, and that's it. Okay, I mean, Red Side team played that very poorly. The champion choices are doesn't signify that low for elo game, but then again, there's a Yorick and a Mastery, which are usually typically low elo champs. Not sure. Rune choices also seem to be quite fine by everyone. Also, summoner spell choices seem to be quite normal. Thing is, this could be. I'm not sure because I don't see the items, but this could be the patch where Yorick gets buffed, and there's also high elo mastery players that play Halo Blades. Because I think normally, probably a low elo mastery player wouldn't play Halo Blades. So I'm gonna go with. We had a couple of guesses on like Grandmaster maybe, or Master, but I think I'm gonna flip it on Grandmaster maybe. Because I just don't believe this is that low elo game, and we had too many diamonds and plat before, I think. And the answer is Challenger 540 LP. Damn, I didn't recognize any of the players' name. Maybe this is like NA server or something. Alright, next clip. POV again, alright. Rumble versus Salas, he's just burning on the old both of them, and this is the new Rumble, right? Yeah, his attack speed seems to be quite fast. So it is the new Rumble with the new passive. He did do the E flash animation cancel, so that was good. Since it's a POV, he's running Dark Harvest, and then he has a Garn, Yumi Twitch, and a Gwen in the game. So he played that quite well, but also enemy team played it quite boosted, and seems like they're not aware of the new Rumble passive. This is gonna be hard though. Let me think. I'm not a really big believer that this is like a low elo game. So I'll go with something in the middle, which would be gold or plat. I'll go with gold. I think this one's super hard. I wouldn't be surprised if it's like anything else. The answer is plat 3. Alright. We can go next clip. Okay, Samira Loana versus Lulu Kog'Maw. Ramos coming in. Loana flashes away. I feel like this might be a Samira cleanup, just by the fact that she just hits level 6 with stacks. One kill, yeah, keeps resetting. Okay, another turn on Ramos. They should be able to kill. Never mind. Okay, the Kog'Maw passive actually double kills them back. Mordekaiser, Vladimir. I'm thinking if this is new patch. I couldn't really see if the Ramos duration W was like higher up because he was auto attacking, because the clip ended so fast. so I can't know if this is like the newest patch or not. But this is giving me strange vibes. I think it's above gold. I think it's above gold for sure. We already had a couple of plats, probably. I'm not sure if I would say it's challenger for sure. Probably not. I don't think people would play this way in challenger. I'll go with diamond. I think. Yeah, I think I'll go diamond. The answer is diamond 2. All right. We can go next clip. Okay, we're fighting on bot lane. We get 1 for 1, but now it's what, Nami? Okay. She gets 1. Can she kill him with minions? Okay, he got creep blocked a bit. Oh, and bone plating came up. And then he gets cute and killed. 1 more auto. Flash. Yeah. Okay. So usually when you get replays that are like a bit lower in quality, usually it's a low elo game. That's what I learned from experience. Second of all is these champions that are being played and the way they just play them, it has to be a low elo game. So anything about gold, I am not voting. Probably. Probably. Okay, I'm not gonna go as far. Like plat is off. There's no way it's plat. I don't think it's iron either. People in iron probably play worse or pick different champions. Bronze also seems to be a bit too low. So I'm between silver and gold for now. And it's really hard to choose which one. I'll just flip it, I guess. I'll say gold, but yeah. The answer is plat free. Okay. I guess I did miss it a bit. We can go next one. Lock screen to 2 people. Huge misfortune ult. What the hell is going on? Aurelia, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Okay, the clip's not over yet. Maybe top lane fight? Oh, Gauntlet Singed. Oh, very old clip. I guess it's gonna be a Penta, right? Oh, she misses the E. Oh. So it's only minute 18 and they're already diving. Enemy team like at tier 3. This is such a snowbally game, which is... There's no way this is like too high elo. High elo the game would not end with this close of a score and be such a stomp. So... This is hard. It could be diamond, could be plat, could be gold. I guess I'll go gold again. Yeah. I'll go gold again. Like there's some champions that remind me of like a bit of a low elo game. But honestly, I have no idea. The answer is gold free. Okay. I think that's the end of it. Thank you for having me. We'll be back shortly with closing remarks.
Hi everyone, I'm Jeffrey.
I'm Lucy.
Hi everyone, I'm Jeffrey.
I'm Lucy.
And welcome back. Like, thank you so much for tuning in to our stream today. We raised a whopping $8.5 thousand for director's review, and all of it will be going towards COVID-19 relief. Gen.G and Acer will match a total of $4.5 thousand in our donations, so that'll be a total of $13,000 going to charity. And with that, we've reached our 10,000 donation goal. We'll keep the Tiltify open for another few hours to make sure to get any last stray donations in.
And we really want to say a huge thank you to every single person who tuned in and who donated today. Raffle winners, we will contact you soon and get your addresses so you can get your prizes.
Thank you also to all the players from all of the different Ivy League schools who participated in today's games, who all made the games very action-packed and fun for everyone to watch.
And also a big thank you to the casters for volunteering their time and for making the stream super exciting. That would be Mongoose, Mazel, XT, Jolly, Random Minion Caster, and Kangas. Go give them a follow on Twitter because they're absolutely amazing.
And of course, thank you to all of our sponsors. Oh my gosh, sorry. Okay, so yeah, thank you to our sponsors, Gen.G, Acer, Planet9, and Predator, for providing us with exceptional content and fantastic milestone giveaways. We couldn't have done this without you.
Okay, I think Jeff is just really excited that we managed to raise so much money. It's really been a very unforgettable 12 hours. The esports community really continues to amaze me with its generosity and its enthusiasm. Why are you laughing? Make sure to give Yale Esports a follow on Twitch or Twitter, and tune in for our future events because we stream a lot of the tournament games that we play. And sometimes we also have fun events with like pro teams and things like that. But thank you all so much for pulling up and for expressing your support. We really could not have done this without you.
Yep. Thank you all and have a great night.